Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the International Investor Connect Forum on innovative solutions for scaling up energy efficiency in building. This forum addresses one of today's most critical challenges, energy efficiency in buildings. As we work to combat climate change, reducing energy efficiency and as we work to combat climate change and reducing energy use in our building is critical. Over the next 2 days, we will explore policies, technologies, and financing mechanisms that can help achieve these goals. This event brings together a large group of experts from Moldova and European Union that can, including industry leaders and policymakers as well as researchers. Together, we will discuss strategies that are driving forward energy efficiency, from new regulations and policy interventions to cutting-edge technologies that help and allow us also investment opportunities. Our goal is to share innovations, encourage collaboration, and of course, identify practical solutions that can be implemented on both regional and global scale. The National Center for Sustainable Energy of Republic of Moldova, our organizers, plays a key role in fostering Moldova's energy transition and aligning it with EU standards. Their work is vital not only for Moldova, but also in the context of global efforts to combat climate change and carbon emissions, and promote clean energy solutions. Thank you to all partners, speakers, and fellow participants for joining us. And we are eager to hear your perspectives and, of course, work together towards a more efficient energy and sustainable future. To start today's event, we will hear from a group of leaders who have been instrumental in shaping Moldova's energy transition and fostering international cooperation. Please welcome our speakers. Ion Muntean, Director of the National Center for Sustainable Energy, Republic of Moldova. Victor Parlikov, Minister of Energy, Republic of Moldova. Margaret Weber, Ambassador of Germany to Moldova. Daniela Di Piero, U.S. Charge Affairs to Republic of Moldova. Soren Jensen, Ambassador of Denmark to Moldova. Mr. Muntean, all our attention is directed towards you.
Dear Minister, dear representatives of the diplomatic missions in the Republic of Moldova, dear friends of the energy efficiency, I welcome you to the first International Energy Efficiency Forum in Republic of Moldova. We were thinking with the team how to celebrate the putting in operation the first financing program dedicated to the residential sector, and we decided to organize this forum to invite all our partners, all our friends, to share their experience in implementing such projects in the Republic of Moldova. Building sector is the most energy-intensive sector. The government of Republic of Moldova set out as second priority in the activity plan. We committed in the next years to retrofit more than 500,000 of heated square meters. 1.4 billion of Moldovan lei were planned to implement and to finance the projects and programs in the energy efficiency residential sector. An institution was capacitated in this year in order to implement and to operate the financing instruments, financing mechanism in energy efficiency. A lot of efforts were made already two financing programs are operational, and we are happy to announce that this Monday was launched another important program, Eco Voucher program, for replacement of old inefficient appliances with new efficient ones. And yesterday we have registered more than 70 beneficiaries, which already managed to replace their old appliances with new ones. So a lot of efforts and resources were mobilized, and we understand very well the role of the private sector, of the companies in implementation of the governmental priorities in this regard. So one of the purposes of this event is to give clear signals to the market what will happen in the next years in order to allow them to align their business strategies to the governmental priorities. We prepared 2 days full of activities and interesting discussions. We invited experts from different countries, from Romania, Ukraine, Estonia, France, Italy, Germany, and other important countries to share their experience. We have experts from the non-governmental sector. We have representatives of the governmental sectors. We have invited also companies, and we planned also a B2B session between Moldavian companies and the international companies in order to exchange the experience, to facilitate the exchange of experience and cooperation. During the next days, we'll approach legal aspects, we'll discuss about the financing mechanism, we'll discuss about the role of the digitalization in improving the energy efficiency in the building sector, also gender and social aspects. We are confident that what we set out to build will be successful, and we invite you to join in achieving our goals. Thank you very much.
Mr. Parlekov.
Your Excellencies, dear ambassadors, dear colleagues, dear friends, I'm happy, I'm delighted to be here for this event because of the nature of the issue that we are going to be discussing and the format in which we're going to be discussing it. As you know, in the last several years, Moldova has leapfrogged tremendously in everything that is energy security. We have ensured the minimum level of energy security to be actually able to think long, to think about the future. And the first thing when we think about the future, of course, is decarbonization. And the first thing that when we think about decarbonization is energy efficiency of the buildings. I'm repeating these as mantras from one of my talk to the other, and probably most of you already can guess what will be my next phrases. But it is absolutely critical that everybody understands the importance of the issue, the magnitude of the issue, and the magnitude of the solution. Moldova consumes over 50% of all its energy in buildings. On the average, we consume twice as much energy to upkeep 1 square meter of the building, which basically means that about a quarter of all our energy balance is wasted. That means that is the equivalent of almost the entire volume of natural gas that we're buying and importing, regardless of the source. That means that while 30 years we were captive of narratives and captive of in discussions about the tariff for gas, about how we can get cheaper gas, about how we can bring down prices for energy, we have wasted all this time in terms of talking about and addressing, not just talking, but acting and addressing the core issue, no matter what the price for gas will be on the international market, no matter what the price for electricity or other energy will be, we will still be paying double bills if we do not address the issue of energy efficiency. And for us, this is more than just a strategy, more than just an important part of an ECP. For us, this is also a way to build public support for European integration. Because while we talk about European integration, people need to feel the difference. People need to feel what's in it for them. And one of the key things that is in there is the ability to significantly reduce their bills and significantly increase their comfort through energy efficiency investments. Moreover, if you look at it from the point of view of, broader point of view, from the point of view of economic development, it's probably difficult to imagine a better driver for economic growth than investments in energy efficiency. Ultimately, investments in energy efficiency are nothing else than construction works. So that means jobs, that means salaries, that means taxes, and in the same time, while we are paying all this, we are reducing our imports of energy. We are reducing our exposure to imported energy. And that's a double effect from the point of view of economic development. I truly believe that this event and the initiatives that we have started with a residential energy efficiency fund and what we're about to do with energy efficiency investments in the public sector with what we call the government-to-government super ESCO mechanism, when we set it in place, when it becomes active, it can actually drive more than €1 billion investments in Moldova in energy efficiency of buildings. And that's tremendous for the size of our country. And why I mention that it's not only the topic that thrills me so much about this event, but also the format, is because today, in fact, the biggest constraint in terms of transforming the country in terms of energy efficiency is not the financing. We have much more financing that we can actually today transform in work done, in buildings renovated, in systems upgraded. Today, it is a matter of it's not so much a matter of financing, it's a matter of implementation. That's why CNED, National Center for Sustainable Energy, while they can provide and serve as an instrument of financing this thing, the role of private sector is absolutely critical. That is why I love so much that this is Investor Connect Forum. That's why I love so much that we're having here private sector representatives. We do have a bottleneck here in Moldova when it comes to absorption of this money. We need companies that know how to work with the new standards, new materials, new technologies, with project management skills that would be driving the prices down and speeding up the absorption capacity. We need more competition. Today, unfortunately, we have only one company. We had only one company. Probably this year there's another one that can do some specific type of works related to horizontal distribution of heat instead of the former vertical distribution of heat in residential blocks. This limits extraordinarily our ability to deliver on the implementation of our policies. And I would love to use this opportunity to make an invitation, public invitation, particularly for the private sector from countries that already ran such and went through such transformative investment periods to come here, to make their presence here, to create to boost this investment absorption capacity here, also because whoever is here and is gaining the experience in working in Moldova will be much better positioned when the process of Ukraine reconstruction starts. The war in Ukraine will finish sooner or later. The infrastructure, the buildings in Ukraine are extremely similar to what we have here. The systems, district heating systems, technologies is very similar to what we have here. Whoever is present here and learns how to do it and learns how to work with it from the private sector will be much better positioned to take the lead and to speed up and to become a leader in doing the same in Ukraine when the reconstruction of Ukraine starts. So what I want to end up with and to wrap up with is thank you very much for being here. This is a strategic dimension, this is a strategic direction for Moldova. This is a tremendous opportunity for the private sector, and let us all together work, public sector policymakers, implementation units, international support, international financing organization. A lot of what we have done, and all our efforts in this respect have been supported and would not be possible without external support. EU, separately Germany, separately USAID and the US government. Those multi-stakeholder support, and I don't want to say that, I don't want to go into the entire list because I'm sure I'll miss someone. But there's France, by the way, and I'm seeing you. All these efforts would not be possible without our international friends. And let us all put together our capacities, policymakers, financing organizations, private sector, to transform Moldova, to set it on the European path, and to show the people of Moldova that the European integration is beneficial not only for, as the opposition claims, this is only the thing of the elites, of political elites, of Maia Sandu and the government. This is beneficial to every single one of us. We just need to demonstrate it to people. Thank you very much.
Minister, with such high consumption, getting to energy, to buildings, your words really do underline how impactful and meaningful is the subject of today's forum. Thank you. I'm honored to invite Margaret Weber, Ambassador to Germany, to Moldova.
Mr. Minister, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to open this forum on energy efficiency in public buildings together with you. The impressive audience of Moldovan stakeholders and international donors here clearly highlights the relevance of this topic. Energy security and efficiency, including the transition to renewable energy, are among top priorities of the Moldovan government. And during the last years, Moldova has undertaken important reform steps in this regard, inter alia by setting up the Moldovan Residential Energy Efficiency Fund and by creating the public institution National Center for Sustainable Energy. We highly commend the strong commitment with which the Moldovan government is working on energy transition. Moldovan people will benefit tomorrow from efforts made today. Already before, but especially after the energy crisis in 2022-23, have energy efficiency and security become issues of increased attention. As the Minister said, until today, public and residential buildings account for a particularly large share of the total energy consumption in Moldova. The Moldovan government has acknowledged the huge potential for energy efficiency in this sector and has set corresponding objectives. In consequence, energy security and efficiency also have become an additional focus of our bilateral cooperation. The challenge is to create sustainable structures and mechanisms to reduce energy costs and guarantee energy security and efficiency in a longer term. Since November 2023, Germany has been supporting Moldova with a specific project focusing on energy efficiency in the building sector. It aims at supporting the setup and operationalize the Moldovan Residential Energy Efficiency Fund. During the meeting of the Moldova Partnership Platform 2 weeks ago, we signed a letter of intent with our Moldovan partners and colleagues from Norway and the EU about additional funding. Also, together with our French partners, we are preparing an ambitious investment project in the field of energy efficiency in public buildings, particularly targeting hospitals and educational buildings. Germany, through KfW, will provide 38.7 million euro grant funding, and France, through AFD, will provide a 30 million euro concessional loan. Ladies and gentlemen, improving the energy efficiency of public buildings translates into numerous benefits that extend well beyond immediate energy savings. It represents a significant stride towards a more sustainable, cost-effective, and environmentally responsible future for Moldova. I'm proud that Germany can be part of this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Allow me to invite Daniela Dipero, U.S. Charge d'Affaires to the Republic of Moldova.
Domnule ministru Parlikov, stimați colegi și parteneri, aș dori să mulțumesc partenerilor noștri de la Centrul Național Energie Durabile pentru organizarea acestui eveniment important. Statele Unite colaborează cu Centrul și Ministrul Energiei pentru a asigura mai eficient și mai accesibil cetățenii moldoveni cu energie. Moldova se confruntată cu provocări semnificative de securitate energetică și prețuri mari din cauza dependenței sale istorice de sursele de gaze de electricitate rusești. În ultimii 2 ani, Statele Unite au alocat, prin USAID, 486 milioane de dolari pentru a ajuta Moldova să asigure energie la prețuri accesibile și stabile. Aceste fonduri au susținut achizițiile critice de energie. Electricitatea s-a furnizat genitoare de urgență, echipamente de securitate cibernetică și panouri solare pentru a consolida capacitatea energetică. Vom contribui cu finanțare la proiectele de infrastructură critică pentru a transforma sectorul energetic al Moldovei. Această inițiativă va consolida conectivitatea cu Europa și vor crea noi oportunități de colaborare pentru sectorul privat. Desigur, investițiile în infrastructură nu sunt suficiente pentru a garanta securitatea energetică al Moldovei. Prin colaborare, sectorul public și privat trebuie să dezvolte soluții de energie curate și eficiență energetică pentru a obține o reziliență și durabilitatea reală. Acordăm asistență pentru a consolida capacitățile agenților energetice din Moldova, cum ar fi Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă, în timp ce colaborăm cu instituții precum Centrul de Formare Continuă, Eficiență Energetică a Clădirilor Publice și Institutul Cybercore, pentru a ne asigura că Moldova are acces la competențele și tehnologiile pentru tranziție spre o economie cu energie curată. Vă mulțumesc!
Thank you. It's my honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Soren Sientsien, Ambassador of Denmark to Republic of Moldova.
Dear colleagues, dear partners, dear friends, I'm also very pleased to be here today at the opening of this first forum dedicated to innovation solutions to increase energy efficiency in buildings. For as we all know, and as I think we've also heard very well expressed by the Minister, the best energy and the cheapest is the energy we don't use. So ensuring better energy efficiency in buildings, in our homes, our kindergartens, our schools, our hospitals, our factories, our office buildings, in other words, in all the places that we live our lives, is always a good investment. Not only does it save us money, which is important, of course, enough in itself, but in today's world, it also reduces our energy dependency, which in turn enhances our security. And, as we've also heard, as the greatest prize, it helps us to address the biggest threat facing humanity at this time, which is the ever-increasing effect of global warming and climate change. That's why I'm happy to see a growing interest in ensuring better energy efficiency here in Moldova, demonstrated by the attendance today of so many representatives of different industries, researchers, decision makers, and practitioners. And we owe great thanks to the National Center for Sustainable Energy and the Ministry of Energy and the development partners for organizing today's event. Denmark has had now for a number of years a development program with Moldova. It's being enhanced these years, but main focus of that is actually energy independency and green transition. As new ambassador to Moldova, I arrived only in January. I've already experienced progress in Moldova's path towards strengthening energy independence of the country. Only a few months ago, Moldova approved new legislation on these so-called sandboxes. It's a legislative framework similar to what we have developed in Denmark. This legislation allows companies and innovative partners to try out new ideas in Moldova. This approach is important and necessary for innovative energy solutions, and I'm extremely proud that Denmark served as an example and as a partner with UNDP to make this happen. Also, only last week I had the pleasure of attending the opening of a solar park in Bucharest here in Moldova. The investment was made by the Danish company Danish Renewables. It's a company dedicated to the green energy transformation in Moldova. And this new park that they opened, along with others they are opening or have already opened, will generate more than 30 megawatts of sustainable energy at affordable prices, or enough for the electricity consumption, I should say, of up to 50,000 Moldovan households. So an important step into the more green future. But today's topic is energy efficiency in buildings. And Denmark, I think, can boast itself of having probably the most comprehensive framework for ensuring energy efficiency in our buildings. The main components of this include a strict building code that sets specific measures for new and existing buildings in order to make the energy consumption more efficient. We also have energy efficiency labeling, and we have targeted information campaigns on energy efficiency. But most importantly, for the energy efficiency system in Denmark, we have a strong involvement of all relevant industries. In fact, the success of Denmark in this sector is based on the fundamental triangle between the government as legislators and regulators, the educational sectors, the university, the technical universities, as the innovators, as the incubators, and of course of the businesses as the units who in the end of the day promote and implement these solutions. That's why we've fostered the companies who today are world leaders on energy water pumps, Grundfos, on thermostats, Danfoss, on effective, energy-efficient windows, Velux, and of course of insulation material, which cannot burn, by the way, and is extremely effective in insulating buildings, Rockwool, who are producing, by the way, just in Pitești in Romania. I think Moldova can benefit from our experience. Also here in Moldova, advancing energy efficiency will require close cooperation with dialogue and meaningful incentives involving all relevant stakeholders. And as ambassador here, I'm happy we can play our part with our partners and with others to promote this model for Moldova. So, again, this forum does provide us with a unique opportunity to learn from the best practices of others and to create connections and build partnerships between relevant actors in government, in industry, and beyond. And I hope the next 2 days will be fruitful and that the exchange of knowledge and experience will help you make informed decisions about building the Moldovan framework aligned to EU standards. Thank you and have a fruitful forum.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can all thank all our speakers for their supporting messages and sharing their thoughts and perspective with us. So let's thank them with a round of applause, everyone. Our first session on the legislative frameworks that support energy efficiency in buildings. A forward-thinking and well-regulated approach is critical for promoting energy-efficient practices and innovations. We will now hear from our speakers, who will guide us through the current perspective legislative developments in this area.
Thank you very much. So, before diving in the core of the discussions of today's topic, I will prefer to make a short presentation about the center, about the National Center for Sustainable Energy, as it is a new institution, and for many of you, it is didn't manage to learn about our priorities, about our organizational aspects, about our mission, and so on. So the center is a public institution which was created based on the reorganization of the former Energy Efficiency Agency, and started to operate starting with this year. It is a public institution subordinated to the Ministry of Energy, and it's responsible for implementation of the state policy in energy efficiency and renewables. Also to provide financial assistance in the implementation of the financing and financing programs implemented at national level. So the changes refers to the status of the entity. So now we are a legal entity under the public law to self-management. We have the strategies and the priorities of the center approved by the Council of the Center, which includes 7 representatives delegated from different ministries. And what is new is the Financing and Risk Committee. All the financing decisions within the Financing and Risk Committee are taken by 5 individual experts, independent experts. 2 of them are delegated by the financing partners. And the role of the Council is more on the supervisory aspects. The center is organized in 3 directorates. One is on administrative, it is dedicated for administrative aspects, legal, accountability, IT, H&R, and so on. The second one, it's mandated on implementation of the policies, is dealing with everything related to energy audits, energy certification of the buildings, energy labeling, and so on. And the new directorate in the institution is the the one dedicated to the implementation of the energy efficiency programs and projects. And here we have included the implementation unit for the eco-voucher program, financing program dedicated to increase the energy efficiency in residential sector, and will be included also other project implementation units depending on the projects and programs we'll implement. So what is also new, we have more flexibility by setting up the projects, programs, implementation units on demand. And we assure, and what is important, that we'll be ensured continuity of the activities of the projects, that, considering that the administrative part of the institution will remain and will ensure the continuity, and only the key elements of the project, key parts of the project implementation units will be replaced. We are able also to operate commercial accounts. This is very important for the better flexibility with development partners. Also, we have the possibility of financing the activity through implementation projects and programs. This ensures the sustainability of our activity and allow us to to hire professionals and keep them in our institution. Also, we are able to prompt allocation of resources for contributions to the possible international projects which we try to access. Related to the impact of the energy consumption, so the center in the end has to have an important impact on the energy consumption of the final beneficiaries. Is it public sector, residential sector, or industry? We promote green technologies and pay attention to the education and awareness. Starting with this year, we already pleased to operate an important national program, eco-voucher program, which was piloted in partnership with UNDP, financed by EU. And now, this Monday, we launched the first session of the national program for 7,771 beneficiaries. And as I mentioned later, as I mentioned already, more than 70 beneficiaries managed to redeem their vouchers and to eco-vouchers and to replace old appliances with new efficient ones. The second important program is the financing program dedicated to residential sector. We have identified 25 beneficiaries in the first call. During the second call, we identified 38 beneficiaries. We are with all of them at different stages. With some of them are in process of contracting energy audits. In case of others, the energy audits were completed. In other cases, we already contracted the technical design, and the technical design is in process. Also, we have the GCIP program for supporting the new startups in energy efficiency, and we financed so far 15 ideas, 15 companies. This year, we intend to identify 5 new ideas, new companies, and to support them. Also, with USAID support MESA program, we are in process of piloting a new financing mechanism dedicated to the public sector, to the public buildings, by using the savings from the energy efficiency projects which are implemented to finance to pay back the investments. So far, we approved to be piloted 3 buildings, and we work together with the team on the development of the regulatory framework. Of course, all our initiatives cannot be implemented without the support of our partners, which we are very thankful, and we rely on their support in the future. Thank you very much.
I want to invite Carolina Novak, State Secretary at the Ministry of Energy at Republic of Moldova.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you so much to, actually I'm quite happy to see so many in the room for today, for such an event. I know how this all started. I remember even at the start of setting the ministry, and first of all, I want to thank Minister Parlikov for his vision, prioritizing energy efficiency, building this, putting it forward, the main components for the Energy Efficiency Fund, and then as well pushing ahead for the public buildings renovation. That's how we managed as well to have the second top priority of the government. I want to remind you is energy efficiency, it's renovation of public buildings. So that's, it's first and foremost the vision that says it all, that puts forward and brings the projects up front. Second, I want to thank all our partners for believing into this vision, for aligning towards our efforts. You know all who you are, and I just wanted to say a big thank you. It was perhaps in energy efficiency we have by far the biggest collaborative framework, I can call it. And today's event is evidence to that. Likewise, I want to thank CNED team, so National Center of Sustainable Energy, for all the effort put forward, for the team that you managed to shape and working to implement all these programs ahead. And the last message is towards companies, because no matter how many programs we can put forward, no matter how much funding we can manage to succeed and drive into this, in absence of your participation, we will simply not manage to advance with these respective programs. And now I'll switch to my presentation, because now we're talking beyond energy efficiency law. There is also energy performance of the buildings, which we have approved at the ministry level last year, and there is still a huge package of legislation, secondary legislation that derives from this law. This is more a general, let's say, slide underlining who are the main actors. Yeah, you know very well. So we, at the Ministry of Energy, on one hand, we are right now finalizing the National Energy and Climate Plan. As I mentioned, the EPB, or the Energy Performance Buildings Law, was approved last year. In parallel, my colleagues, our experts, we are working towards finalization, and here I want to thank UNDP as well for their support on finalizing the sectorial strategy for renovation of National Building Fund, as well to USAID colleagues for supporting us with the finalization of NZEB plan as well. Moreover, we are working towards the regulation for certification and registration of energy auditors. This was approved before, but more or less this is just to give you a hint on what and who are the main actors on energy performance of the buildings. Of course, Ministry of Infrastructure and Regional Development plays a huge role here, first and foremost on the methodology of calculation of energy performance of buildings, as well on minimum requirements. And their executive branch, which is the National Inspectorate for Technical Supervision, they of course are the institution which on one hand does the ensures the control mechanism, detects non-conformities, but also initiates all those required instructions, and clearly they work hand in hand with the National Center of Sustainable Energy. Okay, in terms of commitments, and also some of you might ask, why are we so focused and why is actually energy efficiency the second top priority at the government? We also, as a candidate country towards the EU and a contracting party towards energy community, we have a few binding targets. Which are those? On one hand, of course, we have the GHG emission reduction target with 68% by 2030 in comparison with 1990s. Second, we have the energy consumption reduction, or keeping this target towards no more than 2,800 1,000 kilotons by 2030 as a final energy, and 3,000 for primary energy. The same goes, the second commitment, it's on 3% energy efficiency measures we have to implement for public buildings. There's already a governmental decision on this specifically, adopted last year, where we have enlisted the 9 buildings, the 9 hospitals, or 16 buildings, is the project which we are implementing with EIB, BRD, and with the support of the EU to renovate these biggest hospitals. Plus, it's considered as well the governmental building. And the third commitment, which as well puts forward and drives all these projects, is saving annually at least 0.8% of the average value of the energy consumption, and that's compared with 2019. Now, I like this slide very much because numbers, they speak for themselves. Minister mentioned, right, roughly, basically 42% of the energy consumption is represented by buildings as such. Now, out of this 42%, we have the following numbers. Basically, around, I think there's a minor mistake, but the residential buildings represent almost 90% of this overall building stock, and the rest is being then represented by the public sector. But more importantly, what I like about this slide as well, let's see. No, this doesn't function. If you look on the other graph, the structure of dwellings, most of the buildings in Moldova, they were built between 1950 and 1990. What does this say? On one hand, that the highest standards on energy efficiency and energy performance, they also perhaps did not exist within that period. But that indicates also why the quality of energy efficiency is so low for the current building stock that we have, and the required measures that we will have to deploy. Now, this is the most important slide, and it indicates all the, on one hand, challenges, strategic situation, and next steps which we have to take. First challenge is as such, as I mentioned, given that most of the building stock, roughly 90%, was built before 90s, so we have quite a huge number of outdated buildings which require even deep renovation. We are right now in the drafting process, working process for this long-term strategy for buildings in the whole building stock. So there are 3 scenarios. One is simple, medium, and deep renovation. I will not scare you with numbers, but basically towards 2050, we're not talking about 1 billion, but it starts from 13 to even up to 60 billion. Again, what is the strategic situation on this specifically? So on one hand, we have to facilitate the conditions for renovation of these buildings. That's on one hand, and define those minimal requirements. That's on the side of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Regional Development. That's why this collaborative and alignment between the 2 institutions is key. Additionally, the foundations of these buildings will also have to be evaluated. The situation quite often in Moldova is also that before renovating a building, we'll also have to assess whether that building can even support that whole renovation, or maybe a new building from scratch has to be built. As I mentioned, next steps, indeed, we are working on this next, this long-term strategy renovation for National Building Fund, as well the NZEP plan, National Strategy, Energy Strategy 2050. We aim by next year, Q1, to have this strategy approved, and I highly invite you for your input on this strategy. And of course, the financial products which we will have to define as well while we go ahead with all those projects energy efficiency projects for public institutions. The second major challenge, this red dot doesn't function, but okay. Inefficient thermal district heating, because 65% of the population in Chisinau, they are getting heated by the district heating. So we have Termoelectrica. It's the main CHP in the country, state-owned, and we highly value the role of this company. And now the challenge is that, indeed, the big challenge here is that for most of the buildings we have to switch. We have to switch on one hand from, that's not me. No, that's him. We have to, on one hand, switch from vertical distribution of thermal agent to horizontal distribution. The same goes with individual heating substations. I will not delve, most of us, we know the issues, there are lots of experts. What are we doing about this? On one hand, we are working with the World Bank for this sustainable heating roadmap, which the main component there is, of course, the CHP, but I will delve in the other details as well. And the question is, how do we make sure that we manage to decarbonize this heating sector towards 2050? And this is the way to start. That's why we are working, my colleagues are working currently with EBRD for this project to install the individual heating substations and switch to horizontal distribution, which will allow a higher control for consumers to have their heating, on one hand, to have those individual heat meters of final users and to allow for more comfort and to allow for them to reduce their bills. On sustainable heating roadmap, so what are the main components there? I think by next year this should be finalized, this roadmap with all its priorities. But biomass is being considered there. And when I say biomass, it's not just the wood consumption, firewood consumption as we know it, because 65% of our population, that's how they are getting heated up. But we are talking about pellets, briquettes. How do we manage to put a market forward? Yeah, on one hand that we have the right technologies for this biomass, but also we have, we stimulate our internal market to have those primary products. As well, heat pump capacity improvements. Next year, okay, time is running out. Next year we will also develop, we will have a product specifically designed for all the other categories, energy vulnerable categories, as part of the Residential Energy Efficiency Fund. The same goes with the waste to energy. We just finished, with support of USAID, a study on the morphological components of the waste, which will allow us to then develop and have specific projects on biogas and waste to energy. Last and not the least, clearly digitalization and smart metering is at the heart of it. When I say smart metering, not just for electricity, but also for heating. On renewables, I will not delve more into that. I think we already have made some specific adjustments with net billing. Main component here is that we allow, with the recent changes brought to the law, we allow for different generation point than consumption point, meaning you can have, let's say, consumers in a block of flats who have installed their PVs, I don't know, in a summer house that they have somewhere in a village or in a different field. However, they can benefit of that electricity produced from a different PV park. Lastly, and not the least, as a challenge, we have currently 4 projects for public institutions on energy efficiency. We will have to develop those products. There is a specific panel on that, and we will discuss on these specific elements. As I mentioned, by next year, first semester, we will have, first quarter, we will have the Moldovan Energy Strategy 2050 finalized. As mentioned, indeed, energy performance of the buildings is at the heart of it. It's highly, so the strategy's objective also has referred to the yearly renovation rate of 1% until 2030 and 3% until 2050. The challenge here is, again, how do we move from these multiple different projects for public institutions to having a more comprehensive project like is Super ESCO for public institutions. There is a pilot, we are working with USAID, however, we will have to work closely with Ministry of Finance and the ESCO companies to create that concept. I'll move quicker, okay. This is just to give you an indication of, from a legislative perspective, where do we stand? What are the key acts that has been developed and that my team is working then further on. We still have to, as I mentioned, to finalize this sectorial strategy for long-term renovation, as well the NCEP plan, and then the National Information System in Energy Efficiency with the support of CNED, which we'll have to implement. As well, some changes to the energy efficiency law, and the regulation energy audit for big enterprises and methodology for calculation of energy performance of buildings. This is on the side of Ministry of Infrastructure and Regional Development. Very important here, a very important point here. We have the regulation on procedures of certification of energy performance of buildings. What does it mean? With the support of USAID, Moldova Energy Support Activity Team, they will develop a soft and we will create the certification on energy performance of the buildings where we will have these energy evaluators, a new category. They are not energy auditors. So basically each new building built, renovated, will have to have this energy certification, or if that building or let's say apartment is being rented or is being sold, they will have to prove that energy certification. So more it will be then, there is a governmental decision which was approved recently. If you want to get to know more about this, we can discuss later and also check the regulation. But this will impact significantly the whole building sector in terms of price and make it more dynamic. So you will have situations when a flat is significantly higher in price or lower in accordance with their energy performance. And the last one. This is just to give you a glance of what is going to happen next with the new energy performance of the buildings directive, which has been recently approved by the European Commission. A few key elements here, I think. On one hand, there will be more focus being brought on demand-side response, so more digitalized approaches. There also will be a higher focus on installing, I think it's being mandatory right now within the directive to install PVs on new buildings being built. So that's something also looking forward. As well, having a one-stop shop for energy performance of buildings, independent control systems. Likewise, promoting green mobility. Already, FYI, in the current energy performance of buildings law, right now, we have some mandatory elements for having, for instance, public buildings, for having those electric chargers for EVs. These are important provisions to make sure that we expand the green mobility sector. Thank you so much. I look forward to discuss with you all. I look forward for the panels forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your consistent presentation. I want to invite Borko Rajcevic, Senior Energy Efficiency Expert at Energy Community Secretariat.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation. And it's a pleasure to be in Moldova, in beautiful Chisinau. I would like to give just a few slides presentation on how energy efficiency of buildings under the energy community framework works. It basically gathers 9 contracting parties, including Moldova, and includes energy efficiency under this broader selection of EU directives, and energy community helps basically to speed up or to facilitate also EU integration process, where also Moldova is in parallel. And I would like to, like after these two beautiful presentations, first to just note that the ministry is doing a lot of work, and on the other side, it was a great decision by the minister and to establish the institution by the government, and also to, that there is then a lot of resources to implement these activities. And I also would like to thank Mr. Muntean for giving exemplary presentation at the Energy Community Regional Group on Energy Efficiency, where Moldova is really in the short period becoming exemplary country for other countries in implementation of the, beside others, energy efficiency policy. Just quickly, so it was mentioned many times, the benefits of energy efficiency, but it's really, especially energy efficiency in buildings. When we look at citizens, all of us who are at the end living or working in buildings, the easiest way to somehow feel the impact of the energy transition, green energy transition, is through really when you feel it on yourself. And energy efficiency in buildings really bring this social aspect where thermal comfort, also the health, and either in public or residential buildings or commercial, it's improved. And also it has really strong impact, and it's also great to hear that Moldova is working very strongly on this poverty elevation. So instead of just giving these social vulnerable groups one-term support, it's much better to do it more systematically through implementation of energy efficiency measures and improving the quality of life and comfort in the households. What is also important, energy efficiency has multiple dimensions, and on the top level, it contributes to the energy and climate targets, and Ministerial Council of the Energy Community adopted 2030 targets. Mr. Novak mentioned the Moldovan targets, that they are transposed through national legislation and being under implementation. Very important is also for the energy community as a whole, similar like for EU, that these targets at the end of 2030 are reached. And one of the main documents, when we look at the policy framework, is this integrated national energy and climate plans, where they define various policies and measures, and also there will be first time next year in March this integrated reporting, where countries will provide more numeric and qualitative data on the progress in implementation. Here, just I wanted to show how energy efficiency dimension under these integrated plans plays a crucial role, and energy efficiency in buildings being one of the most prominent under measures planned for the, so these are measures for the whole energy and climate agenda to achieve these targets. And energy efficiency, for example, in Moldova reaches, so measures reach to 27%, and in some countries up to 40%. And also when it comes to funding and support needed, also energy efficiency has also a prominent role in these integrated planning documents. Under the energy community, we have clearly established legal and policy framework, so it's now based for energy efficiency on several directives. So for energy efficiency in building, very important is Energy Performance of Building Directive. We are still working under the previous version of the directive, but we hope also to at least certain elements of the new directive, which is adopted in EU, most recently in 2024, in May, to also gradually implement through energy community. And also energy efficiency directive is important because it provides overall framework, and also through several other mechanisms like energy efficiency obligation scheme and the role of energy companies through this scheme can also provide specific support to buildings. Private sector is very important, and this is something which also for building sector to have this somewhat increased scope and size of renovation is important, and energy performance contracting is one of the areas which is developed through the transposition and implementation of this directive. And public sector, which we heard that it's, for example, in Moldova, it's 10, can be to 15% sometimes. It's small sector, but public sector has this very important exemplary role, and this is why through this directive for energy efficiency in general, public sector is really strongly promoted either through renovations, through public procurement rules and other mechanisms. Then we have governance regulation when this integrated approach comes, including energy and climate plans, long-term building renovation strategies, and energy labeling at the end, where also Moldova has a lot of efforts to transpose, because it's in energy community, it's around 15 currently regulation for specific household, mostly appliances. And when it comes to renovation in energy community, we tried also to help countries with some joint discussion. We have a regional energy efficiency coordination group, which gathers European Commission from one side, member countries with representation of energy efficiency agencies or ministries, and also with donors and IFIs, where they discuss different challenges and ways to implement different aspects of energy efficiency, and one of them is definitely recognized as a complex is energy efficiency in buildings, because it has a lot of players, it's very complex for implementation in general, and we try to help, and together with European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, we published in December last year guidelines for putting building renovation strategies into practice, and basically, it is a pretty long document, but I just put here a few priority action areas which are recognized, and which we also can see that Moldova is also already doing and implementing. So this clear closing on the legislative regulatory gaps as an enabling framework is very important, and there is a lot of effort. So this is ongoing, but of course, as Minister also said, it needs a lot of support and partnership and assistance that country achieve full implementation. Then institutional capacity, both on the administrative implementation and also with experts in buildings industry, in all kind of aspects of like energy auditors, everything which is related to buildings needs to be further developed. And this also includes this sufficient capacity building in the country. Also, what is the purpose also of this conference? This is review the options for upscaled and innovative financing, and also at the end bringing this information somehow closer to the closely understandable to citizens, and this is maintained through awareness campaign, through availability through one-stop shops. So these are several elements which we recognize on the energy community level that it needs to be further somehow focused or prioritized, and we are working on this. And my last slide is just latest developments in EU, and also what is perspective in the energy community. So there were, in energy efficiency, there were most recently adoption of a new energy efficiency directive in 2023 and energy performance of building directive in 2024. It brings several important elements. So energy efficiency, first principle, is basically also important for energy efficiency in buildings, and it somehow always put into consideration when there is any policy decision or investment decision, either on supply or demand side, that also building renovation can be also put into equation and analyzed as a potential more economic or measure for implementation in the country. And this principle is also relatively new in EU. There were recent guidelines published just few months ago, and in the energy community we will at the next ministerial council put a recommendation that countries should basically gradually start to adapt institutional and legal framework to implement this principle through the energy community and on national level as well. And one more aspect which we were also planning to update our legal framework in the energy community is focus on alleviation of the energy poverty, and there is a study, just terms of reference is finished, so it will be launched very soon, and we expect beginning of next year to have some results. And on energy performance of building directive, maybe what is crucial message is implementation. So it's very complex directive, and there are even new updates, but for country what is important is that really what is currently in the policy framework it's being implemented, and while this new EU acquis, which is just new and fresh, there is still time for country to work on legislative updates. Thank you very much, and yeah, this was just a quick update.
Thank you. We can now move forward to our second panel of discussion, in which we will focus on the strategic vision and policy interventions needed to encourage investment in energy-efficient buildings. Effective policy can create the right conditions for innovations and attract investments in this critical sector. Our panelists will share their insights on how governments, international organizations, and the private sector can work together to drive forward the energy-efficient building practices. Let's welcome our experts as they get on the stage. Our moderator will be Alberto Biancardi, Director of Studies and International Relations at GSE. Mr. Victor Parlikov, Minister of Energy, Republic of Moldova, is also invited on stage. His Excellency Ambassador of EU Delegation in the Republic of Moldova, Yanis Mateiks. Andrei Bauman, MP and State Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Climate Protection and Energy Sector of Baden-Württemberg. And Dario Liguti, Director, UNECE Sustainable Energy Division. Mr. Biancardi?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organization because to have the role of a moderator for me is really a pleasure. We have already established a good network with your agency. Today and tomorrow we have the opportunity to enlarge to make better our knowledge of the Moldovan system. And now I have the opportunity to moderate this first high-level session. We do know that energy efficiency buildings are a fundamental step for attaining the decarbonization process. We know that this is true in Moldova, in Italy, in the Union, all over the world. I think that this panel is interesting because we can offer 4 relevant different perspectives, because we have around this table Moldova, the Minister of Energy, Germany, the EU delegation, and UNECE. So my general question for all of you, of course, is from your perspective, what is the plan, the vision, the strategy that you are thinking for easing this process, the relevant process? I would like to ask the Minister that you have already given us important elements, among all, for example, the need of interaction with private sectors, the availability at the international level of money, of funding, so the capability to be efficient in attracting this amount of money. So I would like to ask you to give us more remarks, more elements on your strategy. Thank you, Mr. Minister.
Thank you very much. Indeed, I will, shall I continue in English or in Romanian? English, okay. I will start probably from the prerequisites. In order to make anything happen, you need all multiple stakeholders to agree. Moldova energy efficiency, in Moldova energy efficiency is low because of many reasons. Reason number one was that for many, many, many years, our prices of energy have been low and have been subsidized, particularly through fiscal measures. And financing and investment in energy efficiency was simply not economically motivating. When you look at, my favorite example is with cars, the differences in policies when it comes to taxation of oil in the US and in Europe shapes an entire industry. The fact that in the US the strategic decision was to not tax additionally the oil fuels led to the fact that cars in the US, what we see today, is typically big cars, huge engines, high consumption. On the contrary, European Union has followed a strategy of heavy taxation on oil products. And as a result, we have countries where 60, sometimes more than 60% of the end user prices for oil are taxes. And that shapes a high price, and that shapes, that drives much more, much different pattern in terms of consumption of oil, and shapes an entire industry that, if you look at a typical European car, is smaller engine, much less consumption per 100 kilometers. Same is with many other things. In Moldova, traditionally we were considering that energy is, that we are a very poor country, everybody's poor. That was the prerequisite, that was the assumption, that everybody's poor. That's why energy as a social product should be subsidized. Energy as a social product should be cheap. And if you look at the narratives, what is in the information space today, even today, everybody's talking, and a lot of the talks is run around how can we drive tariffs for gas down? How can we reduce tariffs for electricity? Where in fact, if you look at it, we are already benefiting of a huge subsidy, huge fiscal subsidy for the consumption of both electricity and gas. Our VAT for electricity for households is 0% as opposed to a standard 20% rate. Our VAT for gas is 8% as opposed to a standard 20% rate. That drives the prices down, make the investments in energy efficiency less attractive, but also that reduces the budgetary envelope of the government to incentivize and to finance both vulnerable consumers and energy efficiency investments. So one of the reasons why energy efficiency was low was relatively low prices of energy and lower demand for such investments. Another thing is the financing. Financing of energy efficiency, if you look at the investment in energy efficiency as a business project, it pays back. It is a good investment with the right level of prices. It's a very good investment. It pays back. Question is, do you have the financing to ensure that if you invest in your energy efficiency, you will pay less for the financing than for the inefficiency? And unfortunately, the financial market in Moldova is not offering sufficiently long financing and is rather treating investments in energy efficiency of buildings as an instrument of, or through financial products which are more like consumer loans, like as if we're buying ourselves an iPhone, than investment in energy efficiency mortgage type loans. Whereas in fact, any investment in energy efficiency of a building is a mortgage type of thing that capitalizes the building, that reduces the operational costs, that extends the lifetime of the building. But the financing products are not yet there. And we understand these constraints. And that's the reason why today we are starting to trigger investments in the energy efficiency of buildings through very heavy subsidies given by the government to such investments. The National Center for Sustainable Energy runs the Residential Energy Efficiency Fund, which provides up to 70% subsidy, 70% grant component to investments in energy efficiency of condominiums. It provides up to 50% of grant to investments in energy efficiency of individual houses. Why do we start with such heavy granting programs? It's because we want to trigger the market, because we want to start this investment. We want people to see that this makes a business case. And we also want the banking sector to step in with other sort of financing, with other sort of financial products, and learn how to work with condominiums, for instance. There is no such experience, there's no such product that the banks can offer to condominiums. They're not a credit-worthy partner for banks. Therefore, we want to start triggering such investments through massive granting component. Eventually, when banks learn it, when demand is there, when people understand that it's worth borrowing for 10 years, for 15 years, because the payment on the loan will actually be significantly lower than the payment on the inefficiency of energy use, or the waste that you're basically doing in terms of energy, then people will start demanding these products. This is on the financial side. And the next constraint is the one I already mentioned, is the constraint on the implementation side. Our construction companies, our construction standards, our building codes are still to be upgraded. They are still to be aligned with EU energy performance of building directives and regulations. At this point, most of the buildings that are built in Moldova, even today, the new ones, they do not correspond to energy efficiency standards of the European Union. But in addition to the new buildings, this is easier to tackle. We can approve higher standards, we can impose it, it will be more difficult, the market will have to adjust, it will be built in the price, whatever. But what do we do about the old stock? What do we do with most of our buildings which have been built during the Soviet times, where energy was cheap, and the driving logic behind construction was to make it fast and make it cheap in terms of construction. Nobody cared about the energy efficiency. Nobody cared about operational costs, because costs of energy, again, were so low that it made no sense to make much savings on that. So what we're looking today is we're triggering the financing to go into this sector. That's what the logic behind our programs, that's the logic behind our policy interventions and implementation interventions. We're triggering money to flow into the sector, including through a massive grant component. This should bring in private sector and private commercial financing to start flowing into the sector. In the meantime, construction companies, buildings will build experience and will build track record to absorb these investments, because, and here is an important moment also related to the financing. Private sector will adjust and will increase their capacity to implement and to deliver on the works. But they need to be sure. They need a perspective. They need a medium term at least, if not a long-term commitment, that the investments that they are to make in people, in technologies, in stocks of materials, whatever, there is going to be a market for it. This is why it is extremely important that we institutionalize this residential energy efficiency fund and we give it a long-term perspective. That's why it is important that we have a longer-term strategy for renovation of public buildings and renovation of households. We need to give the private sector the certainty that the investments that they make today in building their capacity are going to make sense and going to bring them money tomorrow. Moreover, and I'm using this pitch every time I'm talking to the private sector in Moldova, Moldova is a wonderful trampoline for companies to be investing and participating in future to the reconstruction of Ukraine. The challenges we face, the infrastructure we run, the solutions will be the same. And the ones who will do it here, the ones who will learn and build their portfolio in a smaller country like Moldova, will be much better positioned to quickly increase their presence and, deliver in Ukraine, which has same infrastructure and same type of buildings. And probably the third element that I would like to mention here, apart from financing and building the capacity of the private sector, is the overall message that we send to the people. Is my job as a minister, one of my jobs, is to build the public demand, the popular support for these investments, much like for the renewables. It's not that we cannot do renewable projects. It's not that we cannot do energy efficiency projects. But depending on how people will treat it, depending on how important people will feel that is, the political leadership will, let's say, give it more or less attention, more or less priorities, more or less resources. That's why, for me, an important part of what I'm doing is to try to explain to people how the investments in energy efficiency will increase their comfort, reduce their bills, contribute to CO2 emission reductions, although, frankly speaking, in Moldova, this is not the main driving force behind this public demand for energy efficiency. It's the bills, it's the comfort that drives this investment. I'm honest with you. I understand we are aligning and we are doing this in line with the European policies for emissions reduction. But if you ask an average citizen of Moldova, frankly speaking, CO2 is not on the main priority list. They are surviving mode. Particularly after the last several winters when we had exorbitant prices for energy. That's why my job is to also build the popular support, to also build for the issue of energy efficiency to rank higher and higher on the political priorities of our government. And regardless of what the government is going to be, today already, energy efficiency of buildings is second out of the 20 priorities of the government. Maybe we don't make it first, but keep it at least second. And I'm sure that the investments will flow and people will feel and appreciate the outcomes of that. Thank you.
Thank you, really. I do agree that implementation is a fundamental step and the vision. And if I dare say, I would like to thank you for your enthusiasm on all this matter. So thank you again. So I move to Yanis Mazeix. I do apologize for my very bad pronunciation of you. of your surname, ambassador of the EU delegation. So my question clearly is how, from your perspective, the EU delegation, the Union, is managing this problem with particular focus on energy efficiency building in Moldova. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And perhaps I would add one more element to your question, and that's not only how, but also why. And my starting point would be where practically the minister ended. And for me, one of the starting points of why was the very dramatic winter of 2021. When all of a sudden everybody's bills had increased, and these bills were the news. And I remember very distinctly there was one piece of news about a granny from Gagauzia, and her bill was shown in the media, and I remember that her heating bill was larger than that I had for my place. And at the same time, I have my best guess that her place wasn't larger than mine. It simply was an indication that for decades, energy efficiency had not been an issue for her. So whenever you needed to heat better, you would just perhaps add the volume to your stove. Maybe sometimes it's the shortcut for people. But now I think everybody in Republic of Moldova has realized that we are living in a new reality, which has its downsides, but it has also lots of upsides. But getting back to your question, what and how we are doing, first I would like to recall that we do have this global framework of Global Gateway, which for the European Union is the point of departure in our investment in different areas, but also in energy efficiency. So it can be public and private partnerships that encourage investment in energy efficient solutions. It's also the financial support, such as loans, so that this would enable for more activities for those who want to have business in energy efficient technologies. It can also be the policy advice on the regulatory frameworks that support energy efficiency standards. And by the way, this is something that, as we had already seen from the involvement, well, I saw the presentation of the energy community. Well, that's part of what we are providing also for the Moldovan government, which is not less important than what we are doing on the ground. And also knowledge sharing and best practices. I think this also refers much to what was in that presentation. And finally, the capacity building, training and resources for increasing the skills of the stakeholders. But getting back to Moldova, energy efficiency did become very quickly one of our priorities as well. I can't say that it hadn't been our priority, because we had been implementing energy efficiency projects, frankly, before it became government's priority, because I'm not blaming this government, I'm more thinking about the previous ones. But I would like to highlight 3 examples that we have done, or we will do. One is what we have done is energy efficiency of some 25 buildings, most of them schools and kindergartens throughout the country, so energy efficiency, insulating, also making them more attractive, frankly, because the average kindergarten in Moldova unfortunately looks quite drab, whereas these schools and kindergartens that we have helped renovate are looking very much modern. The second project that we will implement is on energy efficiency of public buildings when it comes to hospitals. So we will help the energy efficiency of, in fact, I think it's the 8 biggest public hospitals in Republic of Moldova. So clearly all these same advantages. And finally, getting back to the people and their daily lives, we are now implementing or starting to implement the Residential Energy Efficiency Fund, which will have the budget of 10 million euros, and would cover more than 500,000 square meters. And since I hate abstraction, I did a back of the napkin calculation, how many households could it affect. So my best guess is it's somewhere between 5,000 to 7,000 households, because it depends on whether it's a house or an apartment. But that could be the average, which then would be already, I think, also not only the value in itself, but also the value for sharing the experience with all the others, because clearly it's not covering the whole population. But I think it's the best way for people to understand that this is the way to go, is to see that your neighbor already has his or her bill lower. And well, getting back to why, from our perspective, it's several benefits. One is the obvious benefit for the people, that their lives get more comfortable, but it's also about all the priorities that the European Union has for reducing energy consumption, for greening the economy. But also, I think what is relevant, what we have seen, for instance, in the case of the schools and kindergartens, it is basically these schools and kindergartens become magnets. Because unfortunately Moldova is facing the situation when the population is falling. So for these schools and kindergartens, it has been also a quite visionary step, because that has helped them to attract more students there in a situation when in other schools the number of students increasing. So what I'm saying here is that energy efficiency not only has these direct benefits, but they have the indirect benefits, and I'm not even speaking about the places of employment when you are implementing the energy efficiency projects, but it's also that it has the social benefits for the society at large. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you again, very interesting. I would like to suggest that we, talking as the GSC, we have already used one tool coming from the European Union, is a TAIEX. And we are trying to identify some other possibility. I think that we have a lot of possibilities working with other member states for sure, because a TAIEX only for one member state, a twinning, for example, can be up to 3 member states. And I think that your words are very relevant, because I think that we have a lot of possibility in capacity building and in other points of the system. Thank you very much for your remarks. So now I would move to the third speaker, Mr. Baumann. You have a very wide knowledge of energy efficiency from various perspectives, technical one, normative, economical. So I think that you have a presentation, so the question, of course, is the same from your country, which is the strategy, the tools that you are using for easing the process here in Moldova. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Alberto, for the introduction. Dear Minister, dear State Secretary, dear friends, in Europe, friends have to work together. And yesterday we signed a joint declaration of our administrations that we work together in the next weeks, next month, in energy transition, and so I'm happy to be here. Let me give you some insights of our experiences in energy transition and energy efficiency in buildings in Baden-Württemberg. Baden-Württemberg is a state in southwest Germany with 9 cities, with more than 100,000 inhabitants. Additionally, many people live in rural areas. This leads to locally different requirements for the energy transition. The interests of property owners and tenants are often in conflict. On one hand, the property owners usually transfer shares to the investment costs for renovation to the tenants, leading to increasing rents. Postponing renovations, on the other hand, means higher energy costs for the tenants. The property owners usually do not profit directly from the investment. In consequence, many older buildings in Germany, in Baden-Württemberg, do not get renovated. The number of involved stakeholders with diverse interests often challenges and delays the decision-making process for new projects. Long and complex processes and changing regulations lead to hesitations to the public to take actions. Let me come to CO2 cost sharing. This act is supposed to address the conflict between property owners and tenants. The CO2 costs of buildings were split between property owners and tenants depending on the renovation status of the building. This increases the motivation of property owners to take action for renovation and reduce their share of CO2 costs. Let me come to the Renewable Heat Act in Baden-Württemberg. This act defines the requirements for new heating systems installed in buildings since 2008. 15% of the heat supply has to be provided by renewables. Since this year, there's an amendment of Federal Building Energy Act. This act defines that 65% of the heat supply of newly installed systems has to be provided by renewable energies. This act was highly inspired by the Renewable Heat Act of Baden-Württemberg. Supporting this energy transition, Baden-Württemberg has established several organizations for independent and neutral energy consultancy. This includes the regional energy agencies, the state energy agency, and a competence center for renovating existing buildings. Besides these publicly funded supporting structures, civil action associations help transferring benefits to individual citizens, increasing the acceptance and awareness of the general public for energy transition. The individual renovation plan ensures a profound and holistic energy concept for each building designed prior to the renovation, avoiding lock-in effects due to uncoordinated renovation steps. The municipal heat planning is a key component and strategic basis for cities and villages how carbon neutrality in the heating sector can be achieved by 2040. A municipal heating plan identifies where heat grids, like here, may be available and where climate-friendly standalone solutions such as heat pumps are required. Therefore, a heating plan offers orientation for citizens. Baden-Württemberg acts as a pioneer in the heat planning. 104 larger villages and cities were already obliged to conducting heat planning. Besides that, the state has offered funding for smaller villages which voluntarily conducted heat planning. In this way, approximately half of the non-obliged municipalities in Baden-Württemberg could be supported. The Heat Planning Act of federal level, which obliges cities and villages in the future to conduct a heat planning, was highly inspired by the regulations in Baden-Württemberg. Especially when it comes to heat grids, the municipal administration is a major player for planning and progress. For almost 10 years, by now, Baden-Württemberg is maintaining the Climate Protection Agreement. In order to underline their leading position of cities and villages, their administrations joining the agreement support the role model position of the public sector, and additionally, they can receive additional funding for the projects. To get more investments for energy efficiency, public funding schemes have been implemented. The connected funding conditions also help the transition. Especially the funding of energy consultancy is expected to increase the number of renovation projects as people learn about the potential financial benefits of energy efficient buildings. That's why Baden-Württemberg has a focus on this aspect. An important role for the success of most projects plays the acceptance of the involved citizens and also the general public. Here, visibility of successful projects and the benefits is the key. Therefore, Baden-Württemberg has awarded several best practice projects. Let me come to the end. In recent years, we clearly see the growing success of the energy transition in Baden-Württemberg. The primary energy demand was reduced by about 18% between 2010 and 2021. With our support structures and early implementation of regulations, we achieved that now 60% of new buildings use heat pumps as major heating system. Many of the new regulations, which now have been implemented all over Europe due to the European Performance of Building Directive, are already existing in Baden-Württemberg. Everybody can access an independent energy consultancy. All in all, the experience opens new opportunities for our industry and supports a stable and sustainable economy in Baden-Württemberg. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Baumann, for your very interesting points. So now I move to Dario Ligutti. UNEC you have a very wide geographical area for your activity. So I would like to ask you how, from your perspective, you have a lot of information, a lot of interaction with countries in Europe, outside Europe, which is your vision, your strategy for easing the process here in Moldova. Thank you, Dario.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you, and good morning to everybody. Your Excellency, State Secretary. It's a pleasure to be here to talk about our experience in Moldova, but more larger terms across, as you said, the larger UNEC region, which goes from North America all the way down to Central Asia and the Far East, and covers, we've been working in energy efficiency across all of these countries, including the United States, including Europe, European Union. So we are able to learn a number of lessons, which I'll get into that. But first of all, let me tell you, we've been engaged with Moldova for many years in the specifics aspect around energy efficiency. First, we started off looking at energy efficiency improvements in small and medium enterprises. We've been talking, we have a big focus today on buildings, be public and residential buildings, but let's not forget about as well industrial buildings, which are owned by small and medium enterprises. Then we looked at energy efficiency standards across Moldova, but as well comparing to the rest of the region. We are finalizing, we are actually, tomorrow we'll be presenting together with our colleagues from UNDP an important guide on the energy efficiency and the conditions and the different technologies around energy efficiency, because this is a particular aspect. There are many technologies that are out there to support energy efficiency in buildings, and they range from the very basic to the analog systems to digital systems. And these are all very different between each other. They all have different challenges and advantages when being implemented, and we will be presenting the results of this guide tomorrow. So I invite everybody to participate in a workshop tomorrow early afternoon, where we will be presenting the results of this analysis. But let me summarize, if I may, in around 5 points, what are the main critical elements when we talk about the success of an energy efficiency campaign or an energy efficiency policy, which is driven by the government, which is the fruit, the product of the analysis of the work that we've been done across all of the countries that I mentioned before. So the first one is a comprehensive regulatory framework. And what I mean by comprehensive is it includes not only building standards, it does not include only the pricing of electricity, but includes as well the impact of electrification of certain issues. You know, electrification of transport, for example, energy efficiency, where you will have electric vehicles. That is a major game changer when it comes to energy efficiency in buildings, the role of buildings in the overall energy system of a country. It involves as well the Minister of Education. It involves, the State Secretary has mentioned, the Minister of Infrastructure. but the Minister of Education talking about, development of and training of the workforce, for example. So that is a very important overarching message, which is very hard when you work in governments because of the tendency of different areas of the government to work independently from each other, pursue their own policies, and come out with policy measures which are not compatible between each other. This is an experience that is across the world. It's not limited to any specific country. This is very true across the whole world. And so this is a very first important point. And so establishing, for example, an agency like the center goes towards addressing, mitigating those issues because it has a cross-ministry and a cross-department perspective. The second point I would say, and I mentioned that, is access to the most modern energy efficiency technologies and their affordability under the local conditions. Because there are so many technologies out there, but not all of them are economically viable under the local conditions. As the minister has mentioned, why for decades there was no focus on energy efficiency? Because it was investments which were not economically viable. Well, every technology has a different price, different cost of implementation, and some of them are, depending on the local conditions, on the local energy prices, on the local capacity for the government and the consumers to pay for those investments, and the availability of financing, as the minister has mentioned as well, dictate which technologies are viable and which are not. And this as well dictates what is your path, what is your achievements, what will be your achievements in terms of energy efficiency. The third one, which has been slightly touched upon, but I would like to focus your attention to, is addressing the behavioral barriers and the behavioral change needed. So the minister mentioned about the behavioral barriers, why people should be investing in energy efficiency. Okay, so that is the first, and he said one of his jobs is to convince people that it makes sense. But the second thing is, once you have made the investment, behaviors need to change. It's useless if you put LED light bulbs, and because it's cheaper, you don't switch them off. This is what happened in the US, actually, when, or in Europe, when we changed regulation, substituting LED lamps for incandescent, from the incandescent light bulbs, actually consumption did not decrease as much as we expected because people said, oh, this is cheaper, it doesn't consume a lot, I leave it on. This is a very important point which many times is forgotten because people focus on technology, on finance, but first and foremost, we need to think that energy efficiency comes from the consumer, from our own behavior. The fourth point is about bridging the digital divide. I want to bring this specific aspect because many technologies around the energy efficiency are of a digital nature, and we have populations, particularly I'm thinking about the more aged segments of our population, the more marginalized segments of the population, which lack those digital skills, and therefore are not able to implement, not able to use those technologies simply because of a lack of digital knowledge around that. So it's very important to make things simple for everybody to be, because otherwise they don't get social acceptance for that. And the last one is about addressing and the minister mentioned that, the lack of implementation capacity, which goes through training the future workforce, retraining the existing workforce, and retaining a talent pool. I mean, the energy transition in general, but the energy efficiency more particularly is an excellent opportunity for economic development. It's an excellent opportunity to retrain people who have skills which will be less used going forward, but without, it's labor intensive, and therefore without having the right skills, the right amount of technicians able to implement, it won't happen. And this is one of the most important. You and I come from Italy, and you know what happened when Italy issued the regulation about, the energy efficiency insulation in buildings, obliging with fiscal intents. Everything was very well structured. The issue, what happened is there was not enough people to implement those projects at the scale needed and within the time frame that the Italian government has decided at that time. And they had to review that policy many times because of the difficulty of the market, difficulty of private companies to follow that. So that is a very, very important point. And I would like to conclude that with a general message, which means the energy efficiency is probably one of the most important components of a just transition. If you get energy efficiency policy measures right, you will get the energy transition because there is social acceptance to it. If you don't, and we have seen that in Europe many times across many countries and in the United States as well, if it's not looked within the prism of a just transition, it just won't happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dario. Again, I think that you have really raised a fundamental point. I think that from a regulatory point of view, when we talk about energy efficiency in building, perhaps we are managing the worst problem because we have a lot of difficult issues to be managed. You have, for example, to take a decision today with effect in the long term. You have a very strong, the so-called path dependence condition. The path that you choose today has an influence on the possible path that you can select in the future. You have, Dario raised the so-called Jevons effect. Jevons is an economist of the late 19th century, so it's a problem very well known in the past too, that the behavior, now when you have a best device, best equipment, you use more, so the effect of tools is perhaps less important than your expectations, and so on. So it's perhaps it's easier to regulate other parts of energy and climate sectors. Renewables are difficult, but I think that energy efficiency is more difficult. So thank you, and we have a lot of skills, we have a lot of information, but we have a lot of problems to be faced. I don't know, because we are waiting for, is here. I would like just 1 minute for you, for the minister. We have received a lot of remarks, suggestions. If you have the possibility to make one request, one with, I understand that it's a very difficult question.
No, look, I'm coming from management, including project management world. So I'm thinking in terms of theory of constraints. And one constraint that I'm seeing here in Moldova in terms of absorption of this or investments and really scaling it up is no longer the financing. We have secured much more financing than we can absorb. That's why today my key point is private sector. Private sector, companies, please come with your project management capacities, with your new technologies, materials, to actually start delivering. There is a market for you here. There is a learning process that will happen here that will help you contribute to the restructuring or reconstruction of Ukraine when the war finishes there. So private sector, please come and start delivering. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think that now using the opportunities that we are offering in the event of today, tomorrow, the private sector will be interested. And of course, we are fully ready for give you any help, any information for easing the process here in Moldova. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. So, yes.
Yeah, we now have the honor to hearing to the speech of Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova, Mr. Dorin Recean. The Prime Minister has been a strong supporter for the efforts of improving energy efficiency in Moldova, and his message today will reflect the country's commitment in making progress in this area.
good morning, still morning, everyone. Thank you very much. I would like to appreciate very much your help in organizing this conference. Did you know that today is Carolina's birthday? Yeah, stand up so that everyone, yeah. We indeed have a great team in the Ministry of Energy that is so much involved in developing this field. Look, the energy is undergoing a huge transformation. Not sure it's revolutionary, but it's a fundamental transformation. We understand very much how energy is important in our lives, in industry, but altogether for the future. And the government is committed to do these transformations in such a way as to create opportunities for the private sector, like Minister Parlikov said. So what we are doing right now is adopting the legislation according to the acquis communautaire, and this is unifying the market rules across the whole area, including in Moldova. Yes, we are speaking about energy crisis, but this crisis somehow pushed us and pushed the investment into the right direction. Even though we see a little bit of slowdown in some of the areas that are related to environment, to energy, but I'm confident that the dynamics of this transformation will increase. As I said, we are committed to invest the resources necessary in this area. And by the way, Moldova is a good place for these investments, not only for us, but for the region, particularly now that we are part of the ENTSO-E, both in terms of, and we are integrated not only technically in the grid, but also commercially, having already marketplaces present, European marketplaces present here in Moldova. I think the next thing that we would like to experiment with is the balancing market, and both the government and the regulator is there to create opportunity for these kinds of markets. Now, I would like to emphasize once again the importance of private sector going into this direction, because indeed this is a huge opportunity. Energy saving, environment, electrification. And in this way, we will build a much better place for ourselves, and obviously a much prosperous environment for the people in Moldova, but also across the European continent and all the countries that are keen to implement the green agenda. Again, I would like to thank the panelists and the participants to the conference. Moldova, like everyone on this planet, is at the beginning. So let's work hard and to achieve our objectives. Thank you again.
Thank you. We have now reached our lunch break. Please take this time to grab a meal and continue any conversations and networking. Lunch is available in the designated area, and we'll be starting the next session at 1:30 p.m. So please take care to be back by then. Enjoy your lunch and see you soon.
Fondul pentru eficiență energetică în sectorul rezidențial din Moldova este un fond nou, gestionat de Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă, destinat cofinanțării măsurilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor individuale și a blocurilor locative, cu scopul reducerii consumului de energie, economie la facturi și îmbunătățirea condițiilor de trai. Cine este eligibil? Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu pot aplica la apelurile de finanțare organizate de CNED și obține granturi în valoare de 70% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a blocurilor locative. Suplimentar, proprietarii de apartamente înregistrați pe compensații.gov.md pot primi alocații de până la 90% din contribuția proprie, în funcție de gradul atribuit de vulnerabilitate energetică. Proprietarii caselor din localități rurale cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă pot primi granturi și alocații care acoperă 95% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a caselor, în limita plafonului eligibil. Reprezentanții CNED vor contacta proprietarii caselor și vor efectua vizite la gospodăriile acestora pentru a analiza eligibilitatea acestora pentru finanțarea proiectelor din ferm. Care sunt măsurile eligibile pentru blocurile locative? Izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului, înlocuirea ușilor și ferestrelor pentru locurile de uz comun, modernizarea sistemelor de încălzire și alimentarea cu apă caldă prin trecerea la distribuție orizontală a agentului termic, instalarea panourilor fotovoltaice, colectoarelor solare și a pompelor de căldură, modernizarea sistemului de iluminat și a lifturilor, instalarea stațiilor electrice de încărcare auto. Pentru gospodăriile casnice cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă, sunt eligibile următoarele măsuri: izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului casei, modernizare sistemului de încălzire și alimentare cu apă caldă, instalare centralelor termice pe biocombustibil, modernizare sistemului de iluminat, înlocuirea ușilor și geamurilor exterioare. Care sunt pașii pentru implementarea proiectelor? Pasul 1. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu urmăresc apelurile organizate de CNED și aplică pentru a beneficia de un audit energetic gratuit al clădirii. Gospodăriile casnice din mediul rural înregistrate pe platforma compensații.gov.md și care au atribuită categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă sunt identificate automat conform criteriilor aprobate de Consiliul CNED. Pasul 2. CNED va contracta serviciile de elaborare a auditurilor energetice pentru selectarea măsurilor de renovare energetică în cazul cărora se solicită finanțare din ferm. Pasul 3. Pentru a trece la etapa de proiectare și implementare a măsurilor de renovare energetică a clădirii, beneficiarii vor semna un contract de finanțare cu CNED pentru achitarea contribuției proprii. Pasul 4. CNED va contracta servicii de proiectare și executare a lucrărilor de renovare energetică a clădirilor beneficiarilor și va aloca banii necesari. Pasul 5. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu vor achita etapizat contribuția proprie conform unui grafic stabilit în contract. Proprietarii caselor individuale vor achita contribuția proprie înainte de începerea lucrărilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor. Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă urmează să lanseze mai multe produse de finanțare concepute pentru a fi accesibile tuturor gospodăriilor casnice, cu sau fără categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică. Aceste inițiative vor oferi oportunități pentru toți cetățenii de a beneficia de sprijin financiar în vederea îmbunătățirii eficienței energetice și a utilizării resurselor regenerabile în locuințele sale. Fondul pentru eficiență energetică în sectorul rezidențial din Moldova este un fond nou, gestionat de Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă, destinat cofinanțării măsurilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor individuale și a blocurilor locative, cu scopul reducerii consumului de energie, economiei la facturi și îmbunătățirea condițiilor de trai. Cine este eligibil? Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu pot aplica la apelurile de finanțare organizate de CNED și obține granturi în valoare de 70% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a blocurilor locative. Suplimentar, proprietarii de apartamente înregistrați pe compensații.gov.md pot primi alocații de până la 90% din contribuția proprie, în funcție de gradul atribuit de vulnerabilitate energetică. Proprietarii caselor din localități rurale cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă pot primi granturi și alocații care acoperă 95% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a caselor, în limita plafonului eligibil. Reprezentanții CNED vor contacta proprietarii caselor și vor efectua vizite la gospodăriile acestora pentru a analiza eligibilitatea acestora pentru finanțarea proiectelor din FERM. Care sunt măsurile eligibile pentru blocurile locative? Izolarea termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului, înlocuirea ușilor și ferestrelor pentru locurile de uz comun, modernizarea sistemelor de încălzire și alimentarea cu apă caldă prin trecerea la distribuție orizontală a agentului termic, instalarea panourilor fotovoltaice, colectoarelor solare și a pompelor de căldură, modernizarea sistemului de iluminat și a lifturilor, instalarea stațiilor electrice de încărcare auto. Pentru gospodăriile casnice cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă, sunt eligibile următoarele măsuri: izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului casei, modernizare sistemului de încălzire și alimentare cu apă caldă, instalare centralelor termice pe biocombustibil, modernizare sistemului de iluminat, înlocuirea ușilor și geamurilor exterioare. Care sunt pașii pentru implementarea proiectelor? Pasul 1. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu urmăresc apelurile organizate de CNED și aplică pentru a beneficia de un audit energetic gratuit al clădirii. Gospodăriile casnice din mediul rural înregistrate pe platforma compensații.gov.md și care au atribuită categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă sunt identificate automat conform criteriilor aprobate de Consiliul CNED. Pasul 2. CNED va contracta serviciile de elaborare a auditurilor energetice pentru selectarea măsurilor de renovare energetică în cazul cărora se solicită finanțare din FERM. Pasul 3. Pentru a trece la etapa de proiectare și implementare a măsurilor de renovare energetică a clădirii, beneficiarii vor semna un contract de finanțare cu CNED pentru achitarea contribuției proprii. Pasul 4. CNED va contracta servicii de proiectare și executare a lucrărilor de renovare energetică a clădirilor beneficiarilor și va aloca banii necesari. Pasul 5. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu vor achita etapizat contribuția proprie conform unui grafic stabilit în contract. Proprietarii caselor individuale vor achita contribuția proprie înainte de începerea lucrărilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor. Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă urmează să lanseze mai multe produse de finanțare concepute pentru a fi accesibile tuturor gospodăriilor casnice, cu sau fără categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică. Aceste inițiative vor oferi oportunități pentru toți cetățenii de a beneficia de sprijin financiar în vederea îmbunătățirii eficienței energetice și a utilizării resurselor regenerabile în locuințele sale. Fondul pentru eficiență energetică în sectorul rezidențial din Moldova este un fond nou, gestionat de Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă, destinat cofinanțării măsurilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor individuale și a blocurilor locative, cu scopul reducerii consumului de energie, economiei la facturi și îmbunătățirea condițiilor de trai. Cine este eligibil? Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu pot aplica la apelurile de finanțare organizate de CNED și obține granturi în valoare de 70% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a blocurilor locative. Suplimentar, proprietarii de apartamente înregistrați pe compensații.gov.md pot primi alocații de până la 90% din contribuția proprie, în funcție de gradul atribuit de vulnerabilitate energetică. Proprietarii caselor din localități rurale cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă pot primi granturi și alocații care acoperă 95% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a caselor, în limita plafonului eligibil. Reprezentanții CNED vor contacta proprietarii caselor și vor efectua vizite la gospodăriile acestora pentru a analiza eligibilitatea acestora pentru finanțarea proiectelor din FERM. Care sunt măsurile eligibile pentru blocurile locative? Izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului, înlocuirea ușilor și ferestrelor pentru locurile de uz comun, modernizarea sistemelor de încălzire și alimentarea cu apă caldă prin trecerea la distribuție orizontală a agentului termic, instalarea panourilor fotovoltaice, colectoarelor solare și a pompelor de căldură, modernizarea sistemului de iluminat și a lifturilor, instalarea stațiilor electrice de încărcare auto, Pentru gospodăriile casnice cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă, sunt eligibile următoarele măsuri: izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului casei, modernizare sistemului de încălzire și alimentare cu apă caldă, instalare centralelor termice pe biocombustibil, modernizare sistemului de iluminat, înlocuirea ușilor și geamurilor exterioare. Care sunt pașii pentru implementarea proiectelor? Pasul 1. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu urmăresc apelurile organizate de CNED și aplică pentru a beneficia de un audit energetic gratuit al clădirii. Gospodăriile casnice din mediul rural înregistrate pe platforma compensații.gov.md și care au atribuită categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă sunt identificate automat conform criteriilor aprobate de Consiliul CNED. Pasul 2. CNED va contracta serviciile de elaborare a auditurilor energetice pentru selectarea măsurilor de renovare energetică în cazul cărora se solicită finanțare din FERM. Pasul 3. Pentru a trece la etapa de proiectare și implementare a măsurilor de renovare energetică a clădirii, beneficiarii vor semna un contract de finanțare cu CNED pentru achitarea contribuției proprii. Pasul 4. CNED va contracta servicii de proiectare și executare a lucrărilor de renovare energetică a clădirilor beneficiarilor și va aloca banii necesari. Pasul 5. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu vor achita etapizat contribuția proprie conform unui grafic stabilit în contract. Proprietarii caselor individuale vor achita contribuția proprie înainte de începerea lucrărilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor. Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă urmează să lanseze mai multe produse de finanțare concepute pentru a fi accesibile tuturor gospodăriilor casnice, cu sau fără categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică. Aceste inițiative vor oferi oportunități pentru toți cetățenii de a beneficia de sprijin financiar în vederea îmbunătățirii eficienței energetice și a utilizării resurselor regenerabile în locuințele sale. Fondul pentru eficiență energetică în sectorul rezidențial din Moldova este un fond nou, gestionat de Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă, destinat cofinanțării măsurilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor individuale și a blocurilor locative, cu scopul reducerii consumului de energie, economie la facturi și îmbunătățirea condițiilor de trai. Cine este eligibil? Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu pot aplica la apelurile de finanțare organizate de CNED și obține granturi în valoare de 70% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a blocurilor locative. Suplimentar, proprietarii de apartamente înregistrați pe compensații.gov.md pot primi alocații de până la 90% din contribuția proprie, în funcție de gradul atribuit de vulnerabilitate energetică. Proprietarii caselor din localități rurale cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă pot primi granturi și alocații care acoperă 95% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a caselor, în limita plafonului eligibil. Reprezentanții CNED vor contacta proprietarii caselor și vor efectua vizite la gospodăriile acestora pentru a analiza eligibilitatea acestora pentru finanțarea proiectelor din FERM. Care sunt măsurile eligibile pentru blocurile locative? Izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului, înlocuirea ușilor și ferestrelor pentru locurile de uz comun, modernizare sistemelor de încălzire și alimentarea cu apă caldă prin trecerea la distribuție orizontală a agentului termic, instalarea panourilor fotovoltaice, colectoarelor solare și a pompelor de căldură, modernizarea sistemului de iluminat și a lifturilor, instalarea stațiilor electrice de încărcare auto. Pentru gospodăriile casnice cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă, sunt eligibile următoarele măsuri: izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului casei, modernizare sistemului de încălzire și alimentare cu apă caldă, instalare centralelor termice pe biocombustibil, modernizare sistemului de iluminat, înlocuirea ușilor și geamurilor exterioare. Care sunt pașii pentru implementarea proiectelor? Pasul 1. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu urmăresc apelurile organizate de CNED și aplică pentru a beneficia de un audit energetic gratuit al clădirii. Gospodăriile casnice din mediul rural înregistrate pe platforma compensații.gov.md și care au atribuită categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă sunt identificate automat conform criteriilor aprobate de Consiliul CNED. Pasul 2. CNED va contracta serviciile de elaborare a auditurilor energetice pentru selectarea măsurilor de renovare energetică în cazul cărora se solicită finanțare din FERM. Pasul 3. Pentru a trece la etapa de proiectare și implementare a măsurilor de renovare energetică a clădirii, beneficiarii vor semna un contract de finanțare cu CNED pentru achitarea contribuției proprii. Pasul 4. CNED va contracta servicii de proiectare și executare a lucrărilor de renovare energetică a clădirilor beneficiarilor și va aloca banii necesari. Pasul 5. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu vor achita etapizat contribuția proprie conform unui grafic stabilit în contract. Proprietarii caselor individuale vor achita contribuția proprie înainte de începerea lucrărilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor. Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă urmează să lanseze mai multe produse de finanțare concepute pentru a fi accesibile tuturor gospodăriilor casnice, cu sau fără categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică. Aceste inițiative vor oferi oportunități pentru toți cetățenii de a beneficia de sprijin financiar în vederea îmbunătățirii eficienței energetice și a utilizării resurselor regenerabile în locuințele sale. Fondul pentru eficiență energetică în sectorul rezidențial din Moldova este un fond nou, gestionat de Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă, destinat cofinanțării măsurilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor individuale și a blocurilor locative, cu scopul reducerii consumului de energie, economiei la facturi și îmbunătățirea condițiilor de trai. Cine este eligibil? Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu pot aplica la apelurile de finanțare organizate de CNED și obține granturi în valoare de 70% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a blocurilor locative. Suplimentar, proprietarii de apartamente înregistrați pe compensații.gov.md pot primi alocații de până la 90% din contribuția proprie, în funcție de gradul atribuit de vulnerabilitate energetică. Proprietarii caselor din localități rurale cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă pot primi granturi și alocații care acoperă 95% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a caselor, în limita plafonului eligibil. Reprezentanții CNED vor contacta proprietarii caselor și vor efectua vizite la gospodăriile acestora pentru a analiza eligibilitatea acestora pentru finanțarea proiectelor din FERM. Care sunt măsurile eligibile pentru blocurile locative? Izolarea termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului, înlocuirea ușilor și ferestrelor pentru locurile de uz comun, modernizarea sistemelor de încălzire și alimentarea cu apă caldă prin trecerea la distribuția orizontală a agentului termic, instalarea panourilor fotovoltaice, colectoarelor solare și a pompelor de căldură, modernizarea sistemului de iluminat și a lifturilor, instalarea stațiilor electrice de încărcare auto. Pentru gospodăriile casnice cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă sunt eligibile următoarele măsuri: izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului casei, modernizare sistemului de încălzire și alimentare cu apă caldă, instalare centralelor termice pe biocombustibil, modernizare sistemului de iluminat, înlocuirea ușilor și geamurilor exterioare. Care sunt pașii pentru implementarea proiectelor? Pasul 1. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu urmăresc apelurile organizate de CNED și aplică pentru a beneficia de un audit energetic gratuit al clădirii. Gospodăriile casnice din mediul rural înregistrate pe platforma compensații.gov.md și care au atribuită categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă sunt identificate automat conform criteriilor aprobate de Consiliul CNED. Pasul 2. CNED va contracta serviciile de elaborare a auditurilor energetice pentru selectarea măsurilor de renovare energetică în cazul cărora se solicită finanțarea din FERM. Pasul 3. Pentru a trece la etapa de proiectare și implementare a măsurilor de renovare energetică a clădirii, beneficiarii vor semna un contract de finanțare cu CNED pentru achitarea contribuției proprii. Pasul 4. CNED va contracta servicii de proiectare și executare a lucrărilor de renovare energetică a clădirilor beneficiarilor și va aloca banii necesari. Pasul 5. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu vor achita etapizat contribuția proprie conform unui grafic stabilit în contract. Proprietarii caselor individuale vor achita contribuția proprie înainte de începerea lucrărilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor. Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă urmează să lanseze mai multe produse de finanțare concepute pentru a fi accesibile tuturor gospodăriilor casnice, cu sau fără categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică. Aceste inițiative vor oferi oportunități pentru toți cetățenii de a beneficia de sprijin financiar în vederea îmbunătățirii eficienței energetice și a utilizării resurselor regenerabile în locuințele sale. Fondul pentru eficiență energetică în sectorul rezidențial din Moldova este un fond nou, gestionat de Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă, destinat cofinanțării măsurilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor individuale și a blocurilor locative, cu scopul reducerii consumului de energie, economiei la facturi și îmbunătățirea condițiilor de trai. Cine este eligibil? Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu pot aplica la apelurile de finanțare organizate de CNED și obține granturi în valoare de 70% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a blocurilor locative. Suplimentar, proprietarii de apartamente înregistrați pe compensații.gov.md pot primi alocații de până la 90% din contribuția proprie, în funcție de gradul atribuit de vulnerabilitate energetică. Proprietarii caselor din localități rurale cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă pot primi granturi și alocații care acoperă 95% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a caselor, în limita plafonului eligibil. Reprezentanții CNED vor contacta proprietarii caselor și vor efectua vizite la gospodăriile acestora pentru a analiza eligibilitatea acestora pentru finanțarea proiectelor din ferm. Care sunt măsurile eligibile pentru blocurile locative? Izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului, înlocuirea ușilor și ferestrelor pentru locurile de uz comun, modernizare sistemelor de încălzire și alimentarea cu apă caldă prin trecerea la distribuție orizontală a agentului termic, instalarea panourilor fotovoltaice, colectoarelor solare și a pompelor de căldură, modernizarea sistemului de iluminat și a lifturilor, instalarea stațiilor electrice de încărcare auto. Pentru gospodăriile casnice cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă sunt eligibile următoarele măsuri: izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului casei, modernizare sistemului de încălzire și alimentare cu apă caldă, instalarea centralelor termice pe biocombustibil, modernizare sistemului de iluminat, înlocuirea ușilor și geamurilor exterioare. Care sunt pașii pentru implementarea proiectelor? Pasul 1. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu urmăresc apelurile organizate de CNED și aplică pentru a beneficia de un audit energetic gratuit al clădirii. Gospodăriile casnice din mediul rural înregistrate pe platforma compensații.gov.md și care au atribuită categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă sunt identificate automat conform criteriilor aprobate de Consiliul CNED. Pasul 2. CNED va contracta serviciile de elaborare a auditurilor energetice pentru selectarea măsurilor de renovare energetică în cazul cărora se solicită finanțare din ferm. Pasul 3. Pentru a trece la etapa de proiectare și implementare a măsurilor de renovare energetică a clădirii, beneficiarii vor semna un contract de finanțare cu CNED pentru achitarea contribuției proprii. Pasul 4. CNED va contracta servicii de proiectare și executare a lucrărilor de renovare energetică a clădirilor beneficiarilor și va aloca banii necesari. Pasul 5. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu vor achita etapizat contribuția proprie conform unui grafic stabilit în contract. Proprietarii caselor individuale vor achita contribuția proprie înainte de începerea lucrărilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor. Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă urmează să lanseze mai multe produse de finanțare concepute pentru a fi accesibile tuturor gospodăriilor casnice, cu sau fără categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică. Aceste inițiative vor oferi oportunități pentru toți cetățenii de a beneficia de sprijin financiar în vederea îmbunătățirii eficienței energetice și a utilizării resurselor regenerabile în locuințele sale. Fondul pentru eficiență energetică în sectorul rezidențial din Moldova este un fond nou, gestionat de Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă, destinat cofinanțării măsurilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor individuale și a blocurilor locative, cu scopul reducerii consumului de energie, economiei la facturi și îmbunătățirea condițiilor de trai. Cine este eligibil? Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu pot aplica la apelurile de finanțare organizate de CNED și obține granturi în valoare de 70% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a blocurilor locative. Suplimentar, proprietarii de apartamente înregistrați pe compensații.gov.md pot primi alocații de până la 90% din contribuția proprie, în funcție de gradul atribuit de vulnerabilitate energetică. Proprietarii caselor din localități rurale cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă pot primi granturi și alocații care acoperă 95% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a caselor, în limita plafonului eligibil. Reprezentanții CNED vor contacta proprietarii caselor și vor efectua vizite la gospodăriile acestora pentru a analiza eligibilitatea acestora pentru finanțarea proiectelor din ferm. Care sunt măsurile eligibile pentru blocurile locative? Izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului, înlocuirea ușilor și ferestrelor pentru locurile de uz comun, modernizarea sistemelor de încălzire și alimentarea cu apă caldă prin trecerea la distribuție orizontală a agentului termic, instalarea panourilor fotovoltaice, colectoarelor solare și a pompelor de căldură, modernizarea sistemului de iluminat și a lifturilor, instalarea stațiilor electrice de încărcare auto. Pentru gospodăriile casnice cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă, sunt eligibile următoarele măsuri: izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului casei, modernizare sistemului de încălzire și alimentare cu apă caldă, instalare centralelor termice pe biocombustibil, modernizare sistemului de iluminat, înlocuirea ușilor și geamurilor exterioare. Care sunt pașii pentru implementarea proiectelor? Pasul 1. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu urmăresc apelurile organizate de CNED și aplică pentru a beneficia de un audit energetic gratuit al clădirii. Gospodăriile casnice din mediul rural înregistrate pe platforma compensații.gov.md și care au atribuită categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă sunt identificate automat conform criteriilor aprobate de Consiliul CNED. Pasul 2. CNED va contracta serviciile de elaborare a auditurilor energetice pentru selectarea măsurilor de renovare energetică în cazul cărora se solicită finanțare din ferm. Pasul 3. Pentru a trece la etapa de proiectare și implementare a măsurilor de renovare energetică a clădirii, beneficiarii vor semna un contract de finanțare cu CNED pentru achitarea contribuției proprii. Pasul 4. CNED va contracta servicii de proiectare și executare a lucrărilor de renovare energetică a clădirilor beneficiarilor și va aloca banii necesari. Pasul 5. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu vor achita etapizat contribuția proprie conform unui grafic stabilit în contract. Proprietarii caselor individuale vor achita contribuția proprie înainte de începerea lucrărilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor. Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă urmează să lanseze mai multe produse de finanțare concepute pentru a fi accesibile tuturor gospodăriilor casnice, cu sau fără categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică. Aceste inițiative vor oferi oportunități pentru toți cetățenii de a beneficia de sprijin financiar în vederea îmbunătățirii eficienței energetice și a utilizării resurselor regenerabile în locuințele sale. Fondul pentru eficiență energetică în sectorul rezidențial din Moldova este un fond nou, gestionat de Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă, destinat cofinanțării măsurilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor individuale și a blocurilor locative, cu scopul reducerii consumului de energie, economiei la facturi și îmbunătățirea condițiilor de trai. Cine este eligibil? Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu pot aplica la apelurile de finanțare organizate de CNED și obține granturi în valoare de 70% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a blocurilor locative. Suplimentar, proprietarii de apartamente înregistrați pe compensații.gov.md pot primi alocații de până la 90% din contribuția proprie, în funcție de gradul atribuit de vulnerabilitate energetică. Proprietarii caselor din localități rurale cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă pot primi granturi și alocații care acoperă 95% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a caselor, în limita plafonului eligibil. Reprezentanții CNED vor contacta proprietarii caselor și vor efectua vizite la gospodăriile acestora pentru a analiza eligibilitatea acestora pentru finanțarea proiectelor din ferm. Care sunt măsurile eligibile pentru blocurile locative? Izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului, înlocuirea ușilor și ferestrelor pentru locurile de uz comun, modernizare sistemelor de încălzire și alimentarea cu apă caldă prin trecere la distribuție orizontală a agentului termic, instalarea panourilor fotovoltaice, colectoarelor solare și a pompelor de căldură, modernizarea sistemului de iluminat și a lifturilor, instalarea stațiilor electrice de încărcare auto. Pentru gospodăriile casnice cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă, sunt eligibile următoarele măsuri: izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului casei, modernizare sistemului de încălzire și alimentare cu apă caldă, instalare centralelor termice pe biocombustibil, modernizare sistemului de iluminat, înlocuirea ușilor și geamurilor exterioare. Care sunt pașii pentru implementarea proiectelor? Pasul 1. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu urmăresc apelurile organizate de CNED și aplică pentru a beneficia de un audit energetic gratuit al clădirii. Gospodăriile casnice din mediul rural înregistrate pe platforma compensații.gov.md și care au atribuită categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă sunt identificate automat conform criteriilor aprobate de Consiliul CNED. Pasul 2. CNED va contracta serviciile de elaborare a auditurilor energetice pentru selectarea măsurilor de renovare energetică în cazul cărora se solicită finanțare din ferm. Pasul 3. Pentru a trece la etapa de proiectare și implementare a măsurilor de renovare energetică a clădirii, beneficiarii vor semna un contract de finanțare cu CNED pentru achitarea contribuției proprii. Pasul 4. CNED va contracta servicii de proiectare și executare a lucrărilor de renovare energetică a clădirilor beneficiarilor și va aloca banii necesari. Pasul 5. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu vor achita etapizat contribuția proprie conform unui grafic stabilit în contract. Proprietarii caselor individuale vor achita contribuția proprie înainte de începerea lucrărilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor. Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă urmează să lanseze mai multe produse de finanțare concepute pentru a fi accesibile tuturor gospodăriilor casnice, cu sau fără categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică. Aceste inițiative vor oferi oportunități pentru toți cetățenii de a beneficia de sprijin financiar în vederea îmbunătățirii eficienței energetice și a utilizării resurselor regenerabile în locuințele sale. Fondul pentru eficiență energetică în sectorul rezidențial din Moldova este un fond nou, gestionat de Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă, destinat cofinanțării măsurilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor individuale și a blocurilor locative, cu scopul reducerii consumului de energie, economiei la facturi și îmbunătățirea condițiilor de trai. Cine este eligibil? Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu pot aplica la apelurile de finanțare organizate de CNED și obține granturi în valoare de 70% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a blocurilor locative. Suplimentar, proprietarii de apartamente înregistrați pe compensații.gov.md pot primi alocații de până la 90% din contribuția proprie, în funcție de gradul atribuit de vulnerabilitate energetică. Proprietarii caselor din localități rurale cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă pot primi granturi și alocații care acoperă 95% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a caselor, în limita plafonului eligibil. Reprezentanții CNED vor contacta proprietarii caselor și vor efectua vizite la gospodăriile acestora pentru a analiza eligibilitatea acestora pentru finanțarea proiectelor din FERM. Care sunt măsurile eligibile pentru blocurile locative? Izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului, înlocuirea ușilor și ferestrelor pentru locurile de uz comun, modernizare sistemelor de încălzire și alimentarea cu apă caldă prin trecerea la distribuție orizontală a agentului termic, instalarea panourilor fotovoltaice, colectoarelor solare și a pompelor de căldură, modernizarea sistemului de iluminat și a lifturilor, instalarea stațiilor electrice de încărcare auto. Pentru gospodăriile casnice cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă, sunt eligibile următoarele măsuri: izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului casei, modernizare sistemului de încălzire și alimentare cu apă caldă, instalare centralelor termice pe biocombustibil, modernizare sistemului de iluminat, înlocuirea ușilor și geamurilor exterioare. Care sunt pașii pentru implementarea proiectelor? Pasul 1. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu urmăresc apelurile organizate de CNED și aplică pentru a beneficia de un audit energetic gratuit al clădirii. Gospodăriile casnice din mediul rural înregistrate pe platforma compensații.gov.md și care au atribuită categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă sunt identificate automat conform criteriilor aprobate de Consiliul CNED. Pasul 2. CNED va contracta serviciile de elaborare a auditurilor energetice pentru selectarea măsurilor de renovare energetică în cazul cărora se solicită finanțare din FERM. Pasul 3. Pentru a trece la etapa de proiectare și implementare a măsurilor de renovare energetică a clădirii, beneficiarii vor semna un contract de finanțare cu CNED pentru achitarea contribuției proprii. Pasul 4. CNED va contracta servicii de proiectare și executare a lucrărilor de renovare energetică a clădirilor beneficiarilor și va aloca banii necesari. Pasul 5. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu vor achita etapizat contribuția proprie conform unui grafic stabilit în contract. Proprietarii caselor individuale vor achita contribuția proprie înainte de începerea lucrărilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor. Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă urmează să lanseze mai multe produse de finanțare concepute pentru a fi accesibile tuturor gospodăriilor casnice, cu sau fără categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică. Aceste inițiative vor oferi oportunități pentru toți cetățenii de a beneficia de sprijin financiar în vederea îmbunătățirii eficienței energetice și a utilizării resurselor regenerabile în locuințele sale. Fondul pentru eficiență energetică în sectorul rezidențial din Moldova este un fond nou, gestionat de Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă, destinat cofinanțării măsurilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor individuale și a blocurilor locative, cu scopul reducerii consumului de energie, economie la facturi și îmbunătățirea condițiilor de trai. Cine este eligibil? Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu pot aplica la apelurile de finanțare organizate de CNED și obține granturi în valoare de 70% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a blocurilor locative. Suplimentar, proprietarii de apartamente înregistrați pe compensații.gov.md pot primi alocații de până la 90% din contribuția proprie, în funcție de gradul atribuit de vulnerabilitate energetică. Proprietarii caselor din localități rurale cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă pot primi granturi și alocații care acoperă 95% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a caselor, în limita plafonului eligibil. Reprezentanții CNED vor contacta proprietarii caselor și vor efectua vizite la gospodăriile acestora pentru a analiza eligibilitatea acestora pentru finanțarea proiectelor din FERM. Care sunt măsurile eligibile pentru blocurile locative? izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului, înlocuirea ușilor și ferestrelor pentru locurile de uz comun, modernizare sistemelor de încălzire și alimentarea cu apă caldă prin trecerea la distribuție orizontală a agentului termic, instalarea panourilor fotovoltaice, colectoarelor solare și a pompelor de căldură, modernizarea sistemului de iluminat și a lifturilor, instalarea stațiilor electrice de încărcare auto. Pentru gospodăriile casnice cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă, sunt eligibile următoarele măsuri: izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului casei, modernizare sistemului de încălzire și alimentare cu apă caldă, instalare centralelor termice pe biocombustibil, modernizare sistemului de iluminat, înlocuirea ușilor și geamurilor exterioare. Care sunt pașii pentru implementarea proiectelor? Pasul 1. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu urmăresc apelurile organizate de CNED și aplică pentru a beneficia de un audit energetic gratuit al clădirii. Gospodăriile casnice din mediul rural înregistrate pe platforma compensații.gov.md și care au atribuită categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă sunt identificate automat conform criteriilor aprobate de Consiliul CNED. Pasul 2. CNED va contracta serviciile de elaborare a auditurilor energetice pentru selectarea măsurilor de renovare energetică în cazul cărora se solicită finanțare din FERM. Pasul 3. Pentru a trece la etapa de proiectare și implementare a măsurilor de renovare energetică a clădirii, beneficiarii vor semna un contract de finanțare cu CNED pentru achitarea contribuției proprii. Pasul 4. CNED va contracta servicii de proiectare și executare a lucrărilor de renovare energetică a clădirilor beneficiarilor și va aloca banii necesari. Pasul 5. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu vor achita etapizat contribuția proprie conform unui grafic stabilit în contract. Proprietarii caselor individuale vor achita contribuția proprie înainte de începerea lucrărilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor. Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă urmează să lanseze mai multe produse de finanțare concepute pentru a fi accesibile tuturor gospodăriilor casnice, cu sau fără categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică. Aceste inițiative vor oferi oportunități pentru toți cetățenii de a beneficia de sprijin financiar în vederea îmbunătățirii eficienței energetice și a utilizării resurselor regenerabile în locuințele sale. Fondul pentru eficiență energetică în sectorul rezidențial din Moldova este un fond nou, gestionat de Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă, destinat cofinanțării măsurilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor individuale și a blocurilor locative, cu scopul reducerii consumului de energie, economie la facturi și îmbunătățirea condițiilor de trai. Cine este eligibil? Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu pot aplica la apelurile de finanțare organizate de CNED și obține granturi în valoare de 70% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a blocurilor locative. Suplimentar, proprietarii de apartamente înregistrați pe compensații.gov.md pot primi alocații de până la 90% din contribuția proprie în funcție de gradul atribuit de vulnerabilitate energetică. Proprietarii caselor din localități rurale cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă pot primi granturi și alocații care acoperă 95% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a caselor, în limita plafonului eligibil. Reprezentanții CNED vor contacta proprietarii caselor și vor efectua vizite la gospodăriile acestora pentru a analiza eligibilitatea acestora pentru finanțarea proiectelor din FERM. Care sunt măsurile eligibile pentru blocurile locative? Izolarea termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului, înlocuirea ușilor și ferestrelor pentru locurile de uz comun, modernizarea sistemelor de încălzire și alimentarea cu apă caldă prin trecerea la distribuție orizontală a agentului termic, instalarea panourilor fotovoltaice, colectoarelor solare și a pompelor de căldură, modernizarea sistemului de iluminat și a lifturilor, instalarea stațiilor electrice de încărcare auto. Pentru gospodăriile casnice cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă, sunt eligibile următoarele măsuri: izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului casei, modernizare sistemului de încălzire și alimentare cu apă caldă, instalare centralelor termice pe biocombustibil, modernizare sistemului de iluminat, înlocuirea ușilor și geamurilor exterioare. Care sunt pașii pentru implementarea proiectelor? Pasul 1. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu urmăresc apelurile organizate de CNED și aplică pentru a beneficia de un audit energetic gratuit al clădirii. Gospodăriile casnice din mediul rural înregistrate pe platforma compensații.gov.md și care au atribuită categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă sunt identificate automat conform criteriilor aprobate de Consiliul CNED. Pasul 2. CNED va contracta serviciile de elaborare a auditurilor energetice pentru selectarea măsurilor de renovare energetică în cazul cărora se solicită finanțare din FERM. Pasul 3. Pentru a trece la etapa de proiectare și implementare a măsurilor de renovare energetică a clădirii, beneficiarii vor semna un contract de finanțare cu CNED pentru achitarea contribuției proprii. Pasul 4. CNED va contracta servicii de proiectare și executare a lucrărilor de renovare energetică a clădirilor beneficiarilor și va aloca banii necesari. Pasul 5. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu vor achita etapizat contribuția proprie conform unui grafic stabilit în contract. Proprietarii caselor individuale vor achita contribuția proprie înainte de începerea lucrărilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor. Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă urmează să lanseze mai multe produse de finanțare concepute pentru a fi accesibile tuturor gospodăriilor casnice, cu sau fără categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică. Aceste inițiative vor oferi oportunități pentru toți cetățenii de a beneficia de sprijin financiar în vederea îmbunătățirii eficienței energetice și a utilizării resurselor regenerabile în locuințele sale. Fondul pentru eficiență energetică în sectorul rezidențial din Moldova este un fond nou, gestionat de Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă, destinat cofinanțării măsurilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor individuale și a blocurilor locative, cu scopul reducerii consumului de energie, economie la facturi și îmbunătățirea condițiilor de trai. Cine este eligibil? Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu pot aplica la apelurile de finanțare organizate de CNED și obține granturi în valoare de 70% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a blocurilor locative. Suplimentar, proprietarii de apartamente înregistrați pe compensații.gov.md pot primi alocații de până la 90% din contribuția proprie, în funcție de gradul atribuit de vulnerabilitate energetică. Proprietarii caselor din localități rurale cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă pot primi granturi și alocații care acoperă 95% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a caselor, în limita plafonului eligibil. Reprezentanții CNED vor contacta proprietarii caselor și vor efectua vizite la gospodăriile acestora pentru a analiza eligibilitatea acestora pentru finanțarea proiectelor din FERM. Care sunt măsurile eligibile pentru blocurile locative? Izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului, înlocuirea ușilor și ferestrelor pentru locurile de uz comun, modernizare sistemelor de încălzire și alimentarea cu apă caldă prin trecerea la distribuție orizontală a agentului termic, instalarea panourilor fotovoltaice, colectoarelor solare și a pompelor de căldură, modernizarea sistemului de iluminat și a lifturilor, instalarea stațiilor electrice de încărcare auto. Pentru gospodăriile casnice cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă, sunt eligibile următoarele măsuri: izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului casei, modernizare sistemului de încălzire și alimentare cu apă caldă, instalare centralelor termice pe biocombustibil, modernizare sistemului de iluminat, înlocuirea ușilor și geamurilor exterioare. Care sunt pașii pentru implementarea proiectelor? Pasul 1. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu urmăresc apelurile organizate de CNED și aplică pentru a beneficia de un audit energetic gratuit al clădirii. Gospodăriile casnice din mediul rural înregistrate pe platforma compensații.gov.md și care au atribuită categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă sunt identificate automat conform criteriilor aprobate de Consiliul CNED. Pasul 2. CNED va contracta serviciile de elaborare a auditurilor energetice pentru selectarea măsurilor de renovare energetică în cazul cărora se solicită finanțare din FERM. Pasul 3. Pentru a trece la etapa de proiectare și implementare a măsurilor de renovare energetică a clădirii, beneficiarii vor semna un contract de finanțare cu CNED pentru achitarea contribuției proprii. Pasul 4. CNED va contracta servicii de proiectare și executare a lucrărilor de renovare energetică a clădirilor beneficiarilor și va aloca banii necesari. Pasul 5. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu vor achita etapizat contribuția proprie conform unui grafic stabilit în contract. Proprietarii caselor individuale vor achita contribuția proprie înainte de începerea lucrărilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor. Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă urmează să lanseze mai multe produse de finanțare concepute pentru a fi accesibile tuturor gospodăriilor casnice, cu sau fără categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică. Aceste inițiative vor oferi oportunități pentru toți cetățenii de a beneficia de sprijin financiar în vederea îmbunătățirii eficienței energetice și a utilizării resurselor regenerabile în locuințele sale. Fondul pentru eficiență energetică în sectorul rezidențial din Moldova este un fond nou, gestionat de Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă, destinat cofinanțării măsurilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor individuale și a blocurilor locative, cu scopul reducerii consumului de energie, economie la facturi și îmbunătățirea condițiilor de trai. Cine este eligibil? Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu pot aplica la apelurile de finanțare organizate de CNED și obține granturi în valoare de 70% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a blocurilor locative. Suplimentar, proprietarii de apartamente înregistrați pe compensații.gov.md pot primi alocații de până la 90% din contribuția proprie, în funcție de gradul atribuit de vulnerabilitate energetică. Proprietarii caselor din localități rurale cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă pot primi granturi și alocații care acoperă 95% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a caselor, în limita plafonului eligibil. Reprezentanții CNED vor contacta proprietarii caselor și vor efectua vizite la gospodăriile acestora pentru a analiza eligibilitatea acestora pentru finanțarea proiectelor din FERM. Care sunt măsurile eligibile pentru blocurile locative? Izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului, înlocuirea ușilor și ferestrelor pentru locurile de uz comun, modernizarea sistemelor de încălzire și alimentarea cu apă caldă prin trecerea la distribuție orizontală a agentului termic, instalarea panourilor fotovoltaice, colectoarelor solare și a pompelor de căldură, modernizarea sistemului de iluminat și a lifturilor, instalarea stațiilor electrice de încărcare auto. Pentru gospodăriile casnice cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă, sunt eligibile următoarele măsuri: izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului casei, modernizare sistemului de încălzire și alimentare cu apă caldă, instalare centralelor termice pe biocombustibil, modernizare sistemului de iluminat, înlocuirea ușilor și geamurilor exterioare. Care sunt pașii pentru implementarea proiectelor? Pasul 1. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu urmăresc apelurile organizate de CNED și aplică pentru a beneficia de un audit energetic gratuit al clădirii. Gospodăriile casnice din mediul rural înregistrate pe platforma compensații.gov.md și care au atribuită categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă sunt identificate automat conform criteriilor aprobate de Consiliul CNED. Pasul 2. CNED va contracta serviciile de elaborare a auditurilor energetice pentru selectarea măsurilor de renovare energetică în cazul cărora se solicită finanțare din FERM. Pasul 3. Pentru a trece la etapa de proiectare și implementare a măsurilor de renovare energetică a clădirii, beneficiarii vor semna un contract de finanțare cu CNED pentru achitarea contribuției proprii. Pasul 4. CNED va contracta servicii de proiectare și executare a lucrărilor de renovare energetică a clădirilor beneficiarilor și va aloca banii necesari. Pasul 5. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu vor achita etapizat contribuția proprie conform unui grafic stabilit în contract. Proprietarii caselor individuale vor achita contribuția proprie înainte de începerea lucrărilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor. Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă urmează să lanseze mai multe produse de finanțare concepute pentru a fi accesibile tuturor gospodăriilor casnice, cu sau fără categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică. Aceste inițiative vor oferi oportunități pentru toți cetățenii de a beneficia de sprijin financiar în vederea îmbunătățirii eficienței energetice și a utilizării resurselor regenerabile în locuințele sale. Fondul pentru eficiență energetică în sectorul rezidențial din Moldova este un fond nou, gestionat de Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă, destinat cofinanțării măsurilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor individuale și a blocurilor locative, cu scopul reducerii consumului de energie, economiei la facturi și îmbunătățirea condițiilor de trai. Cine este eligibil? Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu pot aplica la apelurile de finanțare organizate de CNED și obține granturi în valoare de 70% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a blocurilor locative. Suplimentar, proprietarii de apartamente înregistrați pe compensații.gov.md pot primi alocații de până la 90% din contribuția proprie, în funcție de gradul atribuit de vulnerabilitate energetică. Proprietarii caselor din localități rurale cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă pot primi granturi și alocații care acoperă 95% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a caselor, în limita plafonului eligibil. Reprezentanții CNED vor contacta proprietarii caselor și vor efectua vizite la gospodăriile acestora pentru a analiza eligibilitatea acestora pentru finanțarea proiectelor din ferm. Care sunt măsurile eligibile pentru blocurile locative? Izolarea termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului, înlocuirea ușilor și ferestrelor pentru locurile de uz comun, modernizarea sistemelor de încălzire și alimentarea cu apă caldă prin trecerea la distribuție orizontală a agentului termic, instalarea panourilor fotovoltaice, colectoarelor solare și a pompelor de căldură, modernizarea sistemului de iluminat și a lifturilor, instalarea stațiilor electrice de încărcare auto. Pentru gospodăriile casnice cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă sunt eligibile următoarele măsuri: izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului casei, modernizare sistemului de încălzire și alimentare cu apă caldă, instalare centralelor termice pe biocombustibil, modernizare sistemului de iluminat, înlocuirea ușilor și geamurilor exterioare. Care sunt pașii pentru implementarea proiectelor? Pasul 1. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu urmăresc apelurile organizate de CNED și aplică pentru a beneficia de un audit energetic gratuit al clădirii. Gospodăriile casnice din mediul rural înregistrate pe platforma compensații.gov.md și care au atribuită categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă sunt identificate automat conform criteriilor aprobate de Consiliul CNED. Pasul 2. CNED va contracta serviciile de elaborare a auditurilor energetice pentru selectarea măsurilor de renovare energetică în cazul cărora se solicită finanțarea din ferm. Pasul 3. Pentru a trece la etapa de proiectare și implementare a măsurilor de renovare energetică a clădirii, beneficiarii vor semna un contract de finanțare cu CNED pentru achitarea contribuției proprii. Pasul 4. CNED va contracta servicii de proiectare și executare a lucrărilor de renovare energetică a clădirilor beneficiarilor și va aloca banii necesari. Pasul 5. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu vor achita etapizat contribuția proprie conform unui grafic stabilit în contract. Proprietarii caselor individuale vor achita contribuția proprie înainte de începerea lucrărilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor. Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă urmează să lanseze mai multe produse de finanțare concepute pentru a fi accesibile tuturor gospodăriilor casnice, cu sau fără categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică. Aceste inițiative vor oferi oportunități pentru toți cetățenii de a beneficia de sprijin financiar în vederea îmbunătățirii eficienței energetice și a utilizării resurselor regenerabile în locuințele sale. Fondul pentru eficiență energetică în sectorul rezidențial din Moldova este un fond nou, gestionat de Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă, destinat cofinanțării măsurilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor individuale și a blocurilor locative, cu scopul reducerii consumului de energie, economiei la facturi și îmbunătățirea condițiilor de trai. Cine este eligibil? Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu pot aplica la apelurile de finanțare organizate de CNED și obține granturi în valoare de 70% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a blocurilor locative. Suplimentar, proprietarii de apartamente înregistrați pe compensații.gov.md pot primi alocații de până la 90% din contribuția proprie, în funcție de gradul atribuit de vulnerabilitate energetică. Proprietarii caselor din localități rurale cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă pot primi granturi și alocații care acoperă 95% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a caselor, în limita plafonului eligibil. Reprezentanții CNED vor contacta proprietarii caselor și vor efectua vizite la gospodăriile acestora pentru a analiza eligibilitatea acestora pentru finanțarea proiectelor din ferm. Care sunt măsurile eligibile pentru blocurile locative? Izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului, înlocuirea ușilor și ferestrelor pentru locurile de uz comun, modernizarea sistemelor de încălzire și alimentarea cu apă caldă prin trecerea la distribuție orizontală a agentului termic, instalarea panourilor fotovoltaice, colectoarelor solare și a pompelor de căldură, modernizarea sistemului de iluminat și a lifturilor, instalarea stațiilor electrice de încărcare auto. Pentru gospodăriile casnice cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă, sunt eligibile următoarele măsuri: izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului casei, modernizare sistemului de încălzire și alimentare cu apă caldă, instalare centralelor termice pe biocombustibil, modernizare sistemului de iluminat, înlocuirea ușilor și geamurilor exterioare. Care sunt pașii pentru implementarea proiectelor? Pasul 1. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu urmăresc apelurile organizate de CNED și aplică pentru a beneficia de un audit energetic gratuit al clădirii. Gospodăriile casnice din mediul rural înregistrate pe platforma compensații.gov.md și care au atribuită categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă sunt identificate automat conform criteriilor aprobate de Consiliul CNED. Pasul 2. CNED va contracta serviciile de elaborare a auditurilor energetice pentru selectarea măsurilor de renovare energetică în cazul cărora se solicită finanțare din ferm. Pasul 3. Pentru a trece la etapa de proiectare și implementare a măsurilor de renovare energetică a clădirii, beneficiarii vor semna un contract de finanțare cu CNED pentru achitarea contribuției proprii. Pasul 4. CNED va contracta servicii de proiectare și executare a lucrărilor de renovare energetică a clădirilor beneficiarilor și va aloca banii necesari. Pasul 5. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu vor achita etapizat contribuția proprie conform unui grafic stabilit în contract. Proprietarii caselor individuale vor achita contribuția proprie înainte de începerea lucrărilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor. Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă urmează să lanseze mai multe produse de finanțare concepute pentru a fi accesibile tuturor gospodăriilor casnice, cu sau fără categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică. Aceste inițiative vor oferi oportunități pentru toți cetățenii de a beneficia de sprijin financiar în vederea îmbunătățirii eficienței energetice și a utilizării resurselor regenerabile în locuințele sale. Fondul pentru eficiență energetică în sectorul rezidențial din Moldova este un fond nou, gestionat de Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă, destinat cofinanțării măsurilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor individuale și a blocurilor locative, cu scopul reducerii consumului de energie, economie la facturi și îmbunătățirea condițiilor de trai. Cine este eligibil? Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu pot aplica la apelurile de finanțare organizate de CNED și obține granturi în valoare de 70% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a blocurilor locative. Suplimentar, proprietarii de apartamente înregistrați pe compensații.gov.md pot primi alocații de până la 90% din contribuția proprie, în funcție de gradul atribuit de vulnerabilitate energetică. Proprietarii caselor din localități rurale cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă pot primi granturi și alocații care acoperă 95% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a caselor, în limita plafonului eligibil. Reprezentanții CNED vor contacta proprietarii caselor și vor efectua vizite la gospodăriile acestora pentru a analiza eligibilitatea acestora pentru finanțarea proiectelor din ferm. Care sunt măsurile eligibile pentru blocurile locative? Izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului, înlocuirea ușilor și ferestrelor pentru locurile de uz comun, modernizarea sistemelor de încălzire și alimentarea cu apă caldă prin trecerea la distribuție orizontală a agentului termic, instalarea panourilor fotovoltaice, colectoarelor solare și a pompelor de căldură, modernizarea sistemului de iluminat și a lifturilor, instalarea stațiilor electrice de încărcare auto. Pentru gospodăriile casnice cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă, sunt eligibile următoarele măsuri: izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului casei, modernizare sistemului de încălzire și alimentare cu apă caldă, instalare centralelor termice pe biocombustibil, modernizare sistemului de iluminat, înlocuirea ușilor și geamurilor exterioare. Care sunt pașii pentru implementarea proiectelor? Pasul 1. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu urmăresc apelurile organizate de CNED și aplică pentru a beneficia de un audit energetic gratuit al clădirii. Gospodăriile casnice din mediul rural înregistrate pe platforma compensații.gov.md și care au atribuită categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă sunt identificate automat conform criteriilor aprobate de Consiliul CNED. Pasul 2. CNED va contracta serviciile de elaborare a auditurilor energetice pentru selectarea măsurilor de renovare energetică în cazul cărora se solicită finanțare din ferm. Pasul 3. Pentru a trece la etapa de proiectare și implementare a măsurilor de renovare energetică a clădirii, beneficiarii vor semna un contract de finanțare cu CNED pentru achitarea contribuției proprii. Pasul 4. CNED va contracta servicii de proiectare și executare a lucrărilor de renovare energetică a clădirilor beneficiarilor și va aloca banii necesari. Pasul 5. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu vor achita etapizat contribuția proprie conform unui grafic stabilit în contract. Proprietarii caselor individuale vor achita contribuția proprie înainte de începerea lucrărilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor. Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă urmează să lanseze mai multe produse de finanțare concepute pentru a fi accesibile tuturor gospodăriilor casnice, cu sau fără categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică. Aceste inițiative vor oferi oportunități pentru toți cetățenii de a beneficia de sprijin financiar în vederea îmbunătățirii eficienței energetice și a utilizării resurselor regenerabile în locuințele sale. Fondul pentru eficiență energetică în sectorul rezidențial din Moldova este un fond nou, gestionat de Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă, destinat cofinanțării măsurilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor individuale și a blocurilor locative, cu scopul reducerii consumului de energie, economie la facturi și îmbunătățirea condițiilor de trai. Cine este eligibil? Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu pot aplica la apelurile de finanțare organizate de CNED și obține granturi în valoare de 70% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a blocurilor locative. Suplimentar, proprietarii de apartamente înregistrați pe compensații.gov.md pot primi alocații de până la 90% din contribuția proprie, în funcție de gradul atribuit de vulnerabilitate energetică. Proprietarii caselor din localități rurale cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă pot primi granturi și alocații care acoperă 95% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a caselor, în limita plafonului eligibil. Reprezentanții CNED vor contacta proprietarii caselor și vor efectua vizite la gospodăriile acestora pentru a analiza eligibilitatea acestora pentru finanțarea proiectelor din ferm. Care sunt măsurile eligibile pentru blocurile locative? Izolarea termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului, înlocuirea ușilor și ferestrelor pentru locurile de uz comun, modernizarea sistemelor de încălzire și alimentarea cu apă caldă prin trecerea la distribuția orizontală a agentului termic, instalarea panourilor fotovoltaice, colectoarelor solare și a pompelor de căldură, modernizarea sistemului de iluminat și a lifturilor, instalarea stațiilor electrice de încărcare auto. Pentru gospodăriile casnice cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă, sunt eligibile următoarele măsuri: izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului casei, modernizare sistemului de încălzire și alimentare cu apă caldă, instalare centralelor termice pe biocombustibil, modernizare sistemului de iluminat, înlocuirea ușilor și geamurilor exterioare. Care sunt pașii pentru implementarea proiectelor? Pasul 1. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu urmăresc apelurile organizate de CNED și aplică pentru a beneficia de un audit energetic gratuit al clădirii. Gospodăriile casnice din mediul rural înregistrate pe platforma compensații.gov.md și care au atribuită categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă sunt identificate automat conform criteriilor aprobate de Consiliul CNED. Pasul 2. CNED va contracta serviciile de elaborare a auditurilor energetice pentru selectarea măsurilor de renovare energetică în cazul cărora se solicită finanțare din ferm. Pasul 3. Pentru a trece la etapa de proiectare și implementare a măsurilor de renovare energetică a clădirii, beneficiarii vor semna un contract de finanțare cu CNED pentru achitarea contribuției proprii. Pasul 4. CNED va contracta servicii de proiectare și executare a lucrărilor de renovare energetică a clădirilor beneficiarilor și va aloca banii necesari. Pasul 5. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu vor achita etapizat contribuția proprie conform unui grafic stabilit în contract. Proprietarii caselor individuale vor achita contribuția proprie înainte de începerea lucrărilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor. Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă urmează să lanseze mai multe produse de finanțare concepute pentru a fi accesibile tuturor gospodăriilor casnice, cu sau fără categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică. Aceste inițiative vor oferi oportunități pentru toți cetățenii de a beneficia de sprijin financiar în vederea îmbunătățirii eficienței energetice și a utilizării resurselor regenerabile în locuințele sale. Fondul pentru eficiență energetică în sectorul rezidențial din Moldova este un fond nou, gestionat de Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă, destinat cofinanțării măsurilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor individuale și a blocurilor locative, cu scopul reducerii consumului de energie, economiei la facturi și îmbunătățirea condițiilor de trai. Cine este eligibil? Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu pot aplica la apelurile de finanțare organizate de CNED și obține granturi în valoare de 70% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a blocurilor locative. Suplimentar, proprietarii de apartamente înregistrați pe compensații.gov.md pot primi alocații de până la 90% din contribuția proprie, în funcție de gradul atribuit de vulnerabilitate energetică. Proprietarii caselor din localități rurale cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă pot primi granturi și alocații care acoperă 95% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a caselor, în limita plafonului eligibil. Reprezentanții CNED vor contacta proprietarii caselor și vor efectua vizite la gospodăriile acestora pentru a analiza eligibilitatea acestora pentru finanțarea proiectelor din ferm. Care sunt măsurile eligibile pentru blocurile locative? izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului, înlocuirea ușilor și ferestrelor pentru locurile de uz comun, modernizare sistemelor de încălzire și alimentarea cu apă caldă prin trecerea la distribuție orizontală a agentului termic, instalarea panourilor fotovoltaice, colectoarelor solare și a pompelor de căldură, modernizarea sistemului de iluminat și a lifturilor, instalarea stațiilor electrice de încărcare auto. Pentru gospodăriile casnice cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă, sunt eligibile următoarele măsuri: izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului casei, modernizare sistemului de încălzire și alimentare cu apă caldă, instalare centralelor termice pe biocombustibil, modernizare sistemului de iluminat, înlocuirea ușilor și geamurilor exterioare. Care sunt pașii pentru implementarea proiectelor? Pasul 1. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu urmăresc apelurile organizate de CNED și aplică pentru a beneficia de un audit energetic gratuit al clădirii. Gospodăriile casnice din mediul rural înregistrate pe platforma compensații.gov.md și care au atribuită categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă sunt identificate automat conform criteriilor aprobate de Consiliul CNED. Pasul 2. CNED va contracta serviciile de elaborare a auditurilor energetice pentru selectarea măsurilor de renovare energetică în cazul cărora se solicită finanțare din FERM. Pasul 3. Pentru a trece la etapa de proiectare și implementare a măsurilor de renovare energetică a clădirii, beneficiarii vor semna un contract de finanțare cu CNED pentru achitarea contribuției proprii. Pasul 4. CNED va contracta servicii de proiectare și executare a lucrărilor de renovare energetică a clădirilor beneficiarilor și va aloca banii necesari. Pasul 5. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu vor achita etapizat contribuția proprie conform unui grafic stabilit în contract. Proprietarii caselor individuale vor achita contribuția proprie înainte de începerea lucrărilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor. Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă urmează să lanseze mai multe produse de finanțare concepute pentru a fi accesibile tuturor gospodăriilor casnice, cu sau fără categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică. Aceste inițiative vor oferi oportunități pentru toți cetățenii de a beneficia de sprijin financiar în vederea îmbunătățirii eficienței energetice și a utilizării resurselor regenerabile în locuințele sale. Fondul pentru eficiență energetică în sectorul rezidențial din Moldova este un fond nou, gestionat de Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă, destinat cofinanțării măsurilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor individuale și a blocurilor locative, cu scopul reducerii consumului de energie, economie la facturi și îmbunătățirea condițiilor de trai. Cine este eligibil? Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu pot aplica la apelurile de finanțare organizate de CNED și obține granturi în valoare de 70% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a blocurilor locative. Suplimentar, proprietarii de apartamente înregistrați pe compensații.gov.md pot primi alocații de până la 90% din contribuția proprie, în funcție de gradul atribuit de vulnerabilitate energetică. Proprietarii caselor din localități rurale cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă pot primi granturi și alocații care acoperă 95% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a caselor, în limita plafonului eligibil. Reprezentanții CNED vor contacta proprietarii caselor și vor efectua vizite la gospodăriile acestora pentru a analiza eligibilitatea acestora pentru finanțarea proiectelor din FERM. Care sunt măsurile eligibile pentru blocurile locative? Izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului, înlocuirea ușilor și ferestrelor pentru locurile de uz comun, modernizare sistemelor de încălzire și alimentarea cu apă caldă prin trecerea la distribuție orizontală a agentului termic, instalarea panourilor fotovoltaice, colectoarelor solare și a pompelor de căldură, modernizarea sistemului de iluminat și a lifturilor, instalarea stațiilor electrice de încărcare auto. Pentru gospodăriile casnice cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă, sunt eligibile următoarele măsuri: izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului casei, modernizare sistemului de încălzire și alimentare cu apă caldă, instalare centralelor termice pe biocombustibil, modernizare sistemului de iluminat, înlocuirea ușilor și geamurilor exterioare. Care sunt pașii pentru implementarea proiectelor? Pasul 1. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu urmăresc apelurile organizate de CNED și aplică pentru a beneficia de un audit energetic gratuit al clădirii. Gospodăriile casnice din mediul rural înregistrate pe platforma compensații.gov.md și care au atribuită categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă sunt identificate automat conform criteriilor aprobate de Consiliul CNED. Pasul 2. CNED va contracta serviciile de elaborare a auditurilor energetice pentru selectarea măsurilor de renovare energetică în cazul cărora se solicită finanțare din FERM. Pasul 3. Pentru a trece la etapă de proiectare și implementare a măsurilor de renovare energetică a clădirii, beneficiarii vor semna un contract de finanțare cu CNED pentru achitarea contribuției proprii. Pasul 4. CNED va contracta servicii de proiectare și executare a lucrărilor de renovare energetică a clădirilor beneficiarilor și va aloca banii necesari. Pasul 5. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu vor achita etapizat contribuția proprie conform unui grafic stabilit în contract. Proprietarii caselor individuale vor achita contribuția proprie înainte de începerea lucrărilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor. Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă urmează să lanseze mai multe produse de finanțare concepute pentru a fi accesibile tuturor gospodăriilor casnice, cu sau fără categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică. Aceste inițiative vor oferi oportunități pentru toți cetățenii de a beneficia de sprijin financiar în vederea îmbunătățirii eficienței energetice și a utilizării resurselor regenerabile în locuințele sale. Fondul pentru eficiență energetică în sectorul rezidențial din Moldova este un fond nou, gestionat de Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă, destinat cofinanțării măsurilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor individuale și a blocurilor locative, cu scopul reducerii consumului de energie, economiei la facturi și îmbunătățirea condițiilor de trai. Cine este eligibil? Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu pot aplica la apelurile de finanțare organizate de CNED și obține granturi în valoare de 70% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a blocurilor locative. Suplimentar, proprietarii de apartamente înregistrați pe compensații.gov.md pot primi alocații de până la 90% din contribuția proprie în funcție de gradul atribuit de vulnerabilitate energetică. Proprietarii caselor din localități rurale cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă pot primi granturi și alocații care acoperă 95% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a caselor, în limita plafonului eligibil. Reprezentanții CNED vor contacta proprietarii caselor și vor efectua vizite la gospodăriile acestora pentru a analiza eligibilitatea acestora pentru finanțarea proiectelor din FERM. Care sunt măsurile eligibile pentru blocurile locative? Izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului, înlocuirea ușilor și ferestrelor pentru locurile de uz comun, modernizare sistemelor de încălzire și alimentarea cu apă caldă prin trecerea la distribuție orizontală a agentului termic, instalarea panourilor fotovoltaice, colectoarelor solare și a pompelor de căldură, modernizarea sistemului de iluminat și a lifturilor, instalarea stațiilor electrice de încărcare auto. Pentru gospodăriile casnice cu grad de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă sunt eligibile următoarele măsuri: izolare termică a acoperișului, pereților și subsolului casei, modernizare sistemului de încălzire și alimentare cu apă caldă, instalare centralelor termice pe biocombustibil, modernizare sistemului de iluminat, înlocuirea ușilor și geamurilor exterioare. Care sunt pașii pentru implementarea proiectelor? Pasul 1. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu urmăresc apelurile organizate de CNED și aplică pentru a beneficia de un audit energetic gratuit al clădirii. Gospodăriile casnice din mediul rural înregistrate pe platforma compensații.gov.md și care au atribuită categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică extremă sunt identificate automat conform criteriilor aprobate de Consiliul CNED. Pasul 2. CNED va contracta serviciile de elaborare a auditurilor energetice pentru selectarea măsurilor de renovare energetică în cazul cărora se solicită finanțare din FERM. Pasul 3. Pentru a trece la etapa de proiectare și implementare a măsurilor de renovare energetică a clădirii, beneficiarii vor semna un contract de finanțare cu CNED pentru achitarea contribuției proprii. Pasul 4. CNED va contracta servicii de proiectare și executare a lucrărilor de renovare energetică a clădirilor beneficiarilor și va aloca banii necesari. Pasul 5. Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu vor achita etapizat contribuția proprie conform unui grafic stabilit în contract. Proprietarii caselor individuale vor achita contribuția proprie înainte de începerea lucrărilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor. Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă urmează să lanseze mai multe produse de finanțare concepute pentru a fi accesibile tuturor gospodăriilor casnice, cu sau fără categorie de vulnerabilitate energetică. Aceste inițiative vor oferi oportunități pentru toți cetățenii de a beneficia de sprijin financiar în vederea îmbunătățirii eficienței energetice și a utilizării resurselor regenerabile în locuințele sale. Fondul pentru eficiență energetică în sectorul rezidențial din Moldova este un fond nou, gestionat de Centrul Național pentru Energie Durabilă, destinat cofinanțării măsurilor de reabilitare energetică a caselor individuale și a blocurilor locative, cu scopul reducerii consumului de energie, economiei la facturi și îmbunătățirea condițiilor de trai. Cine este eligibil? Asociațiile de proprietari din condominiu pot aplica la apelurile de finanțare organizate de CNED și obține granturi în valoare de 70% din valoarea proiectelor de reabilitare energetică a blocurilor locative. Suplimentar, proprietarii de apartamente înregistrați pe compensații.gov.md pot primi alocații de până la 90% din contribuția proprie, în funcție de gradul atribuit de vulnerabilitate.
I hope everybody is back and had a great time at the lunch. And we are ready to move to the next session. This session is more interactive, so you are encouraged to address questions and to get involved in the discussion. So please feel free to ask as many questions as you want and be a part of a more dynamic discussion, of course. So let's welcome our panelists. Our next session focuses on the financial mechanism that can enhance energy efficiency in buildings. Securing funding is one of the most challenging parts of promoting energy efficient technologies. And we will explore together our financial tools from public funding to private investments and international partnerships. Our speakers will offer insights into how this mechanism can be applied into energy efficiency projects in Moldova and beyond. Let us all welcome our discussion partners. Lucia Arseni, Deputy Director, National Center of Sustainable Energy. Alberto Biancardi, Director of Studies and International Relations at GSE. Anna Ziniker, Head of Secretariat for the Partnership for Energy Efficiency in Buildings, GIZ. And Armen Arzumanyan, Chief of Party, USAID Moldova Energy Security Activity. So, Ms. Arseni, you are invited, please.
Hello to everyone. Hello to everyone. I'm very pleased to be with you all of us at the first international forum for scaling up energy efficient building sector. I'm Lucia Arseni, Deputy Director of National Center for Sustainable Energy, and the next presentation I will provide you some details regarding the Residential Energy Efficiency Fund, our financial products, and how we are expected to achieve our goals and targets. As was mentioned before, the Residential Energy Efficiency Fund was approved this year. We have a government decision for approving the financial product on financial program for this project. Our main scope is to promote tools, solutions, mechanisms to improve the energy efficiency in the residential sector, to provide grants, allocations for beneficiary, and to achieve the energy savings and reduction of greenhouse emissions. As was said, the residential sector accounts more than 50% of final energy consumption of country, and it's very important to provide financial support to final beneficiary, which in our programs, the target group are apartment buildings, multi-apartment buildings, and individual houses. The general provision of the program is to create financial instruments to provide grants and allowances, also to attract and invest financial resources based on financial products, and the implementation period of the program is 3 years by 2027, but we expect this program to be extended beyond that. The specific objectives of the program are to achieve by the 2027 5.76 KTOE of new energy savings in residential sector, and also to ensure a renovation of heated area of at least 500,000 square meters in residential buildings. This could be, at the end of the program, we want to achieve to have renovated more than 370,000 square meters of heated area in multi-apartment buildings, which is around 100 multi-apartment buildings, and also to achieve the renovation of more than 130,000 square meters of heated area in individual houses, which are more than 2,000 individual houses. Also, the dedicated funds, we expect to allocate them 50% of this to vulnerable consumers. Also, 70% of the project should be dedicated to multi-apartment buildings, and also 50% of projects should be renovated buildings which are connected to district heating systems. Total budget of the program is structured in 3 types of financing. The first one is the resources collected through Energy Efficiency Obligation Scheme, which we expect to have yearly collected more than 12 million euro. Also, the second component, we want to attract the same amount from donors, our partners, to invest in energy efficiency measures. And a third component is the Energy Vulnerability Reductions Fund, which will be used for support the vulnerable consumers and to provide allowances for that. For the next 3 years, we expect to invest in energy efficiency and residential buildings more than 85 million euro and more beyond that. Regarding the implementation of the program, we implement the program by financing products. Currently, we have 2 approved and in place and ongoing 2 financing products. The first one is energy efficient multi-apartment buildings, and the second one is energy efficient individual houses in rural area with extreme energy vulnerability, which will cover the most vulnerable consumers' individual houses in rural area. The third financial product, which is under development, is regarding the energy efficient and regular individual houses, which will be applied for all households which want to improve the energy efficiency, implement energy efficiency measures. Regarding the financing products, they are structured based on budget, different component, eligible measures, beneficiary selections process, and for the multi-apartment buildings, we have a budget around 50 million euro, and we provide up to 70% grant for this project, and also for vulnerable consumers, we are providing up to 90% from their contributions to be covered from allowance from Energy Vulnerability Fund. And contributions of beneficiaries up to 30% of the total cost of the project. For extreme vulnerable households, we have a budget of 5 million euro, and the grants provided is 50% of the total cost. And also we are covering 45% from the Energy Vulnerability Fund for these households, which means that the total contributions of the households is only 5% of total cost, this for vulnerable households. The selection procedures is for homeowner associations through calls of proposals, but for extreme vulnerable households, it's through the energy vulnerability systems, which is a system developed to provide compensation for the households, for vulnerable households. The tender procedures will be conducted by the center. Center will ensure that will contract the energy audit, will contract the activity to perform energy project design, and also will contract the construction works. Beneficiaries are the multi-apartment buildings which are should be homeowner associations, organized according to the law on condominium. They should have a resolution of General Assembly. They have to decide which is the contributions, how will they pay these contributions, which is the source of their contribution, which could be own sources, a loan from a bank, different other sources. Also, the association should not have debts to public budget, also should not have debts to services providers. Regarding the individual houses, they should own the property, should not have debts to public budget and also to public utility. And they should confirm their availability to cover the beneficiary contribution. Eligible measures which are on both projects, both products are installation of walls, installation of walls, installation of basement IFR, replacement of windows for multi-apartment buildings for common area, or if the beneficiary wants for whole buildings, and for individual houses for all buildings. Also, we can finance the modernization of interior lighting, and for multi-apartment buildings, we can finance the install of photovoltaic system and install of electric car charge stations, and provide some support for measures regarding to heat distribution, such as changing the vertical distribution to horizontal one, install of solar collectors for thermal energy, and also installment of heat pumps. What we achieved till now on this project, we have for the financing product dedicated to homeowner associations for multi-apartment buildings. We launched total call of proposals. On first call of proposals, we have 25 energy audit conducted. For 6 associations also, we proceed to project design, which now is in tender procedures. And we soon will start the technical design activity. Regarding the call of proposal 2, we have received 49 proposals. From that, we accepted for energy audit 38 projects, and we already conducted 22 associations the tender for energy audit. On this, we have also the support of GIZ, which will provide the energy audit for 10 associations. And next steps are to finalize the energy audit for next associations, to perform the technical design, to contract the construction company, also to implement the measures, energy efficient measures. Regarding the financial product for extreme individual houses, vulnerable, we contacted more than 600 households to visit the houses to see if they are in good conditions, to analyze if they are the owner of the houses. We conducted more than 250 visits. Also, we received letter of intentions for more than 120 households, and already 60 households were approved by Financing Risks Committee for energy audit, and for these 60 houses, the energy audit will be provided also with support of GIZ. And next steps are to conduct energy audit for more than 400 houses, to construct construction companies, and if needed by case, project design for these households, and implement the measures. Also, as I said, we have under development the third financial product, which will be launched at the beginning of next year. This project is dedicated to regular houses, which means all households from individual houses can apply for these financial products. The budget it's not decided yet, but soon will be decided. The grant, but we have agreed on conditions, will be provided grant up to 50% of the total cost of the project. Also will be provided allocations from Energy Vulnerability Fund for this if the household has some degree of energy vulnerability. And contribution of beneficiary up to 50%. Selection will be also for call of proposals, and in that case, the tender for energy audit, project design, if needed, for works will be conducted by beneficiaries themselves. How this financing product will work, we are in process of developing an online platform, and we'll collect the proposals through this online platform. The disbursement of money will be after implementation of works. We'll check, we'll support the beneficiary at all stages, we'll monitor the works, and after the confirmation of the works are done according to our procedures, according to our criteria, we'll ensure the payment for beneficiary, and also we'll establish some caps for projects. We'll have a cap for total projects, and we have some caps for different types of activity, like for energy audit, for constructions, for measures. And on these financing products will be eligible more measures. Also, we expect to include heat pumps. We expect to include some options like heat pumps and photovoltaic systems, and if beneficiary decided. But it's important that energy efficiency measures should be first, and after that will be some additional measures. We have on all this budget, we have already support from our partners. Till now, from Energy Efficiency Obligation Scheme, we collected up to 6 million euro. Also, we have support from European Union, will be provided through EIB 10 million euro for residential energy efficiency measures. Also, we have support from EU through GIZ, which will provide 3 million euro, from which 1 will go to individual houses. And also we have a process to attract 1 million euro from NORAD, which also will be provided through GIZ, and this money will be directed to multi-apartment buildings. And we expect to attract more money for residential sector. This is all. Thank you very much. This is our plans. We are currently at the paperwork. We expect soon to start the construction work. And I'm pretty sure the next year at the second forum we will provide already some cases, already some houses renovated, multi-apartment buildings, and to provide our success. Thank you very much.
Thank you for bringing up such consistent information. You mentioned some amazing opportunities for financing there, and I'm sure our audience will have some questions later on. But now let's move on to Mr. Biancardi and allow him to, as you want.
Thank you very much. I have a presentation. Thank you. My aim basically is to use the experience that we have collected in Italy and the network, the link, the strong link that we have already established with your agency for identifying some suggestions in order to use properly some tools already existent at international level. So, a very fast preliminary remark. When we talk about energy efficiency, coming back to the discussion that we have before the lunch, from a regulatory point of view is not easy because, in my opinion, it's a bit more difficult to manage the situation if you make a comparison with other parts of energy and climate environment. Basically because you have to make a comparison between a cost that you have to pay now for the new device and the gain then that you will have in the future. But to make this comparison is not easy. It's not always easy. Due to some point, of course, we have no time today to go into a more detailed explication, but basically we have market failures in terms of information, we have cognitive biases, and at the end, I have underlined 2 possible examples about, for example, the uncertainty and volatility about future energy cost information, or we are not so able to give the same weight to current times and future times. So we prefer, the risk is that you give more value to the current cost than to future benefits. So 2 among possible different examples. So at the end, the risk is that you have underinvestment in your system. Of course, we have different tools in Italy and all over the world. We have certificate, tariffs, capital incentives, standard obligations, and so on. You have another hurdle to be managed, that market, so the decision taken by each investor hardly use the positive effect coming from environment inside the price. So if you are able, in principle, if you are able to make a comparison between current cost and future benefit, it's difficult to use the benefit that you have outside your investment and to give a price to this value. For this reason that you need regulation tools. So perhaps it's for the reason that we are useful, and we hope at least to be useful. And the agency, this is an important point. In Italy, we have, talking about energy efficiency, 2 agencies, GSE and NEA. Our agency is the one that works on a wider set of problems. For this reason that we have already talked when we spent some days together in Italy, I think that our approach is interesting. And then if you have in a system not only good instrument, but an agency that is able to work all along the value chain, is better. Why? Because if you have a standardized action, for example, if you pay an amount of money for a replacement of a boiler, you can have, if you have energy agencies useful for this reason, because you have to pay for the incentive, you have perhaps to make an auction and so on. And this is important, but the more complex, the more heterogeneous became your action. For example, when you talk about deep renovation in buildings, it's far too difficult to have a standardized product. I think, based on our experience, that an agency, so a technical body that is able to flank all the other operators involved in the systems, either private or public, it can be useful because, for example, this is a field we are working on, the dissemination of information. If you have a good solution, it's really important to inform outside your world that this is an opportunity already tasted. And in the preparation itself of the document, it is important to have an agency. So my first suggestion is to keep on, because we are making a very good job. I am appreciating that between when we met the first time, nowadays you have made the relevant steps. So it's a suggestion to keep on, because I think that to have inside the system a relevant public operator is good for everyone. Second point, I think that perhaps we can skip some slides, because I don't know how many times I have, so 15 minutes around. Yes, okay, yes. Being Italian, I have... So our group, just a few words, we are the agency for energy and climate. It's important because we are fully owned by the government. We work very closely with the regulator. I used to be one of the commissioners of the Italian regulator. And inside GSE, we have a lot of information because we have the single buyer, the power exchange for both electricity and gas. And this is important because we have a lot of information. We have, for example, a lot of information on consumer side. In principle, we are able to collect every data of each consumer, not in real time. So, for example, when we talk about vulnerability, we are able to understand whether it is better, for example, to change a boiler, because we know where is the consumer. So it's not easy, but we are working in a European project for using properly this information. And this is the other important point. We are working on all the value chain. We are active we work with the government and with the regulator when they issue new rules. This is fundamental. We have the possibility to to talk with them for ameliorating the system. And we have the possibility to check the investment and so on, to calculate the incentives and to pay. So we are involved in the payment of each household that make, for example, an investment at his or her home, or receive directly from GSE the payment due. It's not easy, but this allows us to have a lot of information about the single point of our system. So, very fastly, a second suggestion on tools. We have, of course, outside GSC, other tools. We have tax deductions, home bonuses, and so on. But another important point that we have inside the GSC, white certificates and thermal account. Prepack is a new tool. Which is the message? White certificate is a classical quota system tools. I skip this slide. We have some obligated operators, the distributors, above a certain threshold that are obliged to attain some targets in terms of reduction of emission, of use of equivalent of tons of oil. And why the certificate? Because the distributor is responsible in each geographical area, and like in all the other quota systems, he can decide to make the investment by himself or to buy the certificates from another operator. So we have some other voluntary entities, ESCO and so on. And which is important, that this is the tool that we are working, in principle, for the situations that are not fully standardized. So the idea is not to pay for the investment in itself, but to pay for the result. This is not easy, because we need a lot of calculation, algorithms, a lot of checking points. This is the result. In a few words, the best results obtained in Italy in industrial sectors, not in building households. Why? Because this is our idea. When we talk about the single family, single household, when we talk about the building, it's difficult to use these tools because it's difficult to identify algorithms, standardized products. We are working on this project, and if you like, we can try to share information. Because the problem, of course, is a problem of efficiency. You can create a good standard, but if you are not able to obtain full efficiency from the project, the problem is that you waste money. But we are working. I hope that in the near future we can give you more information about the evolution of the system. The second tool is the thermal account. That is completely different. It reminds me some measure that you have here in Moldova. You are paid, is a capital support schemes. If you change, for example, a boiler, if you make an intervention standardized and simple, you receive in advance an amount of money. These are other information, but I think that I have almost used all my time. So the result, good. You see that now, year after year, we have enlarged the audience, the possibility to get these instruments. Now we have reached almost €500 million per year. The information, the takeaways is simple, because the simpler is the tool, the widest is the possibility to enforce it. But unfortunately for us, this is not enough, because with this tools, you are not able to cover the more complex situation. But it's working well, and it's very easy because each household can ask for example, some amount of money, it depends on the investment, receive from GSE the amount due, and it's working well, but I repeat, it's not enough. Third mechanism is really very close to the mechanism that you have here in use, only for central public administration. We make from time to time yearly a request of project. We receive the project, we now make a ranking, and we pay the amount due to each proposal. It's working well. It's not easy because to talk with the public administration is not easy, but we are working. So, you see, we have some different features per tools. This is on the bottom line. I think that is the most relevant information. Talking about standardization, thermal account is standardized. White certificate is one, so no standardized. And the PREPAC is in the between. We are working on the simple feature that PREPAC is covering only very typical buildings, so in principle it would be better to identify standard. But we are working in this point. So, 30 seconds for my conclusion. So I think that the agency is a good choice. Be ready to use different tools for facing different problems. Be ready to change the tools if you think that a tool is not working properly. But, of course, is the challenge that we all have to face. You have to keep as stable as possible your system for having trust from outside, from financial world, because otherwise the operators, the financial communities is a bit shaken by the continuous change. This is our experience. Of course, we have already opened the dialogue between our agency and Moldova. We are quite confident that in the future we can keep on exchanging our experience. And another time, thank you for this opportunity.
Mr. Biancardi, thank you for sharing your experience and experience of Italy in advancing in the energy efficiency in building on behalf of all of us. And now we are moving on to Anna Diniker, Head of Secretariat for the Partnership for Energy Efficiency in Buildings at GIZ. So a direct involvement of in the subject of this forum today.
Great. Yeah. Thank you very much. I mean, thank you very much for the invitation. It's great to be here and feel that energy, which is in energy efficiency. So yeah, my job, I think, is going to be to share what we learned in implementing the Partnership for Energy Efficiency in Buildings. So this is a large global program active in over 20 countries. And basically, it's a cooperation between the French Development Bank AFD and GIZ for the implementation. And I thought I'm going to be quite honest also with the things that work and that don't work, because I think we're here about exchange, and it's really good to see that. So when I thought about what title to give my presentation about financial mechanisms, then I came up with money is not enough. I mean, I think money is never enough, no? But what I want to talk about is really how important it is to combine the financing, so really kind of the financial incentives and the tools, with everything that goes around. And I think we heard about it already here in the presentations, how important that is. Yeah, so here is our 50 cents. Just really roughly, because we're a global program, so I think this is a bit the motivation that brings us. Energy from buildings is really huge. It's a huge topic. I think the world has woken up, and I think it's important to bear that in mind also in terms of fundraising, etc. Worldwide, the built area is going to double. So I think this is always these mind-blowing figures. Of course, that's different in every country. I think some countries are more looking into renovating their existing stock. But yeah, this is a really big motivation, and I can show how that might also be important. And of course, adaptation to like a warming climate, I think, is something which is also, I think we have the heating challenge, we have the cooling challenge, which is really important. So yeah, so roughly just to know, who you're talking to. So the Partnership for Energy Efficiency in Buildings, as an idea, was born in 2016. We started working in 2018. It was an initiative by France and Germany at the beginning, but now we're really a multi-donor partnership. As you can see, the Green Climate Fund is supporting the partnership. Then we have the EU Commission, but then also still more money from Germany and France. I talked a bit about the implementers, so we have the French Development Bank AFD, which they established financing structures, and then we have GIZ, so that's the German Technical Cooperation, present in many countries and also here, of course. And we work very closely with Global Alliance for Buildings and Construction, and that is also very useful for us kind of in terms of the international cooperation, and I think that might be also quite interesting for Moldova. So really roughly, I think we touched a bit in the morning about kind of the different motivations you could have for energy efficiency. And of course, energy savings, it has a climate motivation, also adaptation, but then everything which is here in terms of social economic benefits, I think this is, it's not only killing two birds with one stone, it's really kind of everyone needs something else in this, no? And I think the argument I wanted to make is just like we can be a bit opportunistic. For example, also using climate money because it has many other benefits and vice versa. So I think we don't even have to, kind of scratch our heads too much about this. So just briefly, so you know kind of where we're coming from and what we talk about. So we are currently implementing 3 large funding windows. And just to give you a bit of an idea kind of where we're located. So I personally work most on PEEP Cool. So this is funded by the Green Climate Fund. So this is really climate money. 11 countries, mostly in hot climates. You see they're a bit everywhere. And we're also working with North Macedonia and Albania. Then what you see in orange is PEEP Med for the Mediterranean region. This is funded by the EU Commission, so also a very important stream of work. And then the newest addition to the family is the green one in Southeast Asia, which is now starting. And just in terms of a bit the volume that you can get if you use established financing mechanisms, so the pipeline of really large green buildings projects that we're supporting is now at 1.9 billion euros. And that's the projects we have identified. They have already received some technical support and are slowly moving towards implementation. Okay, and so now we're getting a bit into my argument about how you need to mix, so at least in our experience. So basically our approach has these 2 pillars. On the one hand, so what we call the investment facility. This is really a bank, a development bank, working in their classic type. And you can see there's concessional loans and grants. So this is kind of the core, let's say. But then this is accompanied with, on the one hand, technical design, really directed towards the projects. And then everything that you see in this other pillar is really everything that goes around it. So it's not just the projects, but it's really the question like what are sectoral strategies, what do the public policies look like, upstream questions, you want to work on building materials, but is there a sustainable building material market? And then of course capacity building and knowledge. And that's what I want to look into now with you. So this question of like the finance and basically more the technical questions of how you go about it. Yeah, and this is kind of, I mean, this funny egg-shaped graph is basically this idea that, yes, it's important to provide the grants and loans, but even there, I think no one will be able to absorb that money or to even kind of implement it if there's no technical assistance to the project holders. And then there's a really interesting link with everything that's around. in terms of the standards and the certifications. Because often you realize by implementing a project where the problem might be, and at the same time, if you work on that issue, you might kind of clear out a few of the barriers that you have. And so this is why we think it's really very beneficial to have that all in one package and use that. And then of course, and this is like the light blue one, one important part of what we do is sharing the experience, but also kind of like learning from others and really bringing that all together. Okay, and now come a few like a little bit full slides, but I'll try to give you the gist of it. So this is kind of, I'm starting with the core and kind of like we can look like what is around it. So the first point is really very classic. AfD as a development bank provides direct financing or intermediate financing, let's say through a public or private financial institution like a national development bank, etc. And the first block you need is good requirements about what the threshold actually is. And it sounds easy, but I think it was a long discussion to actually really establish that. And I think this is an issue like most banks are really struggling with, to actually say, okay, this is green for us and this is what we can finance, and then we go beyond. And yeah, I think there's a lot of discussion between the banks, and if that is the case in Moldova, very happy to engage as well. In terms of technology, we're actually performance-based, so we don't say it's only about heating systems or it's only about efficient air conditioners, but it's really the performance of a building, which allows to really adapt to the context and the building. I think this is a bit too basic almost, no? I think this is the idea that you have a normal project, not energy efficient, it gets more expensive if you add energy efficiency, and we use that grant and loan funding to bring the cost down to make it an attractive project again. So yeah, but this is all the core which everyone knows. But here we're adding this second layer, and I think this is very similar to what we also heard from your programs. On the AfD side, we have a roster of consultants that can help with all these 5 steps. So it's on the one hand the feasibility, so just to understand what is actually possible. Then procurement, because quite often you might want to do it, but like to find the right terminology to put into your tenders to actually get the right architects can be a challenge. And then it's support on the detailed design. So really, what can you do? How could you modify that? And then even in the construction process to help with kind of backstopping expertise to really make sure even to build the capacity sometimes a bit in the private sector, because often that is necessary. And yeah, capacity building, I think that runs throughout. Okay, and this is the part that I can talk about best, because I'm not the banker in the team. So I work for GIZ, and we're kind of adding this like third layer. So basically, you have the large-scale projects, and that could be hospitals, that could be schools, that could be universities, or it could also be private sector projects. And so we work on everything that's around, you could say. And we have these lines of intervention. One is called sectoral investment frameworks. And that's really the idea, if you have one hospital, kind of what needs to happen in the sector, and kind of like where are business associations standing, what do they need? It could be that in one country we identify the issue of building materials as one of the biggest points. So that all fits into that first line. I think public policies, we all know it's green building codes, it could be standards, it could be norms. Very important, often it's more the enforcement rather than having the perfect text. So I think this is also something that we work on. And yeah, capacity building, I think, trainings, I think there's a lot of demand also coming from the private sector on this. I just put 2 quick examples from Tunisia and Mexico, just to, because it's a bit abstract maybe, but like different points that we might implement. So it could be, we already heard about energy performance certificates. It could be tools that you use to check whether something is in conformity with a regulation. And then something like trainings for municipal agents. This was something we did in Tunisia, because it's often, you have the code, but then basically to know how to implement it, it can be quite a long way. Mexico, I just chose because it's quite interesting about one specific sector. So this would be about hotels. where we worked with the Ministry of Environment on like a norm, kind of what's the standard that hotels have to fulfill, but also a technical guide, and then work with the private sector. And basically, when they saw the payback times, they were actually quite convinced and said, yep, we don't even need funding. This really makes sense. Okay, and so last slide. So basically, this idea of like how to design a financial incentive mechanism is what we do under policy advice. And so, yeah, I think it's this question of like, how do you mobilize, especially private capital, because we all know, yeah, public funding is limited. So I think that's a key question. And it can also be very nicely used to enforce the regulation, no? Because I think paper, in German you say paper is patient. So, but kind of the question, if you can combine it with a financial incentive that might actually help to kind of broaden the reach of regulation. And yeah, and there's many examples, so from tax breaks to customs exemptions. I mean, there could even be things that cost nothing, like being allowed to build another floor, but then also to financial incentives where you really say there is a financial top-up to achieve that. And this is a bit what it could look like then if everything works out well. So kind of IFD finances 2 hospitals, for example. This is an example from Tunisia. Then we have a technical guide. We train energy efficiency managers. Then you work on a green building code for hospitals so that in the end, you start with 2 hospitals and all 13 that need to be built in the next years can actually be energy efficient and green. I have one last bit of, this is my advertising. So just in case, yeah, basically someone from the development bank is here as well. So IFD is really advanced on this. Many banks are working on this, but many are still scratching their heads a bit. And in March, we had a very interesting meeting at the IFD headquarters in Paris. IFC co-organized, and I think we had 30 participants from 16 development banks that really discussed about like, we want to do it, but like these are kind of the barriers and the stumbling blocks that we have to resolve. This work continues, so there will be a workshop before the end of the year. IFD is also developing a toolbox which brings together experiences from various banks, and then we'll present it at the Finance in Common Summit next year. And yeah, so this is really kind of like mutual work to actually move this sector in something which is not always super easy, but once you have the tools, I think it can be really get to scale. And just to sum up, I think like 3 thoughts I would like to kind of throw into the discussion. I mean, I think it's very useful if you can tag onto existing mechanisms. I mean, this is something you can make green buildings a top-up, but ideally to something that you already have that works well, that people know. I believe that the combination of financing with kind of all the work that goes around is very effective in starting, because yeah, I think it takes a lot of explaining. So I think, yeah, I saw from your presentations, I mean, no one underestimates the work it takes to explain, show, but once you get there, I think it really pays off and you can reap the results. And yeah, I'm here for any questions in the discussion or later. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I want to invite Mr. Armen Arzumanyan, Chief of Party, USAID, Moldova, Energy Security Activity.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for having me today. I'm representing USAID MESA project. And today, after great presentations of our colleagues who were reporting on results, experience, I'll be promising. There is nothing we can report right now as completed, working, but there is something we are working hard with our local and international partners. So the presentation we called Super ESCO, and it talks for itself. We are working to develop financial mechanism and development of energy efficiency markets in public building sectors in Moldova. One may ask, why are you segregating public sector and residential sector? Aren't they buildings? Yes. But they are operated, maintained, financed under different laws and constraints. Private owners have freedom to contract, to renovate. In public sector, owners or institutions are operating under certain constraints, laws, and we will be talking about them, how they impact energy efficiency implementation in public sector. So what is the situation in public building sector? Number of buildings, approximately 7,000. Type of buildings, educational, health, and administrative. Age of building stock, average age over 50 years. Total heated area, approximately 4 million square meters. Annual energy consumption, 840 gigawatt hours per year. Energy losses, some people say 50, it's pretty conservative. Our assessment, it's above 50%, so it's safe even to say 60% of energy is wasted. Investment needed to address inefficiencies and upgrade infrastructure, medium renovation will require about $1.4 billion, and deep renovation about $2 billion. And please remember there was presentation which shows that public building stock is only 10% out of total building stock in Moldova. So for 10% of building stock in Moldova, we need something between $1.4 to $2 billion. So what are the complexities or challenges in energy efficiency market we're seeing right now in Moldova, and that really slows down or plays the serious barriers role? It's legal and regulatory framework. Legal framework specific for ESCO markets is not efficient. Budgetary rules and public accounting practices for energy performance contracts, they are not conducive. Procurement rules and procedures that enable ESCO market. The state or public procurement law is very conservative and does not allow energy efficiency projects to move forward. And there are several or many fiscal gaps. Our assessment of market, there are only about 5 qualified companies in Moldova who can do big projects and many projects. So the market is very shallow. And I'm not talking about energy performance contracts. I'm talking about physical renovations, so basically delivering quality work. The public budget is very limited. We will talk about money in a moment. Aging infrastructure requires bigger share in non-energy efficiency measures. You don't know what you are getting in when you start implementing measures. Our recent experience in one of the sports schools. Removing window, there was no wall under that. We were lucky to find the foundation so we could build the wall and install the window. And facility owners lack experience and knowledge and skill to deal with legal, regulatory, technical aspects of energy efficiency projects development. We're not expecting school directors or directors of public institutions to be professional in energy efficiency markets, contractual issues, and relationships. So what is the challenge? Over the last years, Moldova has seen an average only $9 million of annual investment in energy efficiency. I'm sorry. At this rate, it would take 175 years to implement energy efficiency projects in public sector. Some of those buildings will not exist at that time. So what is the solution? Assessing the international experience and conditions in Moldova and how we can boost the energy efficiency markets for public sector buildings, our conclusion was to implement Super ESCO mechanism. That was developed elsewhere, tested elsewhere, not widely, but we found that is the best solution for Moldova to establish this mechanism and to bring all players together with the risking mechanisms, and that will help to take this task up. So the solution, as I said, Super ESCO, accelerating energy efficiency investments, upscaling energy efficiency projects, mobilizing private sector. There is no grant money which can help Moldova to complete the renovation of public sector. There will not be $2 billion grants. So we need to blend grant money, soft money, and commercial money. And Super ESCO is designed to do exactly that. So in short, I need to be fast, I guess. So the maximizing synergy, creating collaborative framework between public and private sector and enhanced outcomes. What are the opportunities in energy efficiency markets? And I will list just some. This presentation will be available so you can get familiar with that. On environment and social economic impact, the expected reduction in energy costs will reach $80 million a year. We can lower the GHG emissions. Implementation of energy efficiency project generates additional jobs, 12 to 18 new jobs per 1 million USD investment in energy efficiency. It improves quality of air and reduces financial burden on health system. It will help to increase the building stock's lifespan by roughly 40 years. So basically increasing value of buildings and reducing ongoing the operating cost. It improves indoor comfort and increased productivity of people working in public buildings. All these numbers are brought into this table, so I'm not going to repeat them. So going into defining what Super ESCO exactly is. This is a government-backed initiative designed to scale up energy efficiency projects through innovative financing to create and enable the ESCO market and to leverage commercial financing. Super ESCO mechanism was designed and developed for those markets where ESCO market, classical ESCO market, was not performing well, where that market was not mature enough to generate sufficient energy into energy efficiency. Mission, reduce energy demand without impacting the government's budget and stimulate the development of energy efficiency industry. So what specifically Super ESCO will do, we're working on? It will upscale energy efficiency, but by aggregating projects. So owners of the buildings, directors, and I don't know who else, do not worry about their own projects. Super ESCO mechanism will bring all these projects, bring professional skills into the industry who will be preparing these projects for investment in energy efficiency. It reduces transaction and development cost. So when you centralize this development and design and measurement and verification, you reduce the cost and reduce transaction and development costs. Achieve economy of scale. The more projects centralized, the less you spend on developing them. Prepares a pipeline of solid and bankable projects. So the team of professionals, auditors and engineers will be developing this pipeline, which will be financed from different sources. Support the public facility owners. As I said, directors of schools should not design the project for energy efficiency. Leverages private sector investment, arranges access to and provides the risking financing, standardizes procedures and processes. That's something we have done already, developed the standards, rules, and procedures, including measurement and verification procedures, working closely with CNET partners. Builds capacity. Training, as it was said, is one of the important part of energy efficiency market development, and implement certification and accreditation processes. Very shortly on this slide, this is the pilot phase. We are testing this mechanism on 3 selected buildings, and we are in the phase of tendering out the works. So audits are completed, list of measures defined, budgets developed, and we are in the phase of tendering it out. We are in the process of it. What has been done by our project, we have developed and get approval of Super ESCO roadmap. We signed MOUs with Ministry of Energy and owners of facilities. We have secured the budget for these 3 pilot buildings. It's grant financing. We're working on development of bigger Super ESCO project pipeline. So at the time when this mechanism will be transferred to CNET to continue, they will have ready projects to finance. We have developed methodologies and standardized tools and contracts. Energy audits of 3 buildings are completed, as I said, and we are in the tendering. And I wanted to voice it here, and it was said already before me that cooperation of government, public institution, and private sector is essential. No program can be implemented. And very often the interests of different ministries and institutions are different. For example, Ministry of Finance, they are not ready to change very fast and very often, right? But we need changes in government procurement law. We need changes in budgeting law. So we make sure that the savings which are generated upon completion of energy efficiency project are flowing into energy efficiency fund, which is being established at CNET, So we need to work with state institutions, and I understand they shall be conservative, but working through these issues and being innovative in this area, we can reach the targets which government sets on emissions and savings. As I said, the legal framework, budgetary rules, procurement rules, and tax and VAT treatment for energy efficiency, and this was said as well. Enforce energy efficiency, energy performance standards. If the standards are not enforced, very small number of energy efficiency projects will be moving forward. If there is no enforcement, why to bother, right? utilize available grants to deploy the risking mechanism and leverage on commercial financing. We need to blend available financing to bring more commercial loans from the banks. Without it, the progress will be very slow. And to launch initiatives to build capacity and raise market awareness, something which need to be done. This is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are now ready to take questions from the audience. Please feel free to address them, and me or one of my colleagues will bring the microphone to you. So who's the first to start? Yeah, please.
Hi. Can I ask Lucia, because you are starting with this energy efficiency fund and you are going to allocate some funds to some projects, are you actually doing energy performance contracting or something that will measure how much savings these projects are going to make in real time? Because usually when you do with especially energy vulnerable consumers, there may be unintended consequences of not lowering the energy consumption, but increasing the energy consumption due to increasing the energy comfort of the buildings. So how do you balance this at the end, and do you measure this, or what is the approach that the energy agency is taking?
Yeah, thank you very much for questions. Yes, of course, we are currently under development of this regulation for measurement of energy savings. And this energy savings will be based on two aspects. Let's say first one will be, we'll check the standardized energy savings, and also we'll check the real consumptions and the real savings. And before and after the implementation, we'll have the real consumptions. And also we'll check the factors which can influence the, let's say, the achieving of savings. If the behaviors is changing, if the household has improved, has achieved, brought some new equipment which will increase the consumptions, we'll take into consideration all the factors which can increase the savings. Also, we'll consider the heating seasons, if we were outside, because all these aspects have an impact on energy savings, and we'll approve this methodology soon. We will develop it with support of GIZ, and we'll use it in our future projects. At the first stage, before implementation, we use and establish the energy savings based on energy audit, and after that, we'll check based on real consumptions and different factors. Thank you.
Thank you. Who is next? Any more questions? Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I have a question for Armen. Is USAID right now helping private sector with money for becoming more energy efficient? Because I own a building that's 1,400 square meters, and based on the slide, to invest €350 per square meter to make it more efficiency is like $500,000. So, in my opinion, right now, it's not a very good investment. Otherwise, because I take the money back in like 17 years. So is USAID right now helping private company with that? Thank you.
I'm sorry. I didn't get what USAID is helping with. What was the question? I didn't get
it. USAID is giving right now some grants for private sector in order to become more energy efficient.
Correct.
Because I have a building that's 1,400 square meters. And based on the slides, I should invest €350 per square meter. That becomes like $500,000. So that's a very good amount. So my question is USAID or any other entities helping right now the private sector?
Oh, yeah, thank you. I mean, we are talking different projects. There is project where we are providing grant financing to small and medium enterprises. The objective is The funding or budget for that is limited. Right now, we're financing up to $30,000 and up to 50% of energy efficiency budget. And we're not talking changing windows or enveloping a building. We're talking investment into technological lines or to improve the technology of existing small and medium enterprises, to increase their competitiveness and reduce energy cost. On energy efficiency in buildings, as I said, we're investing into 3 public buildings. That budget is set aside, and that is, I mean, the budget is much bigger, you understand. But we will know what is the cost of each building only after we conclude the tender, so I cannot talk about that. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Vahram Jolan, UNDP Armenia. I have a question to Lucia Arseni. You presented about the energy efficiency retrofit of multi-apartment buildings. I'm not very much informed about homeowner association status in Moldova or condominiums, but this added systems to the building, like the enveloping, windows, etc., they will require some operation and maintenance in a time, in 5 years, in 10 years, usually deteriorating. Is there any requirement to create a fund or to put a kind of percentage, a share of the fund to ensure the further maintenance of this? Thank you.
Yes, according to the law on condominium, the associations are obligated to establish this fund for renovation and maintenance, and they should decide on their decision on their governance, how much they should pay monthly on these funds. And the funds should be collected based on the area of their apartments, based on proportionality of apartments.
That's true. I mean, according to the legislation, the same situation is in our country, but in reality, it's very different.
In our case, the association which submitted for financing to CNED, they provided information that they have established this fund. And of course, we don't have many associations reorganized, but the association organized, they have this. Most of them, they have this fund.
Okay, thank you.
We still have time for one more question, if you are willing. So, any more? Then I can, of course.
Good afternoon. I have a question to Lucia Arseni. What are you going to do with natural ventilation system in multifamily buildings? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for questions. It's a very interesting one. Okay, currently the energy audit, it's analyzing the building, the actual situations, and they can provide some solutions regarding to the ventilations of the buildings, if they're functioning, they are working, if it's possible somehow to rehabilitate them, to provide some mechanical, or I'm not sure. But till now, as I remember, we don't have such cases where there are some measures regarding the ventilation system, because the buildings are old one, and the initial system was not maintained, and it's not proper functioning, let's say, and it's very difficult to provide some measures now. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Biancardi. To your opinion, what is the measure, what is the tool that has the most motivated Italian people to engage in energy efficiency? What are you proud of?
So it's a very difficult question. Using our experience, I think that the problem in our policies is more efficiency than the willingness to change. I think that when we are able to give information about the existence of a tool, usually, not only in energy efficiency, the reply is strong. From time to time, the action is not so efficient. So if I come back, for example, to 10 years ago, if I think about more than 15 years ago, for example, the first set of investment made in the PV plant is an example of a poorly efficient policy. And a couple of years ago, with the so-called super bonus, we have paid a lot of money. Now, I think that the best way is to try to come back to, as I tried to explain, with the simple actions, like the one covered by conto termico, thermal account, that are easier to check in terms of efficiency, and then to enlarge, for this reason that we are trying to use white certificates or pre-pack, to enlarge to a more difficult action, dishomogeneous action, but with being careful not to waste money. But the reaction in general is not bad. The problem is not is that to give information and to be ready to design in advance a good instrument.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Thank you. Thank you all for the very good presentations. I would also, Thorsten Kreis from GLZ, I would also have a question to Mr. Biancardi. Is the construction works on energy efficiency in residential buildings in Italy, are they controlled, like after finishing by kind of state organization, or do you leave this quality control totally to the house owner, for example? Thank you.
Again, so we as GSC have the possibility to check the system whenever we deem it suitable. So we have the power to make any control. But for us the problem usually is the amount of investment usually done. So so if your question is to keep under control the system, is to have the capability to get information after the investment is made. Talking again of efficiency in a general, from a general point of view, I think that Italy is a very good example if we talk about industrial use. Because coming back to the 70s, so decades ago, our system, the Italian system, I mean, is very poor of raw materials. So we are one of the best systems, industrial system in terms of efficiency in the world. Now, for us, our action is to move. But in principle, we have power. The problem is only to have time to collect properly information.
A short comment, because the question of Thorsten is related to the first question of the colleague from UNDP. In our contracts with household associations, we will include, with contractors, with companies, we'll include the quality of guarantee of quality, which will consist of 5 or 10% for 2 years. And the companies will be obliged to ensure a high quality. We will monitor the quality during 2 years, and we'll pay back this 5 or 10% after a 2-year period of monitoring. And in the contracts with household associations, financing contracts, we will include the maintenance plan, which they have to ensure that will be implemented during the next years. So these are the additional measures which we'll take into consideration in order to ensure a proper maintenance of the buildings. But from the other experiences, we understand very well, and we have seen that where the owner of the apartment put his money in the project, he is very careful with this, with the measures which are implemented. So this is also an important aspect which somehow will increase the quality and will ensure the proper maintenance of the building. Thanks.
So we are not now out of time for any more questions, but thank you for this interactive discussion, and let us say thank you to our speakers in this panel. And we are now ready to move to our next session. It's actually the final panel discussion of the day. And here we will explore the investment opportunities available in energy-efficient buildings and the role of international financial institutions in unlocking these opportunities. Our panelists will discuss how to mobilize resources, the challenges investors face, and the strategies used to overcome these obstacles. We will gain insight into the global financial landscape and its implications for Moldova and this region. Please join me in welcoming our panelists. Our moderator will be Carolina Novak, State Secretary at Ministry of Energy, Republic of Moldova. Ms. Katarina Bjorn Hansen, Head of Moldova EBRD. Alberto Carlei, Head of EIB Representation to Moldova. Sergiu Guțu, Head of Office, KfW Development Bank. And Maxim Lebovics, Head of the IFD Office in Moldova.
Okay. I hope you hear me well. Good afternoon, everyone, once again. Now, I think this is the flesh and bones panel for this for this event, because we all know that in absence of finance from the IFIs, we cannot really implement the big priorities and the big projects that we can, as a ministry or National Center of Sustainable Energy, enhance and put forward. And I'm very happy to have here also a almost gender-balanced panel, by the way. But this time I will start actually first with Alberto, the head of the EIB representation to Moldova. And I will, a few elements here, because we already, as I mentioned earlier, we have basically 4 projects, energy efficiency projects in Moldova. I think only the World Bank is missing on this panel, otherwise it would be full. And Mr. Carlei, the project that EIB is ensuring its implementation together with the MEPIU Moldova Energy Project Implementation Unit is the first one, together with the BRD and with the EU support. I think in 2021 there was the agreement signed. I think for the audience, what would be relevant to say, given that you've kick-started this energy efficiency financing projects for big ones, yeah, we're talking about 9 hospitals, 16 buildings. Tell us, what are the challenges that the other partners should be aware? What was the roadmap so far you've been through, legal, technical, market-wise? And yeah, what are the lessons learned as well? Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. Thanks a lot for the invitation being here with you today. So it's really my pleasure. just jumping into the question, indeed, this is really the first initiative of energy efficiency in public sector building in Moldova that has a countrywide coverage of this magnitude. Just perhaps for who is not familiar with the initiative, we are looking here at a 75 million investment plan where EIB and EBRD put pari passu 30 million of loan, and the European Union steps in with the investment grants and technical assistance resources for additional 15 million in total between investment grants and TA. It's, as you just mentioned, covered 9 hospitals across the country. The benefits are quite obvious. I will not go into the detail. Energy savings, alignment with the climate agenda, lower emissions, better quality care, higher value stocks for the building, and so on. So if on one end, ultimately the benefits are very tangible and visible, it's also fair to say that the project as this one is as good, as complex to implement, because ultimately it's not a quick fix, it's a long-term effort, which will deliver results, but indeed is it has some challenges which can be indeed addressed. Looking at, I'll try to go as much as I can through a timeline approach in order to be a bit structured. So looking back at how we start, one lesson learned or one thing that comes to mind, it's really the fact that there is often or eventually there is a certain time gap between a pre-feasibility study and an actual feasibility study. So in the case of this project specifically, the pre-feasibility was done back in 2016. The actual feasibility study started in 22. It's quite a lot of time. A lot of things change meanwhile, especially price fluctuates. And in a world where financial resources are kind of limited and say constrained, while with such a long time gap between the very early inception and the more detailed study, you realize that with the same resource you can do less, effectively. So one lesson learned is, first thing, trying to minimize the time gap between the inception and the feasibility study. Can't give you a real maximum timeline, but to the extent possible, squeeze it. Other point that we experience is that the initial phase of an implementation of such a project, meaning energy audits, building selection, and technical studies, technical design studies, it's a very complex and lengthy. And looking backwards, how it has gone, the process ultimately has gone well. We didn't really understand very major delaying issue, but ultimately it could give lesson learned is could go much faster if, for example, there was to be a pipeline of building within the country, prepared at central level, at national level, with already prepared an energy audit. In this case, a potential financier or potential financiers could essentially tap into this pool of building to be renovated. It also would help, by the way, to add clearly a rational criteria or a very objective criteria, I should say, to select building in order to will help with the prioritization of building to be renewed. And ultimately, energy audits, they are not that expensive. So it's something that could be feasible, it could help save time. Ideally, if it would be possible to add, in addition to the energy audit, also the technical design being done already, that would be ideal, but those are expensive, as we know. So it's something to think about. Realistically, we need to be tied in with some kind of funding mechanism or funding agreement with donors in order to be realistically implemented. But definitely, it's an approach that could be studied further and could really streamline the overall implementation, because ultimately, this first phase I mentioned can realistically take up to 2 years between procurement, implementation of the works, audit, and so on. Moving forward, looking at the procurement, the main risk or the main fear that both has been trying to be mitigated so far with the technical designs and later on probably also with the actual procurement tendering of the works, is the limited pool of willing and capable companies that will bid or could bid for the works and for the technical designs. In the project, in order to try to mitigate this issue, the 9 hospitals that they are currently targeted, they are being processed currently in 2 batches. A first batch of 4 and a second batch of 5, with slightly different timeline. In this way, the underlying idea is that a bidder that is interested to candidate itself for work will not overstretch its resources in order to bid at the same time for such a large pool of 9 complex hospitals, and at the same time, in case it would win more than one, it will not stretch its resources to do work, to do the technical design and later on the works in parallel in too many infrastructure, which perhaps could be an overstretch for a company with limited resources but still with good capabilities. And another thing that, an important thing to highlight, we see value in having the tenders being open internationally. All competition is good in the sense that it helps having competitive bids and in keeping the cost at a competitive level. So we see that, and this does not, of course, exclude local companies for bidding, because can bid still either on a standalone or in the form of a consortium with international companies. Plus, there is the potential that having international companies coming to the bid, know-how, expertise could be brought into the project and stay later on into the country. This is an issue that we are tackling now at the technical design stage. Is going fairly well, and we would probably have a similar approach later on where the actual works will be tendered. Another good point that I think is worth mentioning is that once the technical design for an hospital starts, a good part of the time is spent actually from the contractor on retrieving information from the promoter, in this case from the hospital that is being analyzed. And this can be a cumbersome exercise. There are a lot of plans, maps to be retrieved in order to start with technical designs. And in order to jumpstart this phase, the MEPU, together with the technical assistant, they've already done the work for the actual company that then will do the job. So they basically prepared this information so that once an hospital will have the technical design being done, this information will be already provided to the winning bidder, and that will help save time. Ultimately, these are the primary issue that I can think of in the implementation so far. There will be for sure others. And what is important, I think, is that with this 9 hospital, it's a big project, but probably is the tip of the iceberg. Because ultimately, what I think is important that we all want to see is that this becomes scalable. And in order to become scalable, these issues and others that will emerge will need to be addressed with this partial meeting that I mentioned, with others. But I think it's a first good step, and we're looking forward to continue with the successful implementation. For now, I would leave it at this, but happy to take questions.
Thank you so much for such a comprehensive reply. A few points noted here, and I hope colleagues from other, so from KfW, AFT, World Bank as well, they're taking good note of what you've mentioned, because that will help them as well to speed up with the other projects, but definitely speeding up with the energy audit on technical design, the issue of verifying information. Perhaps, the EU, for instance, on renewable projects, especially wind projects, they have put forward some recommendations in general for speed up of providing this authorizations and permitting. I'm just thinking maybe there should be such considerations in general for energy efficiency to just speed up the implementation for bigger projects. Now I'll come to Mrs. Björn. Katarina, I want to first of all thank you so much, EBRD, for, I think energy sector is at the top of all the investments you're doing in Moldova, if I'm not mistaken, and you are by far the the bank with the biggest investments in the country. So I want to thank you for the support in helping us to first becoming more energy resilient, because you were the ones who provided us that loan of 300 million euros on gas purchases, but as well on decarbonizing this sector. Yeah, and I was wondering, so because you have globally, especially in Europe, so many investments, what other similar projects have you deployed in a comparable way, let's say, and to the profile of Moldova in terms of, let's say, yeah, the economic situation, but also population-wise, and what good practices you have on energy efficiency? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great question. So if I start by just complementing what Alberto just said on the energy efficiency of public buildings. Before we embarked on this large project together, we did a smaller project in Chisinau where we renovated 22 buildings. And we had exactly the same problems as Alberto has just explained, but one thing which I also want to say is that we had a great result, because this is now a finalized project. So both on thermal energy and on electricity, we had savings up to 47%. And in our feasibility study, we had actually assessed around 22, 25. So very, very pleased with this result, and I think it's a great inspiration to continue this important work and scale it up. Now, on other things we do, first on any private sector project that we look at, we see how we can support any client with energy efficiency measures, because this is something that is embedded in any company, in any enterprise, any industry, and even in service companies. So we look at it everywhere. And very often we can find some quite good savings that we can help the client to implement. The second thing is that we are quite keen to support with awareness building, because of course we were surprised ourselves to get a result of 47% energy savings, and nobody else would have expected that either. So this is kind of information that is good to have and good to disseminate. Also, when it comes to residential, because this is really a big sector in Moldova where we need to do something and quickly, we are working to complement the REEF to support loans available for residential buildings. We've had credit lines to the local banks many years that were targeting energy efficiency in companies, in industries. But now we're also opening these up for residential buildings, for apartment buildings, for individual houses, and also for building associations. So we think that this is a new project that is about to go online, but we think this will be a good complement. And with enhanced awareness of what good results you can actually achieve, we think this is going to be a very good complement to the market.
Almost forgot my microphone. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Indeed, I almost forgot about the other project in Chisinau you are deploying. And of course, there's the other one which you are developing closely with my colleagues in the ministry on Termoelectrica. Very important, but we'll come to that one, hopefully. It's a pity there is no timing here written, but we'll come back to that. I would like right now to move to the other project, the joint project, and it's particular to Mr. Guțu, Sergiu Guțu, from Head of Office of KfW Development Bank. I remember, firstly, allow me to say, when I heard that the 38 million euros grant provided by the government of Germany, I was extremely happy to hear that. And given, in general, the tendency of KfW to work with other donor agencies and in blended finance structures, Mr. Guțu, would you envisage an effective financial input deployed in Moldova scaling up energy efficiency projects in public sector in absence of grants? I know in the previous panel it was specifically emphasized by Mr. Arusmanian, this aspect, but what's your thinking? As we are currently scaling up, what do you think about that? It's on. Hi, good afternoon.
Thank you very much for the question. Maybe before I say anything else, I would just like to praise and appreciate the effort of the Energy Ministry, the effort of National Center for Sustainable Energy in gathering minds alike to try to challenge one of the biggest complexities humanity has nowadays, the energy crisis, energy insufficiency. I think this forum is a fantastic bridge between the government, between private sector, between residents to co-create sustainable future. Briefly about KfW, German Development Bank in Moldova. We have been quite active in Moldova since 2015. Just a disclaimer, in Moldova we as KfW operate with grant financing provided by the German federal government. Our initial sector to look into in Moldova was water supply and sanitation. That still is a #1 sector in terms of German financial cooperation in Moldova. Second one, and quickly growing, is energy sector. We first provided significant support in 2022 to the Energy Vulnerability Reduction Fund. It was a 40 million grant assistance to more than 75% of Moldovan households, reaching around 900,000 households across Moldova. That was a very effective on-bill compensation to tackle income and energy poverty. But as we move along, the German government is very focused on providing sustainable solutions and support to tackle energy crisis to the Republic of Moldova. And that's why I'm very excited today to discuss the energy efficiency project in public buildings together with our AFD friends who act in the lead of the project we're gonna talk today. But maybe briefly, of course, grant assistance stays an effective tool to overcome energy poverty, to improve energy efficiency in public buildings. But we are also looking as KfW to other instruments like blended financing. By the way, in our AFD joint project, it is a blended financing because German government via KfW comes up with 38.7 million grant money, and on top of that comes a 30 million loan provided by French Development Agency. We also try to look into other financing instruments like concessional loans. When supporting Moldovan SMEs, I think we already have quite a successful track record of providing loan financing either by Moldovan private banks via Finance in Motion and GGF, FCEF funding. We also set up and currently a mechanism to support Moldovan SMEs via ORDA and FACEM fund. Just to be brief, we think developing of revolving mechanism in energy efficiency sector, be it public sector or residential sector, would be quite an effective an effective instrument where the savings from the implementation of energy efficiency measures could be then dedicated to new projects. That fund potentially could be started with the support of development partners, and then the savings created from the energy efficiency measures could be then dedicated on and on to new energy efficiency projects. I'm pretty sure that instrument is coming, and there's quite a willingness as we see it on the development partner side, but also Moldovan government, which is very committed. Just let me maybe once again appreciate very committed action on the side of Energy Ministry, on the side of CNED, which, as we have seen over the last quite short period of time, have managed to bring a significant change into the energy efficiency sector, be it public or residential, and we are looking to work with you for many more on that. Thanks.
Thank you, and allow me to say you that what we have managed to achieve so far wouldn't have been possible in absence of your support. So it's like a hand and a perfect glove that you have, right? So they have to go perfectly in this partnership. Indeed, but now I would like to continue because it's as you well know, it's a joint project first and foremost, and I would like to pass on a question to Mr. Lebovic, Maxim Lebovic, the head of AFD office in Moldova, who has recently been appointed here, and we are very happy to have him on board. Mr. Lebovic, this project that you are jointly implementing with the KfW. We have named it Inspire, so it's quite creative enough, at least in the name. But could you tell us more about what were the main criteria considered? Because FYI, for the audience, recently pre-feasibility study was just finalized, so we have literally listed the buildings. But at least what buildings were considered, with whom have you worked the closest, what precise criteria were considered among energy efficiency, but what other criteria are there as well? And in general, what I would also like if you can refer a bit to the AFD's global experience as such on energy efficiency, and why have you decided to step in on energy efficiency? Thank you.
Thank you very much, State Secretary, and La Multiani, once again, first. And thanks also to the organizers, to CNED, for setting up such a vibrant event. I've heard kids in the next room. I don't know if they are part of the official audience, but we'll try to make this conversation interesting for them as well. I would like to take this opportunity, like my colleague Sergiu, to underline that, this morning, Minister Pavlikov, Prime Minister Recen, yourself, State Secretary, thanked development partners, IFIs, for the support we bring to this roadmap in Moldova. Well, I think it's good time also that we thank you, because you are really front runners on many fronts. I was previously based in the Western Balkans, in Belgrade, and I can see that people in the regions were looking at Moldova as a very good example in terms of EU accession process, and as a development banker, professional, it feels like a real privilege to be engaged today in this journey together with Moldova, which is really the beating heart of Europe to me. So this is something that I wanted to share as well at this occasion. French Development Bank, it sounds like a new name for much of the audience. That's normal, because we've been operating in Moldova only since 2022. In 2 years' time, we have built on the request of Moldovan authorities, Moldovan government, a portfolio of more than 200 million euros of commitments to support EU integration process and economic development, green agenda, a quality of life agenda, because we work for the people, not for figures. We have also been engaged, and we are still engaged in long-term partnership, also involving the EU with the Ministry of Energy on the energy sector reform, and part of that program also caters to the needs of the regulation on energy efficiency. So that's part of the picture, but unlike a few of my colleagues, I cannot share for now a track record of investment projects, because we are only starting. This is what we are investing in together with Sergiu and with the government, this new Inspire project. But AFD, as a global development bank, we have been active over the last 60 years in more than 100 countries. So we have built an experience working on EE sectors in many of these countries, and that's also the value added, the experience that we want to bring on board to support our Moldovan partners. How do we do that? First, it's like for the Moldovan government, you have to set the priorities right. So in 2018, we put energy efficiency at the very top of our priority in terms of our engagement in the energy sector. It's worth mentioning that also we were the first development bank to have a fully aligned strategy with the Paris Agreement on climate change. But setting strategy, it's not only to read a nice paper, to throw some keywords to make it sexy to different audience. It's really about concretely reorganizing yourself to be able to deliver better on this agenda. So that's what we did institutionally speaking, but also in terms of instruments. The beauty of talking at the end of this day is that many things were already very well said by many colleagues, including our dear partner Anna from GIZ on the PEEP program. So this is actually a core part of our strategy on the energy sector, relying in this instrument to have the perfect blend of policy dialogue, advice, technical cooperation. I prefer this word, especially in a context like Moldova, rather than technical assistance, because you have also things to teach to us, to France, to Germany, to any other partner. So technical cooperation it is, and also investment projects. Again, I will not paraphrase, add to what was already very insightfully presented to you regarding PEEB, but I think it's very important to note that this is a very powerful instrument for us to do energy efficiency across any kind of interventions that we finance, and we have set up a dedicated delivery unit within AFD, also supported by GIZ, to properly address for all our technical department this energy efficiency agenda. Let me just give you one example. I was recently involved in a water project in Serbia where we couldn't really convince the government that it was worth investing in the renovation of pumping stations for drainage. But once we mobilize this expertise to really further investigate the energy efficiency impact of that program, magically the Ministry of Finance of Serbia, seeing all the very important results, economically speaking, of increasing energy performance of pumping stations, agreed to take the loan. So again, that's one example of this global, holistic approach that we have, and through PEEB we have been able since 2018 to support globally more than 60 large social infrastructure with more than a €1 billion portfolio, and also we've been able to mobilize grants from the European Union, from the Green Climate Fund, and I would like certainly to discuss with my colleagues from PEEB whether we could maybe think of a dedicated PEEB program for Moldova and pre-accession country, so more to come. And also one thing before transiting to the INSPIRE project is that, as mentioned by colleagues also from EIB, BRD, by Minister Palikov this morning, I mean, everything that we do on the IFI side, in terms of providing finance, in terms of negotiating contracts, that's nice, but that doesn't lead anywhere if you don't have capable companies, international, local, attracted to this kind of projects to bid. We don't like unsuccessful bids, tenders, because basically that means that there's no impact and everybody lost a large amount of time on these issues. So that's why we would be very much interested also to partner with all interested stakeholders, of course with CNED, with USAID, with other IFIs, to properly stimulate this market going forward, and that many capable companies will support the INSPIRE project. Briefly, INSPIRE project, you asked me, State Secretary, about the selection criteria. So first, it's a project investment program totaling 68.7 million euros of cumulative financing from AFD and KfW, German cooperation. It's not just about creating a better financial package. In essence, what we're trying to do is to make it more simple, transaction cost-wise, to invest in this sector. So the beauty of this partnership is that we are having only one procurement plan. We're having this one-stop shop approach for our partners in Moldova, and considering the very ambitious EU integration agenda that Moldova has to face, you have no time to lose. So we are very much partnership-oriented, and we certainly believe that doing this helps us to deliver better for our clients and partners. Selection criteria for the buildings, the feasibility study was financed under the PIB program, so it's also applicable to Moldova, and through the feasibility study and in constant dialogue with the Ministry of Energy, with the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Health, we came up with a list of criteria to prioritize the social infrastructures that would be targeted under this renovation program. Some come from a technical analysis, some are more common sense. So first thing is that, of course, we would focus on the buildings that consume the most, which have the most, the biggest potential in terms of GHG emission reductions, in terms of also increasing the comfort for the end users. We don't renovate a building just to have nice pictures and say that we have supported energy efficiency. We do this kind of work together with our partners so that end users, patients, doctors, students feel better, feel more productive in their everyday lives. This is what it's about, and that's the main focus of this project. Also in terms of social impact and inclusivity, of course, we prioritize together with the government buildings that have the highest impact in terms of addressing the needs of vulnerable groups. So that's why, as part of the project, we worked a lot on regional hospitals, because these hospitals outside of Chisinau, they really help population, 60,000 people, to receive care every day, youth, elderly, vulnerable population. So that's part of also the priorities that we have. Geographical distribution is another criteria, because you want to make something not only for the capital city, but also for the whole country. And last but not least, practical feasibility. So in this survey, when the consultants were coming up with some buildings that, for example, were heritage buildings or were in flood-prone areas, we tended to remove them from the priority list because what we certainly need is to show results very quickly. So we need to prioritize also smooth implementation. So again, thanks for this opportunity to partner together as France, Germany, Moldova, European Union on this project, and many more things to come as part of this cooperation. Mulțumesc.
Thank you very much. Indeed, I want to underline this project is probably showcasing at its best the collaboration of Franco-German partnership, right? So we are happy to see it so brilliantly deployed so far. And many thanks for the compliments, both from Sergio and from you. I will pass it on to Minister as well. Now I will do another round of questions, and because I think there might be questions in the audience, and we'll want to hear them as well. I will come back to you, Mrs. Berlin, and I wanted to hear more about, because you rightly mentioned there is more interest from EBRD to invest in the residential sector, which is very good, because we have those three trust scenarios: simple, medium, and deep renovation. There will be huge, we need those huge investments to secure the renovations of the buildings. I wondered if you can provide us some more details, and I know this is not yet public on the project on Termoelectrica, but this is a pretty big one and it's very important. We very much support it. As well on the green economic facility, if you can shed some light on its concept and what this framework entails. What does this mean for the commercial banks? Because I think this is some important information as well to the audience in general. And how do you see this going forward and EBRD's role? Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, the Termoelectrica project and the residential project, they work really well together. They're the two sides of a coin. So just by starting by the Termoelectrica project, this is a joint project with EIB, EBRD, EU and the E5P. So we have 50 million euros approximately of grants combined with loans. So the total project is more than 300 million. It's a very big project. It's basically renovation of the district heating system in Chisinau. It will impact or benefit 400 to 600,000 people. It will basically secure that the system works. It will future-proof the district heating, also to allow the system to use renewable energies when it becomes more widely available, and for example, solid sort of waste-to-energy solutions in the future. One of the key features of this is to do billing as per consumption for every apartment, not per building. And this is very, very good, because this will in turn incentivize people to upgrade their own homes. So here comes the energy efficiency credit lines to the local banks. So what will happen is that EBRD will give credit line to several of the local banks in Moldova. These loans that we give will be co-financed by grants that we have received from the EU and from Norway. The local banks will lend the money to their individual clients, to house owners, to apartment owners, for energy efficiency measures. Now, we will have consultants to help homeowners to find the best solution. Once the investment is implemented, the consultant again will just verify that everything went according to plan, and if so, and we assume everything will always be fine, there will be a cashback at the end. So the house owner actually receives cash at the end of finalizing the investment. We've had similar credit lines in the past with companies, and they have always been extremely popular because of the cashback. And now we want to use this for individual residential projects as well. So we think that these two projects will work very well together. They will complement each other, and they will also complement the REEF that is managed by you.
Some applause, maybe? No? I mean, we are talking about massive investments, so I just want to appreciate the effort and interest in the first place. But definitely looking forward for this to be kick-started. Indeed, yeah, cashback at the end. I'm even thinking, how will this be implemented? But Probably I still need to process it. I want to ask Mr. Carlet a bit about, because EIB it's as President Macron even referred to it, is use green bank, no? That's how it was initially, I think, referred to. And if you can tell us a bit, how is EIB incorporating its sustainability criteria, because you're not investing anymore into gas-oriented or in general fossil projects since 2021 or 2019, I'm not, okay. How in general the investment decision is being taken upon the projects? And also whether you can invest into private projects, purely private ones. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. Indeed, sustainability, it's really embedded in the DNA of what we do. If I look at the result 2023, climate and sustainability at the group level in terms of new lending amounted to some 44 billion euro out of the total, so a very significant figure, and the idea is to grow it further in the years to come. It's part at the group level of what in this critical decade, as they call it, 2020-2030, is one of the strategic priorities along line other priorities that you already mentioned. Indeed, we are fully Paris aligned, phasing out fossil fuel, increasing, contributing to the climate agenda, climate goal, and so on. We look at the sustainability at a project and promoter level in every operation we do. We make sure that ultimately a certain set of criteria that we have published on our website is goes along 11 main criteria called social environmental standards, are respected, and this is then translated into concrete elements to be analyzed into a project that can cover aspects such as stakeholder engagement, preservation of biodiversity of ecosystems, preservation of historical sites, defense of labor rights within the project and vis-à-vis the promoter, and many others. And these are things that are analyzed at inception during appraisal. They are monitored through the project cycle, and we'll hold the promoter sort of accountable for that, of course. We have a dialogue, and where we see areas to improve, these become part of an appraisal process. Ultimately, if you look at it, there are effectively, when we look at the project, we look at the two parallel roads. One is the pure financial, technical aspect and the bankability of the project and of the counterpart. And the other is this other appraisal, more, let's say, how the society as a whole benefits from the project, which is equally important. And in order to be approved by our management committee and our board of directors, a project needs to be absolutely watertight, bulletproof on both sides, on both elements. We can finance private project, yes. It's about, I would say, dependent on a country by country. Here in Moldova, I would say around a quarter of our exposure is dedicated to private sector, either directly lending to a corporate client or alternatively through financial intermediaries. So we provide funds to banks, and banks then allocate our resources to small, medium enterprises based on certain eligibility criteria. Going back to sustainability, it's indeed what I perhaps is also interesting to stress is that it's that it's embedded in the project cycle, but it's actually not only in the project cycle, but it actually is embedded in the whole activity of the group, from the kind of value chain, from funding to the project cycle. In fact, some product that we have developed and that we have mainstreamed through the years, we started back in 2007, I believe, with what's so-called green bond. We kind of spread this market with so-called climate awareness bonds that then have translated into something broader, indeed the sustainability awareness bond, which is one of the issues that our treasury has launched, I think, in 2018, and ultimately assure to the investors that the funds raised through these bonds and then are allocated to projects which are eligible according to the sustainability criteria as they evolve through time. There has been a strong demand for, needless to say, for this kind of product. Cumulatively speaking, our treasury, I think, raised through the years between climate awareness bond and sustainability awareness bond more around 100 billion euro, 20 plus currencies. So it's a very impactful product and ultimately makes the whole things more tangible because as an investor, as a financier, you see that your money will be used for the purpose that actually you would like to see it used. They are not issued back to back for projects, so ultimately the funds raised to this bond, they are kept into treasury and then they are allocated on a first come, first served basis to projects that they are signed and then gradually financed. So yeah, in a nutshell, this is how we look at sustainability. It's a very important thing for us. Thank you.
All right, well understood. By the way, also today there is another big event on SDGs, not just SDG, ESG as well, and that's very important that you're bringing this forward. All right, Mr. Ogutsu, if EBRD is placing such a big focus, let's say, on energy efficiency in the residential sector, do you see as a promising investment, let's say, projects, energy efficiency projects for the commercial, in the commercial sector, public institutions clearly because you're already there, but how about, because we still have the SMEs, we have the big enterprises, right? We haven't perhaps addressed too much them today, but even I would say water and sanitation as well to a larger extent, yeah, because we still have to have their investments. What's your thinking on that?
You mean on supporting private sector?
Energy efficiency projects, like for instance, there's a project implemented by MESA with grants provided to the big enterprises. Let's, for instance, I don't know, changing an engine or some equipment to make it more efficient. What do you think of, so not just energy efficiency in terms of retrofitting, but literally their equipment and make their business more efficient as such, if you have any thoughts?
Well, I would say that I can briefly speak about Super ESCO. We as KfW would acknowledge the energy efficiency, Super ESCO's energy efficiency instrument. Maybe due to reasons discussed today in the room, due to the whole collection of complexities, like implementing mechanism and like relatively long payback period, and foremost not tested enough market in Republic of Moldova. We as KfW will stay for the time being as cautious supporter of that instrument. Of course, we very much look forward to see how the ongoing piloting will end up. We very much look forward to take aboard the lessons learned in the short run, and as soon as the market matures, as soon as the regulatory framework in that field proves its effectiveness, I would be pretty confident that German Financial Corporation might have a more active look on that instrument.
Many thanks. And indeed, you have a point here because, and I hope our colleagues from Ministry of Finance are hearing this, because we'll have to work closely with them to secure the implementation of Super ESCO. And here, a big thank you to USAID to have kick-started that process. We very much look forward for its implementation of free buildings, pre-selected. So thank you for your enhancement. The last question, but not the least, goes again to you, Maxim here. I was wondering, let's say, did AFD develop a specific approach and intervention strategy towards the energy efficiency projects, given the global experience that you have? And if you can provide, I think you referred to a few of them in the Balkan area. And if you plan to actually expand on this support as well in Moldova, or you are still thinking about its good implementation of this project and you will think later on? Thank you.
Thank you, State Secretary. It's important to, again, not lose pace, but also when you create expectation, when you start working on a project, delivering it. So in our engagement with Moldova, of course, we act on requests from the government of Moldova, from different partners, and if we feel it at some point we might have not the broadband sufficient to deliver on many other fronts, we would rather concentrate on a specific focus area, but of course energy and energy efficiency will always be part of the list. That's the first thing. So manage expectations, but again, we work 24/7 to deliver on the request, and we think that based on the experience that we've built also globally and in the region, we can certainly continue bringing the added value. Another point is that most of the discussion today focused on renovation of public building, and that's actually the focal point of our joint intervention with the German cooperation with KfW. I think that program has potential if the start of the implementation of phase one works well, to be a multi-phased approach. So we are long-term partners. We don't want to do one-shot interventions. If that works, if this vehicle, this partnership deliver results, then we would be very much happy on the request of our partners to continue. So it will remain for sure as well in the picture. But there are other partners, other areas in energy efficiencies that are extremely important. It has been reminded, I think, during many panels, the role of private sector. And on this, it's important also to know that AFD is a group. So I personally work most of my time on public financing, so working with governments, municipalities, state-owned enterprise, but we have also a private sector arm called Proparco. Actually, Proparco is very much involved on joint transactions and deals in the private sector, also with EBRD, with EIB. They are already active in Moldova. They support microfinance institution, Microinvest, mostly for agriculture, but they would be for sure interested to also extend to the needs of SMEs for energy efficiency, and that's something that they do elsewhere, so why not in Moldova? So we are equipped with Proparco also to address the needs of private sector, and I wanted to use this opportunity to remind the audience that this is also a possibility on our end. Maybe on ESCO schemes, this is something that we have supported in different countries, most recently in India. I think the return of experience is positive, and so this is clearly for us a type of vehicle mechanism that can help to build sustainability in the long run. And the colleague from USAID rightly mentioned in the previous panel that public financing is not enough. We need together to think, to brainstorm, to increase the sustainability of EE across the whole value chain. So ESCO, yes, it's part of the things that we can support, and I think we could certainly continue expanding on that conversation. So again, many opportunities. Of course, days have only 24 hours, and we want to meet the expectations that we already created. But AFD Group and French government will be here to support Moldova increasingly on these very important agendas and sub-agendas. Thank you again for your trust.
Wonderful. Thank you. I'm very pleased to hear that because, in fact, pretty soon we'll be ready with the finalization of the governmental decision on Super ESCO. We look forward for your input. We look forward to work with you closely. So this is positive feedback for both us and CNED. Now I'm looking towards the audience. Perhaps there are some questions, and we want to hear them. Okay, I'm very happy to see some hands raised. First hand here, and then another lady in the back.
Hello, buongiorno.
If you can present yourself, thank you.
My name is Lucia, and I have a question. So you're implementing a lot of projects, and about recruiting the people. So had you met some problems with finding the right people for your projects here in Moldova? And from where are you hiring these people? Are you bringing people in Moldova for your projects from outside? And if it is so, which counsels do you want to give to us like entrepreneurs in order to know which role figures you need to prepare these figures?
To whom is the question addressed so that we better
for AFD,
distribute?
AFD and KfW.
Okay, so Maxim and Sergio.
So if you address the question to us and German colleagues, I assume that human resources is not a problem for our colleagues from EIB and EBRD. Yes, no, that's a transversal problem. Finding the right people at the right time to be able to support projects that have their load of technicity, require experience locally and internationally. When you look at the demographics, of course, that's a challenge in Moldova. That's also a challenge in many EU integration, EU pre-accession countries. I think also people tend to forget that this agenda, the ambition related to that, it's much higher compared to early 2000s when, for example, Czech Republic or Romania entered into the EU. So the bar is higher and sometimes the resources are lower. And when I say they are lower, it's not in terms of quality, it's in terms of quantity. I've been in Chisinau for a month and a half and I've met so many talented people, skilled professionals, also people who gained experience abroad and came back to Moldova to contribute to this very important roadmap. So we tend to favor and to support the best blend of local and international expertise in all the projects that we finance. For instance, we have a very large technical assistance, technical cooperation program with the Ministry of Energy, 5 experts full-time working on the energy sector reform. And these people, they come from Moldova. They are local people because when you talk about local regulation, you need to know the context and you also need to know the language. Here, there's also an additional opportunity for Moldova because neighboring Romania has passed through the different steps in connection with the EU integration process, and there's no language barrier. So I think maybe a certain pool of skilled individuals also from Romania could increasingly support the agenda here, but you have a lot of talented people, and our role is to make sure that together with also the government, our partners, we can build increasingly potential opportunities for skilled individual to continue committing on this sustainable development of Moldova. I don't have the magic solution. For sure there are challenges, but be sure that we are not about just taking French or EU experts. We want to build with people from Moldova who know what it is, what are the challenges, what are the expectations.
Thank you. Sergio, do you want to take it?
Yeah, if I can quickly complement, but first, I think you managed to reach one of the biggest pain points, which is human resources in the process of project implementation. We, as development partners, we have witnessed limited implementation capacity on all fronts. Speaking of energy efficiency sector in particular, there are hardships to have qualitative and timely energy efficiency audits. There is quite a limited potential of the local market construction companies to be able to quickly implement construction works, and not to forget there's always an issue in developing a detailed design, which again leads us to the same issue of limited human potential in the sector. I would maybe keep that question for all of us in the audience. I would maybe even encourage that topic to become one of the issues which should keep us awake at night, because that would be the topic which we would all need to solve, like-minded people here, if we want to speed up implementation. The money, of course, is always an issue, and the financing is always limited. But once it has been made available, then all of us, we run into implementation bottlenecks. As I have mentioned, there are many of them on all project implementation steps, and let's not forget that Moldova, on its way of European candidate country, we quite likely to get even more financing, and then implementation capacity is going to grow into something huge and unmanageable. With that in mind, I would, of course, positively welcome the institutional strengthening we see at CNED. Various financing instruments are being developed. This institutional development is still on its long way, but we I believe, should be jointly identifying solutions to that burning topic. Thank you.
If you allow me, very quickly, from the Ministry's perspective, I think, yes, there's a lot to be done in terms of, I think, on one hand, promoting it, the opportunities residing in the sector. When we go, as we say, in the territory, meaning outside in different localities, we do promote on one hand, the projects, opportunities, the amount of jobs which will be generated both to companies and to the future, in general, for those who do not know what is happening, what is going on, what are the expectations, the amount of investments which will be brought, that we will roughly have around 50 people hired per building to be renovated. These things have to be spoken out. And, Invest Moldova, the agency, is promoting energy sector, renewables and energy efficiency as an emerging sector. It's definitely an emerging one, and we should be a bit more boldly speaking about this. That it's also profitable at the end for those who would invest into it as a company. But there's another hand raised.
Yes,
thank you.
Good day. Thank you for opportunity to be here. I have a question for Karolina Novak, because you represent our government. My name is Alesia. I'm administrator of a condominium. So I'm the last beneficiary of all your money. And in fact, there is a big question for me. How do our government plan to stimulate the private company to work with condominiums? Because I have to work with people to convince them to give money to make to resolve some problems with our roof. For example, at the moment, our condominium needs 2 million lease to to resolve the problem with our roof or all our building. So, and I do not have any possibility to attract companies to come to work with us, because when they are hearing that they have to work with people, they will not get the money in time. It's the biggest probability. When I will find financial sources to make a contract with this company, the prices will be higher. So what do you plan, or how do you plan to stimulate them to come to work with us, or to offer our possibility? Because as everyone said, there is no money for all of us. And there is a lot of buildings that must be renovated in next 10, 20 years. Any idea, any proposals will be very interesting for us. So,
okay. First and foremost, there is the Residential Energy Efficiency Fund, and there were 2 calls. You probably are aware. First call, 25 buildings were pre-selected. The energy auditing was done. For the second one, 38 were selected, and I understand for 10 buildings, condominiums actually, energy auditing was done, and, or no, 22, yeah? Okay, 22 in process of being contracted, and 10 were already achieved. But what you're asking, I think it's fundamentally a question about communication. How do we better communicate in our community? How do we take decisions for a, let's say, joint benefits? What's our role here? Of course, we are involved together with CNED, National Center of Sustainable Energy. There is a whole campaign which has already started, more or less, linked with the Residential Energy Efficiency Fund. And I think the building in Bălți, which is being renovated currently, the tallest building, by the way, 18th floor, roughly I think 80 apartments, if I'm not mistaken. The construction works have started. I will not delve into more, because let's see, but I think let's see what will be the outcome in general. But once people in general, I mean, within the society, and you being from the condominium, once there will be more examples, proper examples in the society of the end benefits in terms of bills reduction, 50% of the bill if it's being reduced, but in general the comfort, people will, the actions and the outcomes, they speak for themselves. It's not the words that will immediately convince them. And I think that's one aspect. Secondly, I think you were referring, how can we facilitate, let's say, this communication, this liaison between private companies and your, let's say, reparations or reconstruction. We do not have, on one hand, I will be also frank, we do not have an established framework. Our role is, for instance, this is a platform to facilitate, let's say, condominiums and private companies. We have a specific status quo, let's say, as a public institution. But I will also address this question to the executive branch, meaning National Center of Sustainable Energy. Mr. Muntean, please.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll be honest, I understand very well your question, because I experienced this situation when a private company refused to deliver some services, some works, because I was representing a condominium. Indeed, there is such a perception about the capacity of a condominium to pay at the right moment, in the due time, the money for the services and the works. But in our case, for the projects which will be financed and are financed from the fund, the works and services will be contracted by us as a public institution, and we will be the beneficiary. And we understand very well that there is such a negative perception from the private sector. We work to improve the situation, and we understand very well that this will take some time. Also, on the other hand, the household associations, not all of them have enough capacity to organize some tenders to contract work, services, and so on. That's why we assume this, and we will organize these tenders on our behalf with involvement of a representative, at least from the side of the household association, to be part of the tender committee, to see all the processes and to be involved. And the second aspect related to how to convince the people to pay the money for some works, for the first beneficiaries, we planned a schedule of payment for at least about 2 years. The first payment out of 30% of their contribution, the first payment will be 30% from the 30% of their contribution, and will be paid before launching the tender for the works. The other 30% will be paid after finishing the works, and the last 40% will be paid, will be asked to be paid by the association after 2 years for the first household associations, but it will be changed to 1 year, after 1 year after completion of the works. I hope that the question, I answered your question.
And there will be also new calls for multi-apartment buildings.
Absolutely.
I just also want to emphasize this.
It's very difficult to accumulate these monies, and in present people are reading, are understanding that there are taxes, duties that we have to pay, and we are paying as final users. We are paying everywhere all taxes. So maybe you can offer them some facilities as companies if they are working with condominiums, for example, as a social projects or as a social business, something like this.
I think, like with the previous question, look, all these projects on energy efficiency, this is literally also something new for many other companies. It's a process, it's a defreezing process, let's call it. The moment it will kickstart, they will see the benefits, they will realize that the banks, commercial banks are into this, because I'm just giving a wider, you're speaking about engaging companies, convincing them to join the tenders or to literally do the works for you. I can also refer, for instance, shortly the long process still ongoing, by the way, with commercial banks we had. We had also to convince them about the reliability, sustainability, and benefits about this energy efficiency project. So this is the start of it, but it will, once they will see the results, as I said, for instance, with that building in Balci, with the project of CNET, people will see immediate, companies will see that this is actually happening, that they are losing this opportunity. And it will also come. We'll also pass on when we will have the opportunity to engage with them. Maybe this is also another open question. Should we actually have this sort of platform, private, I don't know, academia, to also understand what are the missing gaps in terms of, say, companies, right? And to also better communicate with them.
I was also asked to remind everybody that if someone wants to ask a question, for example, in Romanian, feel free to do so.
Okay, colleagues, should I ask in Romanian or in English? How is? Because I'm addressing to our guests, I think I will address in English, so I think there is a translation. So my name is Sergiu Ungureanu. I'm expert in energy. So I'm asking, since we are talking about the investment here, maybe this question is addressed more to the EBRD and EEB representatives. Energy sector is very active developing now, so we should implement new technologies. My question will be how able or how ready are you to invest in projects, or how ready is the banks to see in projects for innovation and for research and development, because this will give a very big income later, and new technologies appears in buildings, energy efficiency, in renewables sources. Now we're talking about batteries and other things implemented to this. So many of this is innovative. Also is hydrogen, if we are talking. So my question is banks ready now to support somehow this, and not only state but also private sector, because private sector is somehow more active in this field? And how do you think Moldova can be a leader in this research and development? Because I think we have, since I'm coming from university environment, I think that we have a lot of people, young people who are ready and who wants to do something new in this. Thanks.
Sergio, to whom exactly is to all of them, or let's better streamline?
If someone wants, but okay, maybe
Okay.
Since I see more active in Moldova like EBRD and EIB, maybe them. But if the other colleagues wants to answer, okay.
Okay, fair enough. Katarina?
Sure. Thank you very much. We have a program called Advice for Small Business, which is all about supporting companies that are developing new things. We have a startup program if this is a company that is just starting up with a new technology. If it's a company that's existing for a very long time and is now developing a new technology, there is plenty of opportunities for bank financing, and yes, we are happy to work with them. We do not have, these are with the tools we already have. We don't have special tools for supporting companies developing new technologies as such, because they also actually fit in everything else we do. So we welcome.
Thanks for the very good question. From EIB side, the first thing comes to mind is the support to go to private sector through banks. So for a company that wants to promote an innovative project, invest in innovation, broadly speaking, that is the main product I can think. We don't have it's loans, so we don't have a separate, let's say, grant or let's say technical assistance initiative dedicated to develop specifically new technologies within Moldova. But I think the general product that we have, it could be very well interest for this investment, because also it can target very small companies, very small amounts, and of course then in that case would be the financial intermediary who would do an appraisal of the counterparts and the project proposed.
Okay. Short and crispy, I like it. Okay, I think that this is pretty much it. The important session on from the financial sector perspective. So I encourage you all to have a huge round of applause for our invitees. Thank you. I will pass it on then to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, first of all, just a short technical announcement for our speakers who have been invited to a post-event. They will be waited outside by some vans for them. And for all of us, there is a time frame now dedicated to coffee and networking. So please feel free to communicate, to exchange thoughts, experience, and just have a good time. And of course, we are looking forward to welcoming you tomorrow morning for the second day of the event. And thank you for attending.